rid of things. We lose ourselves when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Yet you keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
Find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right.
To get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, living all the dreams, playing all the games, and getting high on love. They can chase us down, but we will always win. Leading every dance, feeling every touch, and getting high on love. We're invincible. Trust in me. We're invincible. Don't you see? We're invincible.
Gave you too much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm the fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, Go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, oh. Let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, oh. Let me bleed. Let me bleed. Let me. Just stay one more night. I'll be.
Forsaken onto the swing off the back of that. Lexi begins to try and defuse. They can't get the half before they're taken down. It's just bullets going on in. Come forth and catch from my friends. Their nutritious part of a balanced breakfast. I promise to you.
Forsaken's out of ammo.
Forsaken's out of ammo. It's for knife instead. The spam too strong, but Benkai's still alive. 5 HP. Do they know how low that they've got this killjoy? And through the wall. Oh, the penetration might have been enough, but this surely is no time. Oh, 0.4 seconds. Crossfire Papachulo has with their own turret. That's a lovely smoke. That's a lovely right click. Nerf done, by the way. Papachulo instantly claims 3. And Southfield, they might actually win a pistol. Heineke's just being chipped on down. Papachulo swapped over to the Ghost now. And they deliver. Oh, baby. Derek. They see Dorf. They see the head. They've flubbed it. Oh my goodness. Have they though? Derek is alive and well. But what makes it good? Derek delivers a pair of headshots. I can't quite believe it. They should have time to defuse. This defensive smoke complicates matters. Savvy just keeps connecting bullets, dude. They've got themselves yet another grenade. Savvy's got something close here. Lovely swing. Connects a headshot. Can they do more than this? The blast pack puts Mouth into the back. The knife is out and it's into Mouth. Oh, baby. You didn't have to do them like that, Savvy, but I'm so glad you did. The gravity well down comes the Cosmic Divide on top of all of this. Can anything be done in this crossfire? Savvy has to deal with so much right now, but Pina at the back gets one after another, after another. Yes, I like Pina Coladas and killing folks in the rain. NTK drops down from the high ground. They move low to try and lay down multiple. 1 versus 3. That is the demand placed at NTK's door. The resurrection here. Can they get any more of this? Yes, that's 3. Can they get 4? NTK! What a performance!
Oh
they
my
carry
God.
us on even further. Vietnam's gift to esports.
What on earth was that by NTK? He just tears through them.
Forsaken onto the swing off the back of that. Lexi begins to try and defuse. They can't get the half before they're taken down. It's just bullets going on in. Come forth and catch from my friends. Their nutritious part of a balanced breakfast. I promise to you.
Forsaken's out of ammo.
Forsaken's out of ammo. It's for knife instead. The spam too strong, but Benkai's still alive. 5 HP. Do they know how low that they've got this killjoy? And through the wall. Oh, the penetration might have been enough, but this surely is no time. Oh, 0.4 seconds. Crossfire Papachulo has with their own turret. That's a lovely smoke. That's a lovely right click. Nerfed. And by the way, Papachulo instantly claims 3. And Southbuilt, they might actually win a pistol. Heineke's just being chipped on down. Papachulo swapped over to the Ghost now. And they deliver. Oh, baby.
Welcome to the final day of Group B. And what a way to start it. We've got Paper Rex taking on Bren in what is going to be an absolute clash of titans. After this, we have BAAM versus Southbuilt, and then to finalise our day, we've got Beast versus Bleed. After yesterday, Bleed have guaranteed themselves qualification to the playoffs. Right now, it's for Southbuilt, Beast and BAAM to have a massive slog to see who gets that 4th place. Over between Bren and Paper Rex, this will decide your opponent in playoffs. This is going to be such an intense game. I can't wait to get started. I'm Newcastle Crabber 3. I'm joined by the wonderful Leg Day. Harry, how are you feeling about this one?
I've strained every neuron in my brain, Kremer, to add up that these two teams have managed to play, I believe, 16 maps between them.
That's
and lost
strain.
1. Southbuilt Esports managed to take 1 map off Paper Rex and Icebox. Aside from that, it's been perfection from these guys. Yesterday, Bren, they showed a little bit of faultiness when it came to the matchup against Big BAAM, but they did not falter all the way. They always ended up bringing home the gold, even if it was slightly stained on the way. So can they bounce back today and show up against one of the greatest teams in Southeast Asia?
I can't wait for this. You need to remember, of course, that our veto is going to be so important. Opening on Haven, we then have our next map of Split. We saw yesterday, Bren really struggled on Split, despite the fact they picked into it. So Paper Rex may be feeling pretty confident about this veto. However, what matters is how they perform on the server. If you look at the character selections from either side, it's about default for both teams. We've seen that Paper Rex in the past have favoured the double duelist, and it's worked for them. Both Jing and Forsaken are so damn good on these entries, whereas over on Bren, a bit more utility to work with EJ spearheading the way as Jet. Zavi, what's usually our raise, is now on the sky for the additional flash. And what's to highlight, something you really need to watch out for, is that both of these teams, they're not doing anything fancy. This is straight default. They know how important this is. They know how good one another is. And I like the fact that we're seeing a bit of respect in character selection before we go into this.
Devi here, not playing Vesova is the only thing that I would really consider maybe
unorthodox, I guess, for the
yeah,
team,
a little bit unorthodox. Of course, they are replacing it with another initiator, so they still have the info gather that they want to do things like throw a hawk down A long. Maybe you put that out of B to see if anyone is creeping around in mid, but it doesn't provide the same kind of precise information that you get from a Sova's recon arrow. However, you've also got the old Bruce, our gamer dog, who can roll on down and try and take
the turret. We've got the whole gang here today.
Indeed, we have the entire ally gang here. Timmy Turret and Bruce the dog. And has the game crashed?
I worry it may have. I do worry it may have. We may have to go back to highlights in just a moment. However, we'll talk a little bit while we're still facing this. And something I do like is the pick of Sky. We've seen that for both having the double flash from Jing and then from Devi. It means that going for aggression with your double duelists, and this is something we very commonly see from Paper Rex, is to split off both Jing and Forsaken, have them push somewhere, get a man advantage, and then work with the control that comes for that. Over on Bren, you don't really have that with only Zavi being your only flash, so you probably hold on to those for a retake. Nonetheless, though, this is going to be intense.
Oh, Kremer. We're finally in. This is the match that we've been hyping up since day number 2 when we first got to see Paper Rex play due to that unfortunate forfeit that Beast had to give over on day 1. Forsaken, you bet. But rank number 1 Radiant is going for the Sheriff by here. No util required.
That's not good. Is Discord signaling for a delay?
I believe this might be
Yes, we
signaling.
have a very, very crashed, I believe that is Derek. Okay, we're going to go back to highlights. We'll be back momentarily. I do apologise for this, unfortunately. Trust me, it'll be worth it when we get back. Don't go anywhere.
Forsaken onto the swing off the back of that. Lexi begins to try and defuse. They can't get the half before they're taken down. It's just bullets going on in. Come forth and catch them, my friends. They're nutritious part of a balanced breakfast. I promise to you.
Forsaken's out of ammo.
Forsaken's out of ammo. It's for knife instead. A spam too strong, but Benkai's still alive. 5 HP. Do they know how low that they've got this killjoy? And through the wall. Oh, the penetration might have been enough, but this surely is no time. Oh, 0.4 seconds. Crossfire Papachulo has with their own turret. That's a lovely smoke. That's a lovely right click. Nerfed done, by the way. Papachulo instantly claims 3. And Southfield, they might actually win a pistol. Heineke's just being chipped on down. Papachulo swapped over to the Ghost now. And they deliver. Oh, baby. Derek. They see Dorf. They see the head. They've flubbed it. Oh my goodness. Have they though? Derek is alive and well. The wall makes it good. Derek delivers a pair of headshots. I can't quite believe it. They should have time to defuse. This defensive smoke complicates matters. Zavi just keeps connecting bullets, dude. They've got themselves yet another grenade. Zavi's got something close here. Lovely swing. Connects a headshot. Can they do more than this? The blast pack puts Mouth into the back. The knife is out and it's into Mouth. Oh, baby. You didn't have to do them like that, Zavi, but I'm so glad you did. The gravity well down comes the Cosmic Divide on top of all of this. Can anything be done in this crossfire? Zavi has to deal with so much right now, but Pina at the back gets one after another. After another. Yes, I like Pina Coladas and killing folks in the rain. NTK drops down from the high ground. They move low to try and lay down multiple. 1 versus 3. That is the demand placed at NTK's door. The resurrection here. Can they get any more of this? Yes, that's 3. Can they get 4? NTK! What a performance!
Oh
they
my
carry
God.
us on even further. Vietnam's gift to esports.
What on earth was that by NTK? He just tears through them.
Forsaken onto the swing off the back of that. Lexi begins to try and defuse. They can't get the half before they're taken down. It's just bullets going on in. Come forth and catch them, my friends. They're nutritious part of a balanced breakfast. I promise to you.
Forsaken's out of ammo.
Forsaken's out of ammo. It's for knife instead. A spam too strong, but Benkai's still alive. 5 HP. Do they know how low that they've got this killjoy? And through the wall. Oh, the penetration might have been enough, but this surely is no time. Oh, 0.4 seconds. Crossfire Papachulo has with their own turret. That's a lovely smoke. That's a lovely right click. Nerfed done, by the way. Papachulo instantly claims 3. And Southfield, they might actually win a pistol. Heineke's just being chipped on down. Papachulo swapped over to the Ghost now. And they deliver. Oh, baby. Derek. They see Dorf. They see the head. They've flubbed it. Oh my goodness. Have they though? Derek is alive and well. The wall makes it good. Derek delivers a pair of headshots. I can't quite believe it. They should have time to defuse. This defensive smoke complicates matters. Zavi just keeps connecting bullets, dude. They've got themselves yet another grenade. Zavi's got something close here. Lovely swing. Connects a headshot. Can they do more than this? The blast pack puts Mouth into the back. The knife is out and it's into Mouth. Oh, baby. You didn't have to do them like that, Zavi, but I'm so glad you did. Gravity well, down comes the Cosmic Divide on top of all of this. Can anything be done in this crossfire? Zabby has to deal with so much right now, but Pina at the back gets one after another, after another. Yes, I like Pina Coladas and killing folks in the rain. NTK drops down from the high. They move low to try and lay down multiple. 1 versus 3. That is the demand placed to NTK's door. The resurrection here. Can they get any more of this? Yes, that's 3. Can they get 4? NTK! What a performance!
Oh
they
my
carry
God.
us on even further. Vietnam's gift to esports.
What on earth was that by NTK? He just tears through them.
Forsaken onto the swing off the back of that. Lexi begins to try and defuse. They can't get the half before they're taken down. It's just bullets going on in. Come forth and catch them, my friends. They're nutritious part of a balanced breakfast. I promise to you.
Forsaken's out of ammo.
Forsaken's out of ammo. It's for knife instead. The spam too strong, but Benkai's still alive. 5 HP. Do they know how low that they've got this Killjoy? And through the wall. Oh, the penetration might have been enough, but this surely is no time. Oh, 0.4 seconds. Crossfire Papachulo has with their own turret. That's a lovely smoke. That's a lovely right click. Nerfed done, by the way. Papachulo instantly claims 3. And Southville, they might actually win a pistol. Heineke's just being chipped on down. Papachulo swapped over to the Ghost now. And they deliver. Oh, baby. Derek. They see Dorf. They see the head. They've flubbed it. Oh my goodness. Have they though? Derek is alive and well. But what makes it good? Derek delivers a pair of headshots. I can't quite believe it. They should have time to defuse. This defensive smoke complicates matters. Zabby just keeps connecting bullets, dude. They've got themselves yet another grenade. Zabby's got something close here. Lovely swing. Connects a headshot. Can they do more than this? The blast pack puts Mouth into the back. The knife is out and it's into Mouth. Oh, baby. You didn't have to do them like that, Zabby, but I'm so glad you did. Gravity well, down comes the Cosmic Divide on top of all of this. Can anything be done in this crossfire? Zabby has to deal with so much right now, but Pina at the back gets one after another, after another. Yes, I like Pina Coladas and killing folks in the rain. NTK drops down from the high ground. They move low to try and lay down multiple. 1 versus 3. That is the demand placed to NTK's door. The resurrection here. Can they get any more of this? Yes, that's 3. Can they get 4? NTK! What a performance! They carry us on even further. Vietnam's gift to esports.
What on earth? Well, we've had a few tech issues, but we're back. After adding Chamber, everyone's gone for their muscle memory of their picker characters, and they're not where they're meant to be. So
everything's changed, Kramer. I'm scared.
It's not right. What is this? And so everyone's on the same character, bar Derek, who's moved from the Viper into the Cypher.
Alright, Derek was the victim. Look at Jing here. Oh my goodness, that's a full blind. They are going to be able to turn away from it just in time. And what can they do with a frenzy? Plenty up against DJ. What a start here for Jing. A good turn away once again. And an attempt at a right click from Zabby that's going to find its man. But Devi is going to look to try and make this work right here as they exit from the site. Oh, 1 HP. And that's so important because now you can get 2 additional flashes here.
Look how fast this flank is from Forsaken as well.
Speed on this with the Sheriff. They see Brain Freeze across the way. Can they deliver headshots with only 3 bullets in the chamber? It's a friendly blind coming through from Divine. Oh, but that is beautiful. And Benkai has done it elsewhere. Oh, it may have been a touch of bad timing on the part of Forsaken and Divine, but that's absolutely fine because they adjust later. Paper Rex open up our pistola round.
really, really strong stuff from Paper Rex there. And as they go 1-0 up, I mean, it was strong in the pistol round in terms of aim. There was a bit of a miscom with the utility. I mean, we did see Forsaken get absolutely ruined by his teammate's flash. However, the point still stands. They were still able to survive. We were still able to see Paper Rex win that retake. And Forsaken, he did make up for it with a very nice headshot on the flanking Derek. In this case, we're going to see Bren go to their full eco classics around the board. They got the spike plant, which means that the round after this is going to be fairly strong, at least in terms of buys. So for now, Paper Rex play their bonus, Forsaken holding onto that Sheriff, everyone else is Spectres, and your Ghost over on Mind Freak. Unfortunately, that singular Ghost might be called to action here as the default gets established.
At range, the Ghost will be able to throw out a couple of good shots at least, but it'll be lacking damage. Oh my goodness, and the Sheriff versus Sheriff rolling up to the Carnival sideshow. EJ puts one in Forsaken. And now you can worry a little bit less about those flanks because, you know, that's where Forsaken likes to go. Look at Jing here. They're trying to claim as much space as they can up A, make this an unpalatable option. So everyone else will move over towards Garage. The alarm bot has found EJ, but EJ's found Mind Freak. Even while distracted by that alarm bot, they're able to continue landing their headshots. EJ's having themselves a game right now, but blinded up. What can Derek do from the back? Will be a plant right here. Jing, wait. Oh, that's a good turn away, and the timing from Jing is perfect. Look at all the health they've got. It's Devour after Devour. I feast upon your blood, and I'll feast with extra ultimate points as well. Paper Rex get the two-man retake done up against the Eco.
They give the point to the Seekers as well, which means they stay level in terms of ult management. Now both Davai and Jing only 2 away from bringing their ults online, and honestly, for Paper Rex, sure, that was a well-placed round. Yeah, they won it in the end. But that came after quite the battle. And Bren, I mean, EJ specifically, really good job to not only get that first headshot over to Forsaken, but then to push up and just completely catch out Mind Freak. Mind Freak, I think they had a little bit too much faith in the Cypher utility, or in the Killjoy utility, sorry, hoping that the alarm bot would be enough to just stop anyone from pushing. Instead, they attack the alarm bot and just kill Mind Freak.
Look at this kill squad on A long right now. Jing has got themselves into a corner. And Forsaken with the Vandal here may try to escape. However, as they move away, will Jing be accounted for? A foray down into sewers as well here. They're going to be met by Bruce. That confirms the presence here. And Jing's going to take the swing alongside Forsaken. That's an opener onto EJ. And that's going to complicate matters as Jing is going to grab themselves an upgrade to the Vandal. Right now, the Initiators are held hostage in the sewers. The upper class is the bourgeoisie. They won't let us leave these dirty ruins, Grandma. We must dismantle the rich and eat them alive. The Initiators, what can they do here? The turn away, the blind. Jing is taken down first, but Forsaken! What is that?
What's on earth?
Beautiful couple of headshots.
Oh my god! That is a round from Paper X, from Forsaken specifically. And we said in the pre-game, when Forsaken and Jing get together on their duelists, they just push somewhere. They pick a part of the map and they try and probe for a man advantage. They get the man advantage. What's to stop them from continuing to push? They're on their bonus anyway. It's only Spectres, so you might as well keep fighting. They do so, and well, Forsaken, a naughty way to end your first buy round. And as it's now Sheriffs from Bren, they're definitely going to be on the back foot moving into round 4.
Brain freeze with a couple of Sheriff shots. They know that Forsaken likes this angle. They turn away from Forsaken, and then they are just absolutely emasculated by the amount of bullets. But Jing has already pushed down mid. They're eventually going to be punished by sheer force of fire, and both of the duelists have now fallen. Huge performance here from Brent. There was a chance there that Brain Freeze could have died to that dog. Benkai's not going to allow it, though. Puts a bullet in him instead. And now Mind Freak will wait patiently for Derek. Or will they? Nope, they catch the timing on Derek. And that's going to be 3 members surviving here up against the Eco from Bren.
You see both the strengths and the weakness of Paper Rex there. The strength being when they're confident, they are immovable. Jing, he just runs down mid and he just kills. He's got Forsaken there to help him on anyone who swings through window, but let's be honest, he's hardly needed. That was a great round by Jing. We've got 3 ults available for Paper Rex, 1 away on Divide, but here's the worry, and that is when you extend that far, you're in danger of being overextended. And because Jing falls, Forsaken falls as well, and just like that, it's straight down to a 3-on-2, a very winnable circumstance. Forsaken brings out that up. It's a full by either side, and for Bren, I mean, they're 2 away from being able to get 4 ults online.
Rotation of defensive prowess here. With Forsaken dealing with C long, now Benkai is holding A alone. And they might opt into a duel here. They see that EJ is the one who's currently playing down in sewers. Up comes with a smoke. Actually, it's a recall there. A little bit of a fake out from the offensive Astra. Timmy takes contact and takes some bullets as well. But now moving away from sewers will be this offensive side. They see the dog. And I think the dog sees them leaving.
Some aggression over on C. Look at Forsaken. Look at this angle he's holding with this up. There's no way when you shoulder peek, you expect the player to be hiding behind sight, so he's going to have a really good view of anyone who dares try and trigger this.
It's so dangerous, though, Kremer. They don't have someone controlling Garage right now, so instead they have to try and fight their way out, but they're surrounded on all sides. That was an arrogant position from Forsaken, and they thought they might be able to make it work. Still 2 for 2. What can Divide do on the re-entry here? They can lose Mind Freak, that much is for certain. No plant at the moment, but 30 seconds gives plenty for Brain Freeze to work with. Divide gets 1, 2, 3! Oh my goodness, learn to count with Divide!
Oh, it comes out of nowhere as well. They swing, they just line up, and for Divide, it's an easy shutdown. Paper X, they have stormed onto this map, and they're looking like they're taking no prisoners at all. Really, really strong retake there. And that's before the spike even goes down. That lack of spike plant means that Bren financially have just got to bite that bullet, go down to pistols once again. Sure, they have an ult advantage, but is that enough to succumb the firepower that's coming out of Paper X right now? Every single member pulling their weight, every single one delivering. And now over in mid, sure, the knives are out, but for Benkai, I doubt he's very fazed by them.
We're not quite at DEFCON Black yet, but it's close for Bren. What can they do to leverage this? 5-0 at the moment. Oh, look. New observer UI. The offensive utility is now highlighted red. Thanks, right? That's really that's real nice. Oh, yeah, I'm just going to draw attention over to the help. EJ here doesn't want to try and fight up against that Leah. Oh, that's a good trade, though. Great double peek, taking down Jing. That's worthwhile as Forsaken is starting to wrap around the back with the knives. And look, just in time, Brain Freeze has turned on away. Forsaken starts moving. That's a blind. Forsaken, what more can you do for me? Can't connect on the knives, but it doesn't matter because Benkai and Devi are there. What a Davis is already for Devi.
It becomes a taunt, doesn't he, Forsaken? All he does is just have to distract everyone, and he does it beautifully. Bren, something that we've seen them do very well is using their timeouts. They call for one at 6-0 down. They go into this next round with an investment, with an ult advantage, and more importantly, they do so in an attempt to break the momentum of Paper Rex. For Paper Rex, these rounds have been fast, they've been very high tempo, high octane, just so that they can keep their duelists feeling warm, feeling confident. Because when your duelist doesn't have that confidence, and they're starting to play more passive, they're starting to back off to positions behind sites, they end up getting destroyed by your utility usage. Bearing in mind that for Bren, they have more utility. And what's happened is Paper Rex, they've leaned towards that double flash on Devi and Jing. Over on Bren, they're going to have a few more smokes. More importantly, they're going to have a lot more information gathered on both the Sova and the Cypher. They can zone these duelists. However, you need to find a way to slow them down in order to do that.
Oh my goodness. Kremer 6-0. This is Bren's map pick, by the way. And we consider Haven to be slightly attacker-sided. Paper X have come in here. They're good to play. They got plans tonight, Kremer. They didn't want to hang around in the lobby, but can Bren force them to do so? I love the timeout here. Well timed. Like, the half isn't dead yet, you know? And they've got something to work with. They're not planning for the round after this. But what have they cooked up in the mad stations of Bren?
Sake of the aggression here. He's hunting for a kill. Hasn't been rewarded one just yet. That's what you get, Bruce.
They put up the one-way! Oh, Brain Freeze, that's so unlucky. Forsaken was vulnerable as well, so a single bullet did so much damage. But down at 20 HP. But oh, hello, Jing. Backs on out now with the dismiss. They can re-aggress with the Devour, or rather with the Leah. But it isn't going to be shot here by EJ. Good trigger discipline. And look, battered and bruised are both of these duelists. Still a Devour, potentially. Could be used by Jing. I think they actually used both of their kill cooldowns. Forsaken. What can you do, man? Remember, this is Bren's timeout and bye. Oh, that's a painful thought for all the Filipino fans in the audience. Forsaken confirms their presence and then puts down their last Cloudburst and spends their last updraft as well. Forsaken's all out of util, all out of armor. And when it comes to flashes, they're all out of friends.
30 seconds left.
Jing has a single Leer, and that's it for holding A right now. They really are struggling for utility. And as you mentioned, they're battered and bruised. They've taken a lot of damage. But you may be battered, you may be bruised. You can still limp your way to the finishing line. And for EJ, he's only got his 2 updrafts. He doesn't have his dash anymore.
I think they were hoping that Derek here would be able to catch a flanker unawares. Because they've got that camera still in mid. But now Benkai, because they saw this... Oh, this is the save, of course. But because they saw the Cloudburst here, they've come over to see if they can actually do any more economic damage. Bren, lucky to be able to save here, but it was imperative that they do so.
I'm really happy that Bren chose to save there. I think you have ults, more importantly. With the loss bonus you're facing, you do have a little bit of money to go into this. Enough to reinvest, that's for sure. Xavi can bring out a rifle of their own. Josh may be pressured a little bit, but you're not expecting your Astra to frag out. In this case, for Paper Rex, the only ult they have is on Benkai. They're 1 away from their Cosmic Divide. And that ult on Benkai, that's for a retake. They don't have anything to initiate with, but you don't need to when you have these 2 duelists going huge.
Speaking of which, Jing, a big position here. EJ's dead. Brain freeze, will they be next is the question. It's being well watched. Josh running across the knife. How has this not been communicated? It's falling apart at the seams for Bren.
Oh, Harry, that's a huge miscom. That's a cataclysmic miscom. And now Devi, he's going to have a crack at it. Why not? Works for Jin, it can work for me.
There's the neural theft. I saw the hat come out. I know where you are. Devi moves into 2, though. A good dodge on the bird. And Bren now, this becomes slightly more workable. 3 versus 2. There's no chance to save now. You can't give up another round for free. But you're moving into an absolute barrage of Killjoy utility. This lets you know that the op probably isn't here at the moment, because when Benkai is on A, Forsaken is roaming elsewhere. But Benkai, they can give Forsaken time here to get up to heaven. There is no smoke left. Benkai's going to stop the plant. Derek's all alone. But what can Derek do? They might see a rifle. A long barrel up in heaven. Forsaken. Number 1 Radiant. 26 seconds on the clock. How fast can they be? Trying to force out a peek right here with the tap. There's Forsaken moving. That's a good dink there from Derek, but the wall, the penetration means that it's not good enough. Forsaken just dropped out with the shorty. Oh, no. Oh, poor Bren.
Oh, Harry, we thought this would be a bit closer than this. Bear in mind, though, if Bren wins these last 4, it goes 8-4, it becomes a very winnable half for Bren on the next, especially if they can take the pistol round. However, since we've seen Paper X get the ball rolling, they've looked unstoppable. You see Forsaken, he's starting to juggle weapons now. Why not? He's got so much money to work with. Can't go wrong with that. Gonna try and get a slick accountant to hide some of those funds, because HMRC is coming for him.
I think that's slightly beyond their remit, to be honest. I'm like, do you have jurisdiction over here? Jing. Oh, that's going to be multiple concussed members. And they're still moving forward while concussed. However, Jing blinded up right here. I believe that was friendly from Devi. Once again, and maybe a little bit of a miscom on the flash. But Jing looking to try and get anything more done. A couple love taps onto Derek, and it's all Paper X right now. But it comes down to 3-3. Brain freeze is activated, and it's about damn time that this happens. But walk forward. Forsaken finds themselves in a 1 versus 1, and Xavi still needs to try and get themselves the plant. They had the advantage.
Look at this read.
Now they're moving ahead. Forsaken. Oh, it's a 50-50. And unfortunately, they flipped a coin and it landed wrong.
That is an incredible read from Forsaken there. That is an incredible read. To be able to dance to the other side of that Cosmic Divide, knowing full well that Xavi is going to try and rotate to outflank him. He does so with a insane bit of bit of momentum. For Paper Rex, they still haven't used their ults. They've still got 3 available. Bren committed a fair bit to that round, and it just didn't work. They're 1 away from the Seekers on Xavi, so they're not completely out. But for the start of this round, there's nothing to use initially.
Jing, aggressing out of garage. Excuse me, sir, drop an MOT certificate. Oh, apparently it's broken, and Xavi's made sure of that. But now, doubling down, Mindfreak's going to act from the same angle. Shush! Oh, that was a little bit of a miscom once again, but they are going to be safe for now. Not when Mindfreak's moving on forward, though. The blind is good, the shots are better. And once again, Derek finds themselves alone with no friends and very little firepower, but that doesn't matter when you've got aim like Derek.
God. Just when you think that Jing and Forsaken are gone, finally you have a chance of winning a round. But no, Mindfreak, he then steps up to the plate with an incredible little one-shot there onto that remaining player. 10-0, Harry. Do you see it happening? Do you see the dream? Do you see the 13-0?
I don't see a 13-0. Please, I don't see it. Surely Bren can, like, at worst, Bren can win the defensive pistol round. Right, Kramer? Right?
Right. I mean, this is
the big one. This is the big one.
Take a deep, long huff of that copium, because right now, it's looking very one-sided.
Forsaken, they're going to walk this ball vulnerable. That's how confident they are right now. They know exactly where the sky is because of the outer radius. Oh, they try to dodge away. They are going to get hit by that recon bolt, though. How much damage was done is the question. Oh, the drone's gone. And now entering onto these sites becomes once again a touch more complicated. I think a wall bang was hit onto Xavi, and they're unable to heal themselves. But instead, look at this. Derek claiming a bit of space in mid. We haven't seen a hit to B yet, but I'm not sure if it's the best idea with the rifles. They're not the best suited to that unless you can get a quick execute and then try and play from the courtyard. Mindfreak here. A lot rests on their shoulders. Bren, they're unable to get it cleanly. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and Jing stands waiting, ready to try and catch this aggression. Do they pop the Empress at this point? Brain Freeze is at least going to get the pop. They find Josh in the astral form. Someone was supposed to be watching that, surely. 3-3 once more. The operator in hand for Forsaken. Difficult to retake with this. 1 bullet in the chamber. You want to try and grab Jing's rifle right here. And EJ has made this a touch easier. There's the lockdown. And Xavi gets 2. That might have even been a collateral to try and take down Forsaken. There it is. 13-0 is not on the cards today. In the penultimate round of the half. Bren find their mojo.
They finally find a way to end this, what I can only describe as an ungodly way to start your first half. I mean, 2 rounds, it helps. It gives you a little bit of padding should you lose the pistol, but nonetheless, they really, really need to be able to follow it through, because if they lose the pistol hit, they're left where they have to play a perfect huff, an absolute perfect huff, something that, despite how good Paper Rex are looking right now, they still haven't been able to do it.
EJ, confidence play here, already up in sewers, begging Divide, come fight me. I dare you. I want you to fight me. I want you to hit me. I want you to hit me, Batman. Hit me.
They didn't even go for the ear that time. They just backed off. It's just left all down to Jing. 1 versus 4 for the site. Luckily, he does have the spawn for Divide. You should see the info being attempted to be gathered. He'll know by kind of visual confirmation there's 2 players there. Look at Jing aggressing, though.
Jing gets caught out. A-Long no longer belongs to you. This belongs to us now. And Forsaken, they want to double down. They think that, hey, they might consider this area to be controlled now. And this is a very tight formation here from the side of Bren. Not a huge amount of map control getting off the back of it. Sure, Derek is trying to catch out some rotations. But Forsaken, what can they achieve here? They might be able to get some free shots. Oh, they're caught in the cosmic form again! Forsaken just keeps on going! And now with the Vandal! Oh, it's going to be 11-1, surely, unless Derek can get it all done by themselves. The neural theft only lets them see where their assailants are coming from, but it doesn't stop the bullets en route.
What on earth was that by for both Forsaken and from Paper Rex. I love the teamwork from these duelists. Having Jing aggress up A long, they shoot. Okay, that's the flanker taken out. They do it. They do it twice. They do it twice, Harry. Forsaken then has a crack at it. Works out for him. 11-1 the scoreline. We have a quick little tech pause from Paper Rex for a little bit of lag. However, hopefully they'll be able to sort that momentarily. But what you got to watch out for Brennan in particular, is they've got to win this pistol round, Harry. They've just got to.
Feels like Paper Rex. They have an internal clock right now. Their metronome is running at a resonant frequency to Bren's, where they're constantly catching Josh in this astral form. Or they're finding members of Bren when they are leaving places unattended. I want to drag you back to that round that Bren actually won. Even then, we saw Josh getting picked off in the astral form because people were able to walk from CT into C without being checked. That needs to be one of the primary angles that's being watched upon.
You're absolutely right. This is looking really tough. This is really looking quite tough.
Once again, this is for Bren mapping.
I was trying to find that out. They wanted to be here, Harry. Bearing in mind how shaky they looked on Split yesterday, Paper Rex are really feeling confident. They're looking confident as well. We get ready for the pistol round, and there's a fair bit of utility on both sides, but utility isn't really where this is being decided, is it, Harry? It's all down to aim. And in this case, Paper Rex, they have it tenfold.
It's been a slow game for a couple members of Bren. Mind Freak is reconnected. You know what, Kremer? Mind Freak is a really unhelpful name to have as a player. When I keep thinking of what is it, the Australian team Mind Freak? I don't know if they are Australian, but in a lot of esports I cover, they are representing the Australian region. So I hear you talk about Mind Freak, and I'm like, oh, we're drawing out to a wider lens here.
Yes.
Talking about some OCE Valorant. These guys have like scrimmed Mind Freak, and I'm like, oh yeah, you're talking about the Astro.
I bet Mind Freak loves playing against Mind Freak. I bet he enjoys it.
Oh, I bet that would be a very painful game to cast.
I'm glad that we don't get given tough stuff like that. I mean, imagine having like, mouth having to cut. I don't know how to cast teams like that. That must be difficult.
Luckily, it's all easy for us here. Paper Rex versus Bren. A joy to cast at the moment. Most of the joy belongs to Paper Rex fans. Look at EJ here with the Ghost down A long. They're going to meet Jing very soon, and that might even be a slightly vulnerable Jing. Oh, look at this. The coalescence of the peaks. However, EJ's managed to fade away, and so too will the attacking team. They rotate rather loudly, but I don't think anyone's in range to hear this as they go towards C.
Derek, he's got a small order to accomplish here. Hiding back sight. Oh, they're coming straight for him, Harry.
It needs to be huge, but that's a great start. Taking down Jing is all that you needed. The Cyber Cage here has just passed through, and Devi is going to pass a couple bullets into Derek themselves. The Shock Dart lineup is good for Brain Freeze. Can they do any secondary damage here is the question. This might be workable here for Bren. So low is their Sky, and they need to be able to use that to get some early info. That's a good blind there. EJ moves on forward, and it's for late lurk from Mind Freak. They win the first, can't win the second. Brain Freeze takes the reins from Mind Freak. All right. That's enough of this shenanigan.
Yeah, what a round that was from, I believe it's from Zabi. That flash was just perfect. Really, really strong stuff from them, and it means that for the rest of this side, or in particular for Paper Rex, they lose a lot of momentum now. For Bren, they convert this round. More importantly, if they actually win the full buy of Paper Rex on their bonus, then they could be in a great position to mount a little bit of a comeback. However, they need to make sure that they keep these SMGs, this Marshall. They need to keep it alive. They need to make sure that this round is clean.
Remember, second seed here. The loser of this, ostensibly, will end up going up against Boom in our first round of playoffs. The winner gets to go up against Sharper. Oh, Derek. Almost triple peaked right there. But back to the camera. Back to safety. And the spike's actually been left behind at the moment. So all of these forays from Paper Rex, they claim space, but towards the overall execute, they're a bit more meaningless. The Frenzy doesn't do well when concussed, so Jing is easily overwhelmed. And Devi is going to be pinged. Forsaken has picked up the spike. With only 2 members of Paper Rex left, though, Bren, if they can flawless their anti-eco, that could be the start of something new and something great.
Very well could be Forsaken. Out there.
That attempt at a flick, it works eventually. Forsaken's only got a couple bullets left in the chamber, and while they're busy guiding that cloudburst, we've got no time for meteorology because brain freeze is the only weather pattern you need to comprehend. Xavi takes out their counterpart, and while it's not flawless, it's close enough.
Suddenly things look a little bit better for Bren, you know. There's
A touch better.
yeah, the sun starts illuminating the clouds behind him. You know, there's definitely something behind the stormy weather. And in this case, with the Paper Rex going for their full buy, if this doesn't convert, bear in mind, EJ, yeah, he's not skimping on cash. Rather than playing bows with the rest of his team, he goes for the Vandal just to have that extra firepower. Paper Rex lose this full investment, then all of a sudden, Bren are in a great position to start stringing rounds together.
Yes, I may be stuck in a lava moat, but at least I'm no longer being pecked by crows anymore. Silver linings, Grandma.
Yeah,
Silver linings. Up against disrupted by, of course, a full rifle buy here from Paper Rex. Has been somewhat nerfed in terms of the armor on a couple of members by previous purchases of things like Sheriff, just to try and keep the pressure up on Bren. EJ here, they know Forsaken is close. They hear the drum, drum, drum of the Vandal. They can put themselves back on top of this platform if they want to try something risky. But everyone's just going to fade away. Pick up the spike once more. They seem to have deduced that A might be underpopulated, and they'd be correct in that assumption.
Absolutely right, Paper Rex. This is a really nice read on their part. However, you need to remember, this entire Bren lineup, having the Cypher instead of the Reyna, is purely so they can have that information. Purely so they have that info gather. So, for the time being, so long as they have someone who can either ping with a recon dart in the form of Brain Freeze, or the Cypher Cam in the form of Derek, they are going to know where the attack's coming from, and they're going to be able to react to it way before anyone else can.
Well, we're going to have to react to this. Benko's actually leading the way with the spike at the moment. There was a movement towards A, and it's going to be Forsaken who ends up on there. Benko just dives through the cyber cage with the spike in hand. Absolutely fearless here, as they are forced to go for the plant. They don't want to be made a fool of by time. And this is a beautiful execution here from Paper Rex. This could end up flawless until EJ decides that that's never going to be the case, and they might be forced to save. So they know that Jing is this close. Oh, that turret reactivated, so EJ has to try and get out of there. Dodge away. Look who's on the hunt, if not Devi. A wallbang body shot is good enough to make it happen. And no more Vandals for you.
Oh, Harry, for a moment it looks believable. For a moment I believe. However, Paper X, they just put their foot on the gas and they just speed into the distance. For Bren, as credit where credit is due, that was a bit of a misplay on Paper Rex's part. Having Benkai swing to lead the charge without any movement abilities, more importantly, with the spike, going through a smoke is bold. Because if they lose that spike, it's on the Bren side of the site.
Yeah,
so
it's in their territory.
Maybe they like the danger. Either way,
Bro, check out EJ here.
Yeah, they're about to provide it.
EJ isn't worried about dying here as well. They've only got a classic, a Spectre on the other side. Oh, the dodge! It's good! They still get concussed, but they avoid the damage at least. And now EJ, they're going to have plenty of enemies coming their way. Moving up through this. What in the world? Mind Freak has made their way all the way up now. Do they expect that Mind Freak's going to be here? Yeah, they do. Yeah, they expect that. EJ knows these. And EJ don't miss those. This could be where the buck stops. It is match point for Paper Rex. Any round win would be a map win. And Jing wants the map to be won right here. I've got a hot date tonight, mate.
Oh, Harry. It's collapsed for Bren. That Killjoy ult as well. That's going to make their life so difficult. They've put so much time with this.
Having to back away. All the way into defender spawn. Go back where you came from. Jing now. What can you do? The overheal is about to go away, so we'll become a touch more vulnerable. But the nanoswords, everything is just eating away. Nom, nom, nom. At the time. Derek and Xavi need to move in together. A full blind given over to Jing. But now, before they can swing, they're going to grab one. Can they grab a second? Derek Rex all alone. They take out Benkai. Now the Empress just watches and waits. But Derek, do they have time? I feel like maybe enough has been burned. They'll hold the defuse. You've got to hold it, Derek. You've got to hold it. How close is the time? It's 0.3. Brent survive.
Oh my god! It comes down to the last possible moment. But Bren, they hold on by the absolute skin on their teeth. Oh my god. Paper X, they're going to be fairly robbed, I think, having seen how close that spike was to going off. However, nonetheless, we have Paper X preparing for another assault. This time, it's an investment, but limited in kind, with only a Spectre on Jing. Brain Freeze also, though, feeding the sting of the economy, as with he and Xavi are limited down to the Spectre and Guardian.
All right, Bren, just 8 more of those in a row. Then we get overtime, I believe. Xavi with the Guardian over here in Garage. Up against multiple peaks, they would be significantly disadvantaged. But that one shot is good. Out come the Seekers. One's going to try his best to climb up through Garage, and Xavi wants to try and claim as many lives in this foray as possible. But Derek, the clutch has already fallen down. Out come the knives. Forsaken is done taking prisoners. And Xavi's gone as well. Oh, it's fallen apart so fast, Kremer. What can Brain Freeze do? They're charged at here by Forsaken, and they're going to lose that duel. And this leaves only EJ with a Vandal, 2 Cloudbursts, an Updraft, and a Dream. Up against Jing first. It's good, but now there's Mind Freak coming along on the flank. They're seen from an elevated position down to 33 HP. Everyone moves in on the target. The Predator drones have ascertained the location. And Paper X will dominate Haven 13-4.
What a game from Paper X there. I mean, they make a statement to Bren that, no, this is our group. This is our territory. There's nothing you can do to change that. Forsaken and Jing, an incredible game from both the duelists over on Paper X. And, well, for Bren, this is going to leave a bit of a sour taste. They now need to move to Split, a map that they really struggled on yesterday, that they're going to hope to try and make sure that at least they can recreate some of their earlier success. We're going to go to a quick little break. When we return, the action will continue. Don't go anywhere.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let me keep coming back, 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 of things we know.
There we go. We missed it the first time. We had to go around for the second time without transition.
Going in for a second
yeah,
pass,
yeah,
Captain.
second pass. So let's get it right. Something getting it right though, Harry. What on earth was that? What on earth was that on Haven? Paper Rex, they dismantled Bren.
Oh, that was a sad time for Filipino fans, and unfortunately, today might be filled with sad times for Filipino Valorant fans because Team South Built coming up next, although we have this map to go first, obviously, are up against Big BAAM, and Big BAAM looked pretty good yesterday against Bren. Sure, they got 2-0'd, but it was a pretty close 2-0 that we were not expecting from a team that had been as dominant as Bren. So Filipino pride is definitely on the line here. Bren want this draw. And if Bren can get this draw, they will keep that first seed because Paper X had a draw earlier against our other Filipino team, Southbill.
I don't want to destroy your hopes just yet. However, I think the round difference of this series may have ruined any chance of coming first for Bren. Especially if Paper X win this, because there's only 11 rounds in the round difference. Paper X make this one-sided and they're first. And there's nothing Bren can do about it, other than, in this case, force them to tie.
That's some brave maths to do on stream, Kramer.
44 and 33, the 11s are pretty good. You can sort of see an 11 at a glance. And anything more and we're screwed.
I don't know if like draws are worth more than round difference. Like where in the
it would be, well, I think because it would mean Paper X wouldn't have lost, whereas Bren would have. So regardless, it would put Paper X first if they win this.
Yeah, they would end up what? Yeah, four wins, 1 loss. Right now, I'm going to leave the mass behind because my brain is not prepared for that. But what my brain is prepared for is, actually, Jing is not playing on the Rays. Zavi's playing on the Rays. And Zavi's had some great games on the Rays. I'm excited to see what kind of area clears they can get with these grenades. And Jing, I'm kind of surprised they left the Rays behind for this one.
Yeah, I think the Rays has been effective for them in the past, but
look at this movement from these duelists.
I love that.
And here comes the wrap back from Paper X. So you thought this was your space. Oh, they have no idea. EJ will be traded out, though, even if Devi has fallen. And now it's all about the battle for heaven. And Zavi loses that summarily.
Derek, messy, but still gets one nonetheless.
That was a weird round, Kramer.
That was a
very
weird
round.
Nonetheless, Bren going to be pretty happy with getting that. Really, really strong stuff from Bren, and I think that for Paper X, they were quite fragmented in that default there, and for Bren, they punish it beautifully with that mid-aggression. We didn't see the attack from Paper X on Haven. So, for all we know, they could be a really defenders-oriented team when it comes to splits.
Yeah, guys, if we're 13-4, then we can save strats on our offense. Truly, we are at the apex of strategy here, Kramer.
That is some counter strats to anti strats.
All right, the wall on B comes on up, but that means that maybe people look elsewhere. Zavi and Derek, the crossfire is so bloody brutal. Devi, okay, grabs themselves a shot onto Zavi. Damage is going to be done, left with 69 HP, but the nice shots keep them alive.
That they do. It falls on to Brain Freeze.
Oh, look at this pinch coming from the back.
Yeah, this is a nasty flank coming in. Paper X, they're just too slow with it. But look at Devi. I think he's read it.
That may well be the case. Devi holding back for now. They see Brain Freeze, and Mind Freak has fallen. Now Devi just needs to be patient. Takes their swing, hits the headshot. The knife is out as they make a sprint for the Spectre. And Josh is making some weird movements, keeping those legs warmed up. Let's go. We've got aerobics class in 20 minutes.
Yeah, that aerobics class in 20 minutes. There ain't nothing that Josh is going to do to miss that aerobics class. They win that 1v1, they push ahead.
I will move hell and high water. I will kill legions.
I will wipe Paper X. That means come between me and my yoga class. There's a full wipe for Paper X here. So we're going to see what they can do against Bren here. But nonetheless, for Bren, it's not too bad a buy. 2 Vandals. Bear in mind, they lost a lot of players on that anti-eco, so the investment's certainly there.
Does mean that if they drop on this, it's There could be some knock-on effects. I like how Zabby has decided just to go for the Sheriff here, figuring that, hey, someone else on my team will get a kill. I can loot off the back of that. Maybe I can try and get a kill off the back of my utility. EJ has put themselves into the corner here of vents. And potentially they could wrap around behind if this dog confirms that EJ's going to take the swing now. That's a good frag onto Jin. And Derek has still survived thus far as well. So now Forsaken's feeling real isolated.
Oh, that's looking worrisome. Brain Freeze has a lot to do here. And how do you expect it to do it with?
Confirming presence in heaven. That means that Brain Freeze has to back off just a touch. They know that they are covered from potentially 2 angles of enemies. Forsaken's going to start the walk. Can they get the headshot? You bet that they can. And now Zabby's the next challenger who's going to present themselves. But for now, they hold up inside the smoke. They're forced out of it by the snake bite. And Paper Rex are finding all the frags that they want to. If Zabby can wait, EJ will be able to join them. And of course, there's no point in walking this one-way smoke at the moment. EJ, oh my goodness, they're running to 2. The run from behind, Forsaken falls down. We've seen AG do magical things before. This might be a little bit beyond them. Going up high. And they are going to be flanked around from behind here. Mind Freak is taking the slow and silent approach. The mark of the ninja shall be given over onto EJ quite shortly. As Timmy Turret is going to do a touch of reconnaissance. EJ starts to make their run. Timmy falls. But Benkai grabs everything they need.
Stay away from me and my child, like I said.
Don't talk to me or my son ever again.
That's Paper Rex. They're really solid round for them to win. It's a really nice exploitation of mid there, where so long as Forsaken is in the area, it means that Brent have to commit players to stop him. And it means that when you end up pushing to B, you only have to kill Brain Freeze. And I say only, it's still pretty hard to do, but once you do kill Brain Freeze, you're able to get a free sight, and everyone's already having to rotate back through defender spawn just so they can have a crack at you. A lot of shotguns from Bren, though, going into this round.
Look at the speed here! They just move on in, and EJ with the right click. Sure, they've only got a classic to play with now, but already 2 frags onto Paper Rex. And maybe later on... Oh, they're trying to bait people into Josh. This is dirty. No. We don't allow those. What scouting can be done? Not too much. There's not an initiator on the side of Paper Rex, so seeing Josh in advance is unlikely. He's just getting some good jump spots here. Maybe looking for a right click. Can they force movement? Forsaken takes a lot of damage, but that's a great adjustment. And now Josh has to make a decision. Do I continue holding this ramp? They can't take the peak here because they will be sponsored by the turret that has been noted before. And they hear people moving on to this area. There's the turret. And Josh's presence is confirmed up top. I have to swap over to a classic because it's going to be better than the judge at this range. Here comes their hero. Watch him as he rotates in. A Vandal.
Well, I like the commitment of this. I really like the commitment of this knockdown. By so
going to
much
burn a lot of time here. Brain Freeze is going to be forced to back on away. Back on away. There we go. No dramas. And Brain Freeze now. Look who's underneath them. Forsaken has got themselves into a lovely little cubby. It's going to be so hard to see this in advance. Brain Freeze drops on down. But Forsaken never even needs to swing because Benkai finds a pair of headshots and evens up the round.
Spectators tickets for Forsaken there. All they have to do is sit in the corner and watch. Benkai, solid round by him. And for Brent, I mean, let's be honest, that wasn't a bad force buy. The reality is, getting 2-3 kills on your anti-eco, forcing Paper X to invest once again, really isn't something you can turn your nose up at. Brent's still struggling economically. You see the Bulldog, the kind of hallmark of a broken economy, but everyone's buying down to 0 anyway. Paper Rex, they can still buy off the back of the spike plant, but their money, it's alright. So not great, though. Oh, ready to come up on Divide. That Viper Spit's going to be very, very useful. Brain Freeze is one away from the Cosmic Divide, but for Forsaken, he's already got his knives ready.
Valir invested in mid here. And with both the Cloudburst and the Snakebite as well, they know that at least 3 people have been present in mid for a little while. Xavi and EJ, they're going to try and find a crossfire, but they've already lost the advantage they had from Derek. Those flashes are gone now. And what can Jing achieve on the other side of this smoke? Oh, the Boombot finds them at just the last second. And while they turn to face it, EJ's going to grab a pair. Forsaken will have to pick up the spike that was previously dropped. And now Bren, they find themselves a numbers disadvantage.
Well, Mindfreak needs to be very careful here. He could be caught out in just a moment. Hasn't heard anything yet, though.
Taken out Forsaken. That's for Spike on the ground. There goes Mindfreak. Xavi, all they need to do here is potentially stop the plant, or maybe just wait for their compatriot to arrive. Dare they offer Benkai 1 versus 2 again? In just the round previous, Benkai managed to win that one out. Xavi panics a touch upon hearing that bait of the Spike plant. 30 seconds remain, and it looks like Benkai, they won't have time, I think, to silently rotate to B. So instead, they're going to look to try and control Heaven. This is already being preempted, though, by Xavi. Oh, my goodness, but Benkai's accuracy is just too much, and now they can fully sprint, because Brain Freeze is going to be forced to try and deal with them.
10 seconds left.
Yep, this is a plant. Easy clap. Brain Freeze was waiting for a second, like, wait, do they have time for this? I don't want to give them over a free frag, but unfortunately, that is going to be the case now. Is that a pair of Nano Swarms still available on the Spike? That's going to complicate matters when it comes to time, Kremer. Brain Freeze can maybe clear those, and dare you use the Cosmic Divide here in this 1v1. Clearing Kirby. Given the location of a Spike plant, they would assume that Garage is not going to be the location. Oh, there's the Nano Swarm, and it's time to run. They go into their own gravity well, afflict themselves who are vulnerable, and Benkai easily able to clutch it twice in a row.
Benkai is starting out to be the hero for Paper Rex. Usually when we expect to see a kind of standout performance, you'd expect it from the Jet, maybe from the Rainer. It's definitely what we saw over on Haven. But in this case, Jing, a bit quiet to start, but Benkai is the one who's sort of shown up and is really looking to deliver. As all the ults, we're not quite at DEFCON Black, but Mindfreak is definitely about to bring us there. As Bren, they stare down this plethora of ults with only 3 of their own once Josh gets his lockdown available.
And Bren wants more. They're down to Sheriffs. We've seen some magical things happen with Sheriffs, but we just don't know if Bren have the mojo today, Kremer. If they have the confidence that comes when you're going to just take that swing with a Sheriff and say that you are the better one. Forsaken. Caught a little grasp of EJ there, and now they know that EJ only has a classic because it was a triple shot that came their way. No distinctive roar of a high caliber bullet let loose. And Josh is going to be able to trade out. Benkai being down. That's good news if you've watched the last few rounds. Zavi's got a lovely little bounce here on the grenade. That's going to do a touch of damage and at least remove some shields. And have 2 defenders on this point. Derek takes a swing, but Jing is so fast. The adjustment is inhuman. And Xavi, unfortunately, while they can get 2, they can't get 3. Josh has got themselves a Vandal. Looted, I believe, off the corpse of Benkai. They might be able to stop this plant if they're ahead of a curve. Oh, that was so close. But Mindfreak, the adjustment, the knowledge, the foresight.
What a round that was by Paper X. More body from Mindfreak to save the planter there. Bear in mind, because they had lined up, if he died, they'd have fallen to the collateral. Really, really strong stuff. And for EJ, looks like the solution is to bring out this ARP and attempt to try and halt the progress of Paper Rex. But this momentum they're establishing, these rounds have been much closer than they have been on Haven. So for all intents and purposes, Bren, they are but a hair's breadth away from just yanking up the handbrake, going 60, and stopping Paper Rex from pulling into this.
Forsaken goes high. Josh is spotted there, but Forsaken does not take the shot. And now they can try and clear through Heaven. It's difficult. They have to swap over to a Vandal to take out Timmy. But look at this. Knowledge is given over. The sky knows all. And everyone might have to just vacate this site. Due to Josh putting down the lockdown, no one's going to try and charge this. This might complicate matters for Devi. The smoke integrity is good, though. They're going to be able to return to this with not too much to worry about. Forsaken's already picked up 3 kills. And look at where they are now with this operator. 2 HP remaining. Oh, my goodness. The movement from Xavi. Bouncing on 4th. Devi going up against Josh. They're getting plenty done. It's come down to a 2 versus 2. A 2 versus 1, in fact. And Josh is once again all alone with this Vandal. Banana Swarms popped in sequence to make sure there's no time for Josh. It can't be a round win. And it might be too far gone in terms of economy, but Mindfreak loses out on the door. Look at how far away Benkai was. Oh, no. Oh, that is That hurts. That hurts a lot, Kremer.
It hurts massively. Bear in mind, Bren, they put the op into that round. The round they get it, EJ didn't even get to fire a shot and hate. It was, I think, went round a corner, died to Forsaken, and that was the lifespan of the op. Forsaken, sure, he loses it to Xavi, but not before killing 3 people. Really strong stuff from Paper Rex there, and I like the investment of a lot of these abilities. I'm not sure how I feel about the Viper Spit that went out. Didn't really get much mileage, but the Astral Divide and the knives definitely got the job done to make up for that misuse.
No, EJ, you don't get to go in garage. That's what Benkai has made. Oh, the fake here though. Benkai's ready. With the lockdown, 4 people are already here. Josh is all alone, but if they walk in, this judge could actually deal with them. They're ready to execute on the fake. Josh with the judge. That's 1. That's 2. That's a collateral with a judge. What?
Oh my God, Harry. That's just what they needed. It's down to Mind Freak in a 1v4.
What am I looking at? Oh, up against Mind Freak now. A body shot will do. Xavi can put this in the grave. But I think it's silent on the ropes at the moment. Mind Freak's just on the run. Everyone else, if they get space, they can just roll on over to A main. Pick up a bunch of free rifles, mate. It's a looting round.
A spike plant would definitely make Paper Rex's round a bit easier. It makes the 1v4 kind of attainable. But nonetheless...
They hear the plant. I'm surprised they aren't going for those rifles when we got all that time. Derek is definitely, I want that rifle, mate. I'm having that. Grabs the Vandal on the way on through. EJ, currently the only player in contact range with a rifle, but hey, the Sheriffs have done plenty of work thus far. The cutoff here, give them a spike location. They know where it's most likely that Mind Freak is going to play this. There's the first gravity well right here to try and stop the defuse, but Xavi begins to hold it once more. Mind Freak has to make a decision. Do you dive on through? You don't get the chance. Another looted rifle on. What an eco there from Bren. And honestly, I can't believe that Josh got that much value off the judge. What a gun, what a weapon.
You say what an eco from Bren. That was what an eco from Josh. That was all
We'll
Josh.
give Josh his love.
Yeah, he deserves that moment in the limelight. Granted, he's in the limelight for all the wrong reasons, using a gun like that, frankly despicable. But he makes it work beautifully, doesn't he? I feel like a judge is like my little dirty secret, where you don't want to admit you use it, but everyone kind of uses it.
Judge Gaming is unbreakable. EJ and Xavi, the stack here in male. Oh, this star could cause trouble. Oh my goodness, look at the speed on this. An attempt to try and stop the refrag. What a beautifully timed dismiss there from Jing to make sure they couldn't be traded out. But Derek on the other side makes matters a touch more complicated. The full blind is given over onto Mind Freak, and that makes him an easy claim. But Jing has already got themselves 3, and Brain Freeze knows that this aggression is inexorably heading their way. The only way it can be stopped is with violence. And Devi. Oh, they don't want to check this right now. Not with the Spectre. They'll just make sure that no one's able to move on through by laying down the Snakebite. And not planting in default here for Benko. We're yet to actually see a plant in default from Paper Rex. They're very conscientious of potential lineups or swings to try and stop that. But moving in as a pair here, Josh and Brain Freeze definitely can get plenty done. They're going to be surrounded on all sides. Look at where Jing is right now. Jing can easily take a swing on this. Do they want to do so? Brain Freeze moves first. They can't quite connect with shots, but that's the head that Jing needed. This could be the ace. They carry on going, and that's it.
Beautiful.
Jing delivers the ace.
Just beautiful. Yeah, he whiffs a little bit, let's be honest, on that first member of the clutch. But it doesn't matter. He's able to recover it. He's able to take to the high ground. And for Jing, that's a moment where he doesn't panic. He lets his aim reset, and then he goes for the second kill. That's lack of panic. That calmness that he's able to exude is exactly why he's one of the best duelists in the tournament. And right now, for Bren, this... Sure, it's been closer, but they're still 6-3 down. They still need something to go their way. EJ with the op. Maybe he can make it work this time against the Killjoy.
That's the dream. Will it become a reality? Derek got a little bit unlucky with these contacts before. Forsaken's actually moved past this area. Oh, this could spell doom for Derek. Forsaken getting ahead of a curve. And there it is. Well aimed, well executed. Xavi sends out the boombot. They have a showstopper. Dare they use it at this point? Maybe it can be combined with a star. Banana Swarm. Means that moving forward is going to be a lot more dangerous and Devi's been caught out. Here comes Devi. There's the showstopper directly onto Benkai. But unfortunately, they lose their life in the process. Rain Freeze adjusts onto Forsaken. But Forsaken's just a touch faster. If we catch up with our round score now, after 10 rounds, it's 7-3 in favor of Paper Rex on their map pick.
All right, it's starting to look very one-sided indeed. I mean, granted, 3 rounds, 9-3 is recoverable. We've seen it recoverable before. We've seen, more importantly, we've seen Paper Rex choke 9-3s before. However, will they be able to convert it this time is the question. More importantly, will they be able to hit 9? Bren, that was a really heavy investment. They're down to pistols once more. They still have the ult advantage. Mind Freak's the only one who's going to have an ult for quite a while over on Paper Rex. But they still have the firepower to work with where the utility fails.
I always consider the Sheriff heavy firepower when it's in the hands of someone like Xavi. An attempt to move up mid here once again, and it feels like Paper Rex are yet to lose a duel for mid that they've truly committed to, Kremer.
Right, some aggression being fought for.
Bruce stands ready. Covered from heaven at least here, so Derek could be a little bit closer. 30 damage given over. Alright, that could be a huge grenade. Forsaken is forced to dash ahead. Now they've expended both of their cloud bursts. The Hawk will be detonated, but I think it's a little bit too far gone. Benkai and Devi easily find their man. And Xavi, I'm afraid you don't have enough bullets in the chamber for this one, love. Josh with the Ghost. Moving up against Forsaken. It doesn't look good, especially with Jing on the lower angle, but EJ's the first to strike. A quick one-tap with the Vandal and an upgrade to the Sheriff for Josh. But they're caught reloading, and Jing is not going to allow anybody to escape from this one, surely. EJ up against multiples, and Jing finds the head.
Wonderful round by Jing there, and they just shut down this side of Bren. I mean, for a while it was looking relatively close. I thought we had maybe a game in our hands, but in this case, Bren, once again, are just being run amok by Paper Rex. I mean, even in rounds like that, sure, they're trading, but it's in the latter stages where we see Paper Rex able to just take 2v1s, work with a man advantage, and make sure that Bren don't even get a foothold in a retake.
We're unable to string rounds together, Kramer. And it makes it much more painful because you're in that constant cycle of doom. Eco to full buy, eco to full buy.
Oh, that's perfect.
It's kept 3 people over on A, but EJ thinks that this is a little bit sussy. A little bit sussy, Baka. I don't think there's anyone among us.
No, the squid made it pretty obvious that it was going to be a hit and a bit of a fake. And that's a really nice bit of counter util from the members of Bren, and again, with Bren. And that completely missed.
If Josh can maintain their life, but it's going to be pretty difficult because it looks like maybe all 5 people are going to, or all 4 attackers are going to head up towards heaven here. Timmy spotted one. Josh ADSing now, trying to find a head early. Having to give it up because of that gravity well. And the turret will fall. So there is the lockdown. They've been identified. They're actually going to exchange lockdowns here. They don't want this space to be claimed for free. There's always the danger of being charged on down. EJ is going to meet so many people down in vents. The Mind Freak's not going to allow for that to continue any further. And now Josh on a bit of a run. Everyone's trying to figure out where everyone else is positioned after those lockdowns. Josh has got 1. Josh has got 2. And now time's starting to run low. The spike is down. If Josh can hold on to this, 8-4 as a half is rescuable for the Filipino side. Piercing through the barrier, but I'm afraid the breach is coming back to you. Benkai falls on down. What a performance from Josh.
Really strong round from Josh, and I really like that there's good and bad from Paper Rex there. I love the fact they go for that fake. I love the counter util from Brenton. Just catch about. It's like a game of chess that round was. We saw with Paper Rex, having seen the counter lockdown, they then commit to making some noise on the rotation, having killed EJ, meaning the mid presence isn't there. So Bren have no way to know if it is a fake or not. Eventually they go. We then see a shift in from Benkai. It's all down to Josh, who holds Heaven solo, and then just by supremacy of aim, getting those 2 kills gives Bren that 4th round. Really, really strong stuff from both sides. However, we now see the sort of defensive... it's more of an attacking duo, isn't it, of Forsaken and Jing. Regardless of what side they're on, they're going to push it, and in this case, it'll be on A.
Josh will be to Viaya here. To make the decision. Do we prioritize healing to keep Josh alive? They keep looking for it, and there it is. Josh is going to be able to go back into fighting form. And now the 2-on-2 can once again happen. The blind given over. But while all of this is happening, the spike is still left in that area back there. The older... I don't even know what it's called. Attacker side over to A. It needs to be picked up by Derek. If they'd lost that duel, a spike could have been caught on a long flank, and that would have been disastrous, but they've avoided that for now, Chroma.
Well, they have in mid divide. Oh, he sees him coming. He's got to get the hell out of there. He instantly pings those smokes, hoping that it gives him a little bit of chance of survival. 35 seconds left now, and Brent, they've definitely run down the clock.
The clock's been run. What can Divide do on this entry? Xavi's movement is so strong, baby. The tracking just isn't there at this moment, and Xavi's still alive for 25 HP, picking up a ghost instead. Where are all of the defenders at the moment? Mostly populating Heaven. Benkai's going to have to go up against Josh, and a frenzy in the hands of Jing. Maybe not ideal at this range, but we've seen what they can do in these rounds. That's plenty. But Devour gives them a little bit of extra HP to work with, so they're going to become the pistol bruiser. But Forsaken, a pair of headshots from the back. Oh, he just makes it look so easy. Is that rank 1 Radiant in my lobby?
That was both rank 1 and rank 2. Forsaken, I think, actually lost rank 1 to Jing. So
I think it's been back and forth for a while.
It has been. Both of them have been duking it out for that rank 1 Radiant. In this case, though, incredible stuff from Forsaken. 2 bullets, 2 kills. You couldn't ask for anything cleaner. 9-4 the scoreline now, when Paper Rex gets to rest on their laurels a little bit as they move into their anti-eco. Bring out the Spectres. Forsaken, a bit confident. Why not? Just hold on to the sheriff. It worked for him last round. What's to stop it from doing the same now?
I want to see some more crispy shots. But will they be given to me? And already, Paper Rex are conditioning the Bren attack to think, hey, A main, by the way, there might be some duelist shenanigans going on there. And it was the same case this time around, but they quickly split away from it after seeing the turret is not present. Of course, the turret has been confirmed in terms of location over on B.
For now, some aggression comes.
Oh,
Benkai.
Jing.
Oh,
Does
right.
Jing? Jing could easily turn this into multiple frags here, especially with the help of a snake bite. With that vulnerable, it would be so easy to tear through everybody. But Devi's a little bit quicker on the trigger right there. They had a good angle onto EJ Devi. They expected more and they found more. Brain freeze up on top of the frog. But will the frog be enough to save you? No, you're going to need more than amphibian wiles for this, son. Jing just crouches down, and Forsaken once again just comes through from the flank and puts one in the head. They never see them coming. And the turret here, it's in the wrong direction to see Forsaken. Oh, Paper Rex, they get to double digits.
Oh, Harry, it's starting to look really damn strong for Paper Rex now. 10-4 the scoreline. Forsaken, having gone for the Sheriff last round and surviving, goes Sonnet. We'll bring out the op. Why not? We're feeling confident. We're having some fun here. Aren't we, Bren? We're having fun. Bren's sort of weeping in the corner. Go, no, we're not having fun.
I want to go home. I need an adult.
It's Bren. They have their full buy coming, but that op of Forsaken could absolutely just mitigate any weapon at all.
Round 3 up, baby. Oh, Forsaken just crouched themselves in. Their presence has been confirmed. Can they beat EJ first? Oh, that's a headshot straight to Sally, but a great trade from EJ. Do you want to grab the op for yourself is the question. It's a freebie if you want to try and make the crossing. Benkai's going to try and contain this as you're running. EJ grabs you yourself. And hey, maybe that op can be a little treat for later, you know? But now Mind Freak has been forced to move on forward, and this should be an easy claim of the B site as Devi wraps around the back. They're seen by Josh. They note the op. There's the op in hand. Devi, oh, they try to double on down, but Josh doesn't lose those. Bren's doing a great job here of B, but they still have an advantage. Eventually, it's going to come through. But Jing, they've allowed Jing to gain so much space here. Valia's already come on through. Full health now, thanks to the Devour. They stop their descent by grabbing onto the rope. Excellent silent play, the wall bang. Now what can Jing do? All we can do here is die, Kremer, and we'll die to EJ.
What on earth was that round from Bren? I mean, sure, shutting down Forsaken was perfect. I think Forsaken maybe getting a little bit too cocky to push down mid like that. Sure, it's an unexpected angle, but with an op, you can only kill one, and he absolutely heard a fair few more than one in mid there. Nonetheless, we move on to the anti-eco. Some shorties come out from Paper Rex. A number of shorties, actually. Are we going to see something naughty from both Jing and Forsaken? Oh, we absolutely are. They had shorties for a moment, but they've changed their mind.
Shenanigans may well be afoot. See how they go. Forsaken almost gets an incidental knife kill as EJ almost dashes into the knife, but EJ has got a trusty rifle, and you know what? Maybe it's a little bit better than just a little bit of melee. It's an all-out brawl on the point, and Derek kills Devi without even seeing them. Mind Freak has an angle from up top, but only really a sheriff to do anything with, and hello. The looted Vandal grabs one. That was a mess, Crummer. That was a mess all around.
I don't really...
Not a bad eco.
I don't really know how to describe that round from Paper Rex. I think the thought process was from Forsaken to smoke the ult orb and then get the knives available. Jing, I don't know what they're doing using the Empress with a frenzy and no armor. A weird round, to be honest, from Paper Rex, I won't lie, but nonetheless, one I think they'll be thankful to get over with as they move to their full investment.
Or Mind Freak punished for their peak. Xavi ahead of a curve here, but instantly traded out by Benkai. The reaction speed is just so good. And Josh has been able to earn the lockdown now to reinforce this push. But look at EJ. They've already got so deep into enemy lines. And as you try and take down the cabbages, oh, they're going to make you grow up big and strong, lads. But unfortunately, you're not going to be growing up if EJ has anything to say about it. A lot of people around the back right now. Derek's going to confirm the presence of at least one here. But they hear people moving away. They hear at least one. They know that someone's doubled on back. So close right here at EJ and Jing. And as far as I've learned from Paper Rex, nothing is lost. Nothing's forgone. While Jing still breathes. But I think that Jing's deciding to breathe another day, as this site is going to be given away. And you know what? Bren on their attack. They're starting to narrow that scoreline.
That's right, they just get the hell out of there. That's going to be 7 for Bren, and a really solid attack. I love the movement from Xavi there to just blast their way in, instantly get the man advantage onto Mind Freak, and then just leave. Solid
EJ got
stuff.
caught in the rafters.
EJ, yeah, maybe the mistake is welcome, just a little bit there. But nonetheless, a fairly solid start from both sides. Now, Paper Rex, they now move into a full investment. Devi holding on to the judge means that we may see something, dare I say it, potentially a gimmick might come out this round. But nonetheless, a gimmick. Ooh. But nonetheless, Bren, they have a fair bit to work with when it comes to ults, and more importantly, money as well. We're going to see the Cosmic Divide come up online this round, as well as the 2 Duelist ults.
Oh my goodness, the showstopper's already out. Speed is the name of the game for Xavi, and they've got plenty of it there. They send it up into Heaven. It just does a little bit of damage to Mind Freak, which EJ ably finishes off. Heaven can be depopulated with a grenade if need be, but Xavi has to worry about the back for now. Who will be in the alley? Who will be discovered? Maybe a din of 2 separate Vandals that they've heard. The plant is good, and so the post-plant locations have plenty of time to try and work with here. Remember, Devi's going to try and retake this with a judge. That makes matters a touch more complicated. Even more investment here as EJ has popped for Bladestorm. I'm not entirely sure why they've done this. Forsaken's fallen. This is looking better and better for Bren, though. EJ, something new and brand new stimulus, Kremer, for Bren is that they've put a couple of rounds together now. And that means that they have an economy. They did not feel this at all on their other side.
Where was this on Haven? Where was this on Haven? Because this was a solid round from Bren, and it's been a solid half for them. So now really start stringing it together. 4 rounds on the bounce. We now see them move into a sort of, I guess, a twilight zone where they have a lot of money to work with, and they don't really want to bring out an op, because if you lose it to Paper X, you know, then they're going to happily use it against you. There's no way in hell Paper X bring an op of their own out for a good few rounds now. There's almost no ults on the field, bar the Cosmic Divide on Brain Freeze and Mind Freak. But that's it. There's nothing on the horizon past that. So it's all down to aim duels here, and unfortunately for Paper X, they're outgunned.
Jing here trying to move. The Guardian one-tap, baby. And Forsaken just keeps on handing them out. Who's next? Who's next? Roll up, roll up, roll up to go up against the premium rifle. 3 frags on to Bren, courtesy of Forsaken. And there will now be a lull in the battle as Bren have to count their losses. What just happened?
What did just happen? Has, for now, Divide to maybe walk the smoke in heaven.
Oh, Devi. They walked for smoke. I can't believe it. Benkai caught out by Brain Freeze. 1 versus 1. Astra versus Astra. Cosmic Divides available for both. And plenty of time to play with. Brain Freeze versus Mind Freak. Mind Freak, the better performer overall today, but I think that can be said of most of Paper X in these mirror duels. 3 stars as well. A pair of smokes. And is this a moment that you'll go for the plant? And where do you want to plant? Do you want to go for default? Do you want to go for back corner? Even behind screens? It seems like Brain Freeze is unperturbed at the moment with trying to go for the objective-based win.
30 seconds left.
But the more time they spend here, the more time, or the more outdated their information about Mind Freak becomes. But then again, in the beginning, do they have any information about Mind Freak, who's now dropped on down? They know that they can drop down silently here. They're so close. They can smell each other. Cosmic Divide. It doesn't block the nasal passages, and it doesn't block Mind Freak's aim. They got a moment for a celebration as they proclaim themselves the Alpha Astra. You dare step to my cosmos. You're in my universe now.
That was absolutely love that shoulder peek through the wall to identify where your opposition is. Sure, you take the odd bullet, but you can walk that off. In this case, Mind Freak certainly can. Dives through the ult on the adjustment of the aim. Gets the headshot. So unfortunately, that's gonna be a bit of taste of Brain Freeze, who was ruined by that. The Cosmic Divide still available for Mind Freak as well, gives the ult advantage to Paper X. 1 away from the lockdown over on Benkai. Forsaken 2 from his, but for the most part, yeah, it's only 2, 3 ability points close to ults over on Bren. They really are going to have to go on aim here. Luckily, they do have the money to do so, but they're running out of rounds.
Divide trying to slow down a mid push here. Has put down their own snake bite. This gives them time to get a little bit of reinforcement as Jing prepares for a crossfire with Forsaken. It's a tale as old as time in Paper X games. The duelists swinging off each other. A jostling hive of attackers at the moment stands at the bottom of mid. Eventually, they will start to move forward. The Boombot here. Will it confirm presence of Jing? It will be taken out from the other side. Will they expect Jing? They will indeed. But where's the swing? Forsaken had already left their post. Jing was all alone after Devi backed off. So there's no ready refrag. And Forsaken's going to have to do it fair and square. Devi set themselves up well to try and catch this aggression. What can they do? They found EJ, but Devi's already hit the shot that they needed to. The Cosmic Divide intervenes in these duels, and it gives Devi a little safe haven to try and play from, but Brennan not going to allow you to maintain that. A lockdown placed to try and deter aggression. And Xavi, they have to try and figure out how to survive this one. They just place themselves in the corner. The lockdown's been destroyed. What a flank from Derek. The trust from Bren in their teammate, in their hero. The flash confirms presence, but Derek doesn't want to take that. Look at the speed on Forsaken. Trying to get a timing. But time is all serving Bren right now when this scoreline gets tighter and tighter.
Wonderful round from Bren there, and an insane bit of tempo change from Derek to dive through that Astra ult to harass the cowering Devi. get that kill, turn your attention back around to screens, go for the flank kill, both the Killjoy and the Killjoy up with a second left on it, and then with the clutch, finish off the remaining members of Paper Rex. An incredible round from Paper Rex, or from Brent, sorry. And for Paper Rex, they're starting to sweat a little bit. Only a handful of pistols to wield here, and all of a sudden, they're really being matched and challenged in a lot of places.
Paper Rex, your map, our map. For now, just a little bit of poking. The default here is to gather some information, figure out which of these sites is the most vulnerable. For those of us with a mini-map, we see that it's B. Only the Astra Anchor here at the moment, and the plink, plink, plink of those pistols will at least show that there are different timbres available on A. So much room for activities here.
Slow positioning, reposition I should say, from Benkai. They turn their attention back to Heaven.
What does Mind Freak got in hand here? Oh, they have a sheriff. This could be dangerous. Alright, Minerva Pulse, but they don't have to reveal themselves just yet. They've been spotted by EJ, who backs away in the back of this. The bullet penetration could be good. The sheriff gets one headshot. Can you give me anything more than this? You bet the Mind Freak can! Oh no, they're not going to do this, surely. 11 HP and they duck away from the blind. Derek's going to claim even more now as they just keep on spraying and keep on praying. But against an eco, this is not the kind of result that you want if you're Bren. One of the Seekers will follow their way over to the buy, and they hear the shorty moving on through. The attempt to try and weaken the enemies is going to be met with consternation. But hey, that was a pretty nice eco.
That was a pretty nice eco indeed. 11 to 10 the scoreline, and all of a sudden, Red, they're giving us a masterclass on the attack of Split. A really solid reaction as well to the Paper X anti-eco, which is, you know that Forsaken doesn't want to reveal the fact he has a Vandal, so you just deploy the squids, you then just use them as a chance to zone where Paper X pushed from Forsaken. You see how he didn't want to shoot it? He just ends up dashing right into the loving and awaiting arms of Bren. Instant kill, goes to the 2-on-1, at which point you can just swarm and kill Jing. Another solid round from Bren, and this time Zavi so fast on the entry.
Oh, but Zavi just has to deal with an absolute gauntlet of utility in EJ. They think that that's fine, they'll just keep going, but you should have learned from the example that was put before you. Derek falls on down. A 2 versus 3 when the dust clears in favor of Paper Rex. And Benkai, do they think that they've been forced off this angle? One way is strong. Josh makes the walk. Benkai gets 3. And that's match point for Paper Rex.
It took a while, didn't it? It took a while to get there. A hard slog of a time to finally hit 12. Eventually, bruised, battered, and weakened, they limp their way to guarantee overtime. Now they've got to try and do it all again. They've got to run that gauntlet again to try to at least close out this map. Bear in mind, round difference is out the window now. Now it's all about survival. Bren, Vandals around the board, a few away from most of their rolls. Nothing on the horizon just yet, though. Whereas Forsaken does have knives to play with. He's the only one who will be able to boast an ult this round.
Forsaken ahead of a curve as much as they can. They avoid getting blinded. And look at this setup they have right now. The second anyone walks this wall, they will be weakened. And they might be unaware. Forsaken misses the first, won't miss the second. Doubling down now, they're within the gravity well and have to expend their tailwind to get away from that grenade. But hey, the man advantage is the man advantage, and now a lack of information on the side of Bren. They no longer have those blinding lights, they no longer have Bruce the dog.
This congregation of Bren turning back to A. Look at this rotation though from Paper X. They've read it beautifully, a 4-man bolsterment of the defense. This is going to be hard to take, and look at this device, just going to go aggressive. Why not?
They're ahead of a curve. Forsaken here with the Vandal. They've already got themselves one. Can they get anything more than this? Josh refuses to allow it. In a 2 versus 3 here, if they can destroy Mind Freak, that would be everything. 2 versus 2. This is match point for Paper Rex. They can claim the win in the series. They can disillusion any doubters of their supremacy if they can make this happen. They've already suffered a draw to a Filipino team, but now with 23 seconds left, the inexorable march of time begins to weigh on the shoulders of Bren. EJ needs to claim this space. They need to allow something to get Brain Freeze forward. Benkai, do you move through the smoke is the question. Oh my goodness, down to a 1-to-1. They need to try and plant. They have to hold it. They've got no other option. Unless Brain Freeze can make it work, but they can't. They give up the plant to take the duel, and Mind Freak wins those every time. Consistency from the Astra and mastery from Paper Rex.
It's every single time we see these two Astras in a 1v1. Mind Freak, he's just able to clutch it out every single time. Paper Rex, they close it out at one of the last possible moments, but they're still able to deliver. 13-10, they take our final map of the series as they emerge victorious at 2-0. Very solid stuff from them, and what a way to finish a group.
A way to finish the group for Bren and Paper X. That's going to make sure that Paper X claim that first seed, and Bren, I believe, will have to sit in second. But we still have so much more to do today, Kremer. While this was all about seeding, and seeding is high stakes, the highest of stakes are survival and, of course, elimination. That's what BAAM versus Self-Built Esports is going to be all about.
Absolutely is. We're going to go to a quick little break. We may be able to get an interview with Paper X in just a moment, so don't go anywhere. Don't rely on it, but it could happen. I suspect it will. So until then, we'll be back in just a moment while we get the interview set up. Have a good one.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
Southeast Asian Valorant fans, Cromer and I have the pleasure to introduce you to our interviewees and champions of Group B here with Paper X. We've got Alex, Jing, and Mindfreak with us today. Thank you very much for joining us, gentlemen, and congratulations on the fat dub.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, I mean, first of all, that game against Bren, map 1 was so dominant. Were you expecting it to be that, dare I say, easy? Or were you expecting it to be a bit closer?
I mean, actually, Haven's our perma ban just because we haven't had time to practice anything else like Fracture, so we had no choice but to play this tournament. So we weren't expecting anything, to be honest. Like, we just went in to try and have fun and try and enjoy ourselves, and I mean, it turned out pretty well. Good for us.
That's true, that's true. So on map 2 then, when it did get a bit closer, did you guys start worrying a little bit, or were you fairly confident, kind of start to finish, that this was your map? Or your series, even?
Yeah, Jay, you can answer that.
You can
I was quite confident that we could like close it out because we actually had like a quite big lead. We just like lost a few crucial rounds, but overall I think like I was quite confident we will win that map.
Well, when it comes to confidence, we saw Mindfreak win 2 crucial 1v1s on point A. And Mindfreak, how do you keep yourself calm in these situations, and how do you give yourself the best chance of winning those 1v1 duels?
I think every time I play like 1v1 or 1v2, I just like think that they are more bad than me. I feel like I'm better than them, so kinda give me more confidence, I guess. So yeah,
Everyone loves the
I think that's about
confidence.
it.
On the topic of confidence, Jing, we see from you and Forsaken, you guys kind of have this hit squad that move out a lot and you work for a man advantage. Do you sometimes find yourself falling into the trap of potentially overextending? And how do you combat that?
Yeah, like once in a while, like me and Forsaken might be too aggressive and like get trapped and die. I think we just like in order to fix that, we just have to play more and like understand and like if there's a trap, we have to like know that there's a trap and like not get hit by it.
Your team as a whole is obviously looking super powerful right now. I believe you've only dropped 1 map throughout the group stage to South Built Esports. And that was an interesting icebox that maybe we can ask about later. But what's changed for your team since the APAC LCQ when you guys didn't qualify for champions?
I was gonna say that actually since LCQ we haven't actually scrimmed at all or practiced together as a team because we took like a 3-week break. So we came into this like not expecting anything. I guess what changed is we have decided to listen to the Indonesian crowd, and Jason's playing Jet now, and it's turning out pretty good for us. I mean, Forsaken's playing Jet now, yeah, so it's turning out good for us.
Coaching
Pretty
by
much
Twitch
it,
chat.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
The best Valorant players there are in Twitch chat.
Exactly. I've decided to like heed their words, and well, I'm being proven wrong.
So a question to kind of all of you guys is, yesterday you sort of guaranteed playoffs. Now you're guaranteed, I think, first place unless something horrific goes wrong. Is there a team in Group A that you really want to play against?
Boom has new lineup.
Yeah.
We usually play LVR and Kingsway in our local circuit. So I mean, it's always fun to play them, I guess, because we see them all the time also. I like to play Boom, I guess. They have a new lineup, new Jet player, everything, and so like it's good to test ourselves with someone new.
I believe you're going to be seeded up against Sharper. Do you have any experience with the Thai team?
Yeah, we scrim with them once in a while. I like them. Like I think a couple of the players used to play CS:GO against us as well. So like old friends, you know. Looking forward to it.
When you do end up in games against players that you know, do you find that helps you quite a lot and you sort of feel a bit more confident? Or does that actually play against you and you're worried because you know how they play? That goes to all of you.
I mean, for me, I think it's a double-edged sword, right? Because they know us, we know them. Then there's a lot of mind games, meta games going on. I think the hardest opponents are usually those in your own circuit. So, for example, I think we would find the SGMY teams the hardest to play against because sometimes there's a lot of like ego involved and stuff, you know, and it's something that we try to avoid. But like, you know, you just want to one up everyone, and it becomes a bit messy sometimes. I mean, we've been working really hard at avoiding this emotional traps, you know, our own like losing to ourselves. So I mean, it's definitely gotten better. But I find it hard. I'm not sure about JJ and Aaron though. I mean Jing and Mindfreak.
I would say, I think same as you. I mean, like, how to say it? Like, he got the point, like all the point that I want to try to say. So I think, yeah, we've been working with the, I would say, mentality problem. Is it mentality problem? I don't really know how to explain it. So yeah, but I think it's getting a lot better than last time.
Out of interest, you guys are going to be going into playoffs, and you're only, I think, 3 series away from winning the majority of that $10,000 prize pool. Kind of going into playoffs, are you guys going to be cracking, or are you still seeing this as more of a we're here for fun tournament?
We've started already. Like we started on Monday.
Oh, okay.
So it was just nice that like we planned the 3-week break, and then we were invited to play in this. So we're like, okay, now we have no choice. We have to play this because it's rare to get tournaments. So we're just like, okay, we'll play and practice at the same time. So we've already started. We came in a bit cold, I think, our first game, but somehow it's looking pretty good right now. A bit warmed up now.
Before we let you go, I want to get the inside track. We have 1 spot left in playoffs and 3 teams who could potentially be there. South Built Esports, Beast, and Team Big BAAM. Who do you guys think is going to take that final spot in playoffs?
I think South Built.
Yeah, me too. I think South Built.
Okay.
Aaron?
Wait, SBE, Beast, and Big
Beast,
BAAM.
Big BAAM, are you not gonna support Indo?
I mean,
Beast to take it.
I mean, I'm happy if Beast make it.
Beast has to beat South Built, is it, to go in?
Beast is going up against Bleed in our 3rd match, and South Built / Big BAAM are going up against each other next.
So South Built have to beat Big BAAM, and Beast have to lose to Bleed.
Oh,
it's hard.
What happens if there's
I think I'm happy if Beast make it actually.
Got to placate the Indonesian Radiance who told you guys to put Forsaken on Jet. Otherwise, they might stop giving the free coaching.
Exactly.
That's wonderful. Everybody, thank you so much for doing this interview with us.
You're very
This
welcome.
went a lot smoother than our Louvre ones.
I hope you've unmuted them this time. We're going to have a very angry chat in about 5 minutes' time.
From they're actually unmuted. Thank you very much to Jing, Mindfreak,
Thank
and
you.
Alex.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you, it was fun. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
See you soon.
Thank you very much. In a bit.
Okay,
Bye.
bye-bye.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. love goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
I know my limits. You can break me down, but I will stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See you again.
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground,
back in.
You and me are bored of regularities, living all the dreams, playing all the games, and getting high on love. They can chase us down, but we will always win. Leading every dance, feeling every touch, and getting high on love. We're invincible. Trust in me, we're invincible. Don't you see, we're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. Keeping you in the right direction. No matter how your confidence may fall, I'll be here as your foundation. And I say, hey, yo, just let it go. Your struggles won't remain. And I say, we're holding hope and wake up yesterday. So hold on to Hold on to me.
Gave you too much, now I'm swallowed.
Welcome as BAAM take on South-Built Esports. It's elimination time, Harry. One of these teams will be going home. The other will be fighting and praying that Bleed perform well after this. And that will give them that space, that rank 4 slots, giving them playoffs. Now, let's be honest, there is only a start here. If you win this, you get playoffs. But in playoffs, you're going to have to play against Louvre. This is going to be a start of a mountain.
There are 2 prizes on offer for these teams here if they win. The first, of course, is a win in your column, which could mean everything when it comes through to moving to our playoffs and battling for that $10,000 prize. The second is, of course, becoming the largest Bleed fans in history. To hope that they would defeat Beast, because winning this doesn't guarantee you that spot. The loser is guaranteed to be out, but the winner still has to have a little fight with Bleed. Beast, rather. Too many B teams, Kramer.
That's a lot of B teams. Tell you what, though, we go into Icebox. I quite like seeing Icebox come out. It's a really versatile map, and more importantly, it really encourages duelists to push for some tempo. We see that here by the Reyna Jet combo on both sides. NTK has had an incredible tournament on Jets. Over on South-Built, we've seen not only Yar have some standout performances, but AZ's as well has been able to deliver. So this really is going to be a very, very close game. For me, I quite like the Sage over the Killjoy. I think that it gives you a little bit of extra versatility on your duelists, being able to res them and give them another crack at fights. Fortunately, though, that is only one round of many, and as we get into this, I suspect we'll be seeing many, many rounds as these teams, they look deadlocked.
I'm a basic boy, Kramer. I like to see Jets fighting each other, and Jar versus NTK gets me all hot and bothered. Our best highlight of the game, of the tournament so far, some would say, was Jar hitting the Operator Ace against all of Paper Rex. And it's no surprise that Self-Built Esports have decided to take us to this map when this is where the only map that Paper Rex have dropped this tournament was claimed by them.
Yep. This is quite a nice place to start, isn't it? But you need to remember, Paper Rex, when they went into this tournament, they hadn't practiced for a very long time. We've seen them actually develop over the course of the tournament. Whether or not that was a fleeting moment, we'll have to see, because it's aggression to start.
Hold up, check this out. NTK. A little bit frisky, a little bit up too high. Jar's going to be the first one to fall, claimed by Mwef now and Pro. Might be the next one to fall into the crosshairs of these duelists.
Here.
Out comes the drone. NTK, going to be pinged. A quick bounce away here. And potentially into safety, but the drone is still harassing. They will not give away any of this for free. Papachulo is going to look here for that plant, and they will find it. And a healer's given out, but losing Jar already has made things a touch more complicated. If they got time to allow for Pina to rotate on over, as Mwef is going to leave this a little bit more vulnerable in terms of a wall, as he's going down. NTK storms on forward, and it seems like everyone on BAAM is getting their pound of flesh.
BAAM and this being gone. What an opening from them there. And, well, to go into a retake in a 4-on-5 and then actually convert it, keeping all 4 members alive, that's really damn impressive. And for BAAM, that's the tempo setter. For South-Built, they move into their eco. Bear in mind, the spike plant gives them that little bit of extra cash, which means that next round they're going to have a really, really strong full buy. For BAAM, trying to combat it now will comprise of a couple of weapons here or there. We do have a quick pause, though, from South-Built as we move into attack.
Tell you what, Kramer. BAAM yesterday looked the best they ever have been. And while we did characterize South Built Esports, huge amount of Filipino pride rests on them. They do already have Bren representing the Philippines up in playoffs, but of our two Vietnamese teams, both of them could be exiting without making it to playoffs. Division X in Group A, unfortunately, were unable to make the cut, but BAAM, hopes of Vietnam and esports are still alive, and they are kicking. I like the choice of the Marshal here on the side of NTK. Remember that up against no armor, 101 damage on the body shots. That would be as if it was a mini operator against an eco.
Yeah, it's a really nice stuff to have, especially on Icebox as well, because you have these very long alleyways of vision. In this case, you see from NTK here, a bit of an off angle to work with, but he has the dash. He can go wherever he wants. For now, it looks like from the positioning of South Built, it's Pina who's going to have a bit of pressure on them to try and defend this B site. Bear in mind, Pina, they have had some very strong standout performances on the Viper, probably one of the stronger Vipers in this group. Let's see what they can do on this attack.
A lot of presence towards mid here, Pina. Will they decide to put down their wall? Like they've saved it thus far. Didn't want to commit it a little bit too early in case it was needed for a retake, but now that they know that there is presence on B, they decide to invest that right here. Jar with the classic going to try and claim a huge amount of space. If they penetrate this wall, a lot of their health will be gone, and a little bit's been taken away now by a rogue pistol shot, bringing them down to 75. At the moment, I think Dorf is confident in just being able to try and hold this with their friendly Viper. Anyone crossing that wall is going to be so easy to take out with a Spectre. Already Jars caught themselves a headshot. I believe that was blind from Pina. And the wall hasn't even been used by the Sage yet, so there has been a concerted effort to try and get the plant. Overwhelming Dorf, though, but Pina, it's shot after shot from the Ghost. Unfortunately, they don't have the health to survive. The secondary assault that comes through from Papachulo. Has Papachulo been able to grind themselves out a weapon? No, they couldn't grab that Spectre. And that means that, well, this post-plant is going to be a touch more difficult here, Kremer. Already, there's the recon. Balia sent on out. Papachulo, catches a headshot from NTK. Didn't even bother to use the Marshal. That's still a brand new Marshal, not a shot fired just yet.
Clean. Sell it for extra if it's not been fired yet. NTK.
That's NTKs, man. That's increased in value.
Yeah, exactly. So this really is, you're right. The longer this game goes on for, the more that Marshal's going to cost. What is this? Is that an op coming out on Pina?
What? I mean,
well,
they did just stick with the Ghost.
Okay.
All right.
I was going to say,
that's enough of this irresponsibility.
Yeah, I like the thought process, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Looking over at Papachulo and Co, they do have those Vandals ready to be used. Papachulo actually already only one away from getting that res up, so we could see it used very hyperactively in this case.
Interesting that Dorf is playing on low ground here to try and control mid. Valia is not taken down, but Aziz makes sure that Dorf is not going to be anything to worry about. Not the bounce that was wanted there, unfortunately, for Mo. And NTK takes down their counterpart. That might be an unrecoverable rifle if it's up on top of that tube still. This position from Aziz is going to be exploited. The high ground just proving too great. And maybe an upgrade can be given over here. As Mof is going to find themselves a Vandal to try and play with. 3 versus 2 in the post plant. Papachulo. Do they want to try and play for the resurrection to keep this economy rolling on forward now they have had to buy in? For now, Mwef. Moving on up, Papachulo instantly puts one in the head. And there's no health left for Mo.
Really strong round from Papachulo. Really strong game so far from Papachulo. What a way to enter. Already with the ult available. Dorf one away from getting the lock down, which is something to watch out for. But the others, yeah, 1 or 2 points away from bringing theirs online. Right now, this round is going to be, for the majority of it, will be based on Angels. However, if we do see maybe the knives come online, maybe the Viper's Pelt come online, it could very well be used on the spot as it comes. NTK, I love the round 4 op. Getting out nice and early means that you sort of mitigate the economic damage you'll take should you lose it, and more importantly, you allow that boost to come if it survives each round.
Oh, they've seen something in mid. Dorf's going to put down the alarm bot within the smoke to make sure that control of this area is going to be shared, Grammar. Good job. The speed on them. What can we do against this Empress? Aziz has already used this, and staring down this area makes it very difficult for Mwef to try and take the peak, so it's the jump peak with the knife for now. And Jar NTK rather, has been left on A to try and defend it with the operator. But it seems like it is going to be a full committal to B over here. Still, without moving forward, this allows them to just listen over like, what's going on? Where are they? I don't hear them. Down comes the wall finally. And the plant won't be in good time here. Papachulo's almost suffered entirely getting that. They just hold down the trigger, and it allows them to get rid of that Sage. Oh my goodness, the long-range dink there from Wef has made sure the Jar is laid low, and Micro from mid has found an easy flank onto Dorf. And now, mid is so much more open. It needs to be checked by the Sova. That turret's no longer active. Avoiding the recon arrow. Nope, never mind. Micro is going to be pinged. And Murph feels good about this. They're just going to move on down the tube, try and cut off any rotations, make sure that these guys are very much committed to the hit on B, because escaping from this would be incredibly difficult. And with this kind of time remaining, it's the only option that's going to be given. Aziz starts to take a little bit of damage. They're afflicted with the vulnerable. They get out of that toot suite. And finally, the operator has arrived on the scene. Thus far, unnoted from NTK. They've got the back of Yellow watched. The wall comes on up. And Binia has fallen. The frag from the shock dart. Jar is revealed. And it seems like NTK, they haven't had to reveal this at all yet, because Webfish has got absolutely huge, just marauding their way through.
Well, you don't even need the op on NTK. Smoke goes around and kills everyone. What a round that was.
Cool.
The South built. Let's see what can be done with a reinvestment required. They do buy into it, but they buy down to 0, you need to bear in mind. And in this case, with a couple of ults available, they do have the Viper Spit. They more importantly have the res available for Papichulo. This is still a very, very close affair in this round. Pina, having fallen last, does have to drop down to the Spectre, but that economy is felt on it for South built as well. We do see the Sheriff only on Micro, and actually a Sheriff on Papichulo as well. So it's not a pretty investment from South build, but BAAM aren't at full capacity either.
NTK, a brave position here. They could be flanked on here from Cat, and that's the position that Aziz currently holds. But not for long. That's a shot to the chest. One of the hero rifles is down, but should be easily recoverable for one of the other members of South build. In fact, they actually just bring back Aziz on the eco round. An interesting choice, considering you're up against still full armaments from BAAM.
Yeah, bold res to go for. Bear in mind, though, he is one of the only players who have a Vandal. He was one of the only players with armor. Now he's gone. I would love to see him give that Vandal to Yar.
And Jar here moves on. They see Dorf, but they can't quite connect the headshot. Bouncing up and down with that beanie. It's like a carnival game, and Pro never misses those. You gave over too much temptation. NTK swaps over now onto the Vandal instead, hoping it's going to be a little bit better. And it is. Quick on the draw, and Papachulo is quick to drop now. Will it be yet another rotation? Mwef, they've earned themselves the Empress, and it's quick to come on out. Look at the flank around coming from the back. Both Aziz and Jar play from this angle, and that's going to be a connection with the Sheriff, potentially an upgrade. Jar gets himself another headshot. Jar finds even more, and Pro is on the other side. Did they manage to find the operator, though? I think Jar's going to leave it for now. That was a great economy round there from South build. Apparently, the resurrection was the right idea, Kramer.
Perfect round from them. My only concern from BAAM there is they look kind of lost. Pina, he's just caught out completely, holding his knife. We saw at the end there, I believe it was NTK, he met eyes with Pro, but he just throws the smoke down and hopes that Pro kind of loses interest. And
Have mercy?
Yeah, he's punished
Smoke bomb.
for it.
Smoke bomb tactic of limited usefulness in Valorant, I'm told. Isn't Assassin's Creed anymore. The Hunter's Fury from Move here. Unable to get any pings, but at least opens the door for Dorf to try and roll on down through mid. This is going to make any attempt at a fake more dangerous, as control through this alleyway is going to be heavily restricted. Jar versus Mwef. Who comes out on top? A little bit of a shot there from Mwef, and it goes straight into Jar's head. A beautiful spot over the wall. And now Mwef is going to be emboldened to potentially move on forward after this drone. A pair of slow orbs are thrown on out. So Mwef doesn't quite want to bring themselves out into the open now. And Dorf has actually abandoned the mid-hold that they had previously. So Micro has been able to control this. But you can't go all the way down because NTK's holding at the other end with a Blade Storm. And now NTK, you've got to gamble. Should you go over to A? A secondary updraft maybe? No. They see not enough in mid. And suspicions begin to mount on A. Paranoia begins to breed.
Seconds left.
The hairs on their arms begin to stand on end as the fear sets in. 4 players come towards NTK. Will they be able to deliver a headshot? That's 1. NTK, what more do you have for me? Vietnam's gift to Esports is going to be walled off over there, but it doesn't matter when you can get onto Aziz that easily. They hear the plant. They know where it's likely to be. Papachulo's going to be in a nice little cabin here. NTK only has to take out 1. In fact, it's 5 versus 1 for Pro. This would take absolute a monstrosity of aim to work out. And there it is. BAAM are going to pick up their 4th.
They're thrust into the maelstrom, but nonetheless, BAAM, they emerge with every single member left standing. Sure, NTK, he's definitely limping a bit as they complete the round. More importantly, Mof as well, also struggling a bit. But they survive, which is what matters. And that armor is going to be reinvested. That's all they have to reinvest going into this round. Really strong stuff from BAAM there. And a nice shutdown to the South built attack. Now, unfortunately, having committed the knives and having committed the Empress last round, they don't have much in terms of ults. Yes, they have the lockdown and the Viper's Pit, but that's half the ults that South build do. Sure, Papachulo's a bit away from the res, but that same distance is for the rest of BAAM. With such a heavy ult usage, yeah, easily go straight for the knives here.
Yar moves forward. The storm is coming. And that's going to be all misses. Just a couple of body shots. Get onto Mof there. Can they connect the headshot with the Sheriff? Yes, they can, but Dorf, the Marauder of Mid, has claimed both Jar and Pro. And now you are locked into this A attack. NTK has got themselves a lovely little sideline. How have they messed that up? Aziz, what an adjustment from them, but they are going to be taken out by Mwef, who's having themselves one hell of a game so far, Kremer. Papachulo puts up the classic. Oh, they actually use it for elevation. What a beautiful bit of conditioning. Down goes for lockdown. I don't think there's any safe spot here for Papachulo, and they're just going to get caught as they start running. Pina controlled the backside. And, well, I think that's all.
That lockdown felt like a little bit of an overinvestment, but it does guarantee you a round. And at 5-2, you just want to make sure you're ticking through. Bear in mind, Yard did expend the knives, so it's kind of like equal usage, but there's still a lot on the arsenal of South built. Sure, there isn't much money, but the abilities is what you need to watch out for. And what I quite like is Pina, he's held on to this Viper's Pit. And I suspect the reason behind that is because you have the off on NTK. There's no point using it on A because NTK is just going to be sniping there anyway. You might as well wait for either a retake or a position in which you know your site's under pressure before you then pop it. So really, really nice stuff from Pina. And for Pro, I would love to see him trying to use the Hunter's Fury as a way to open one of these rounds.
NTK is going to see Aziz very soon. It's a miss on the first, and so they surrender that high ground away. Exactly right. I think you don't want to be layering both your Operator and your Viper's Pit on a single site, but with the anchoring that Pina's doing on B, it might be that they try and use that Viper's Pit to herd people into the sight lines of NTK and make the A seems a bit more palatable. This is a vulnerable position, actually, for Pina. Up against multiple peaks. Oh, that's so crispy. Oh, my goodness. You could put it in a bucket and serve it. That is so crispy.
My God, Harry. I tell you what, well, that's definitely why
even
I
more.
Oh. Okay,
just
that's the wall as well.
Quantity of fire eventually wins out here. Dorf versus Aziz, who's plenty dangerous with this Sheriff. And they're going to continue proving such on this Eco South built. They aren't being outclassed that hard. NTK walks the wall, but they're forced to back away now because a reload is going to be mandated. And look at this. They're not bothered about trying to get the plant. They're in here to get the Vandal instead. An upgrade for Aziz may cause some issues and some problems, and it's definitely the case for Mwef. Aziz is now on 3 kills up against the Operator. It's not looking good for NTK. Now they have to go post-plant. They don't know where anyone is at this moment. They have to assume that someone's behind yellow, but where has Micro gone is the question. Are they holding close, or are they holding far? And do they have post-plant utility? They've got a single snakebite to try and work with. NTK may feel that this is just untenable as a single jet. And South built, they've got enough of a deficit in rounds here that maybe they don't want to try and hunt down this Operator. They'll just take the round win.
They will. They'll get that round win, and they'll leave. Really, really strong round from South built, and they don't really use their ults in it either. They had Micro's Pit ready to be expended. There was the Empress as well that could have been thrown out. And a solid round, really solid round from South Built there. AZ's just sort of takes each 1v1 as it comes. And for BAAM, I can't help but feel they got a bit cocky there taking 1v1s like that.
Yeah, maybe a little big for their britches. And Pina certainly was feeling it after her first 2 headshots, but then as this just whips around the corners, and then you don't get to keep getting away with that. You can't hold that same position 3 fights in a row. I refuse to allow it. And once again, stacking up outside B. Who knows if they'll commit, but SB here have at least been able to cobble together a full buy and a little bit of cushion on the economy of Aziz right now. They hand over to Pina, the operator, allowing for NTK to try and play off the back of this. NTK has been unable to spot so far. Pina trying their best to avoid this. NTK from the top wants to try and peel. The operator's lost. That's super unrecoverable right now unless NTK wants to do something absolutely manic. And unfortunately, they're not going to be given the chance. Aziz is once again going off before being traded. It's down to a 2 versus 2 in the aftermath of a resurrection. Papachulo has a high ground to try and use. Dorf gets 4! God. Oh my goodness. Find me up. Where's it gone? It's in the corner. There we go.
What a round from Dorf there, and it's exactly what AZ's had done unto BAAM the round beforehand, and it's just 1v1 after 1v1. He dances around yellow, taking each bit of contact, and with that, I mean, South Built, it must feel a bit bitter to have it done back to you, but nonetheless, as each team goes blow for blow.
How do you do that?
Yeah, only we're allowed to do that. While each team is going blow for blow, there have been spike plants, which means that for South Built, their economy is not as bad as it could be, but they're playing the safe side. They're dropping down to 2k and just letting the odd Vandal, the Sheriffs, do the talking.
The operator on A is going to have guests. It's not been a big operator game for NTK thus far. In fact, we've missed quite a few easy and early plays as this instantly sends out that Leah. I'm still wondering what can be done here. NTK finds a headshot to open up. They're soon going to make contact with Jar, but they're going to back off for the moment. And now it's all about up high. Aziz finds themselves an easy dismiss away. Can they continue stringing these together? They can't find Dorf. Once again, it's the Killjoy who does way too much. Mwef falls on down, a victim of the shock dart. And Pina doesn't even have a chance to contemplate bringing out their own pit here. Mauve catches Jar as they exit the pit, and Micro as well. What a well-considered ultimate here, but Pro finds their timing and finds their counterpart. An excellent performance from Vasova to keep SBE maintaining some momentum here.
Really, really strong stuff from South Built, and for Pro, I mean, that's certainly a way to win a round. Just swinging in, he wasn't even shifting, making all the noise in the world. He doesn't care, he just wants to kill. Moth gets shut down by it, and sure, there was a heavy investment on ults from both sides. What this may do, being able to ruin the economy of BAAM, is probably baited them into now using that ult on Pina early on, just so they can use the Sheriff, just so they can keep SBE at bay.
Moth might find some shenanigans here. Oh, yeah, something's going on in mid, boys. Oh, that's 3 pings off the back of a Hunter's Fury and 2 in 1 hit. Oh, my goodness. BAAM have gained themselves a man advantage and then some, Crema. What a ult from Moth. No mercy required.
This is really damn tough now. Oh, for South Built. The round, it was theirs. It was set up to be theirs. But it's just gone downhill. What on earth has happened, Harry?
And now Jar, they're on rifle guard duty. They know that they're up against an eco. They can't allow for these to be easily taken. And they are right now fairly close to Dorf. No slouch when it comes to that show, but look at this. Oh, loud as they make a move. And that allows for a free kill for Jar. Mwef at the top has a Marshal to try and play with. But they're very good with their positioning. They don't give it away to Jar for free.
They don't want to go for the follow-up just yet. They just want to hide. They want to take their time with this, and
30 seconds
it's really
left.
looking tough. Going through mid, Moth, he may have the timing, just. But
they're going to platform up to them. Oh, Jar's so close. And remember, at the moment, Jar, I believe, doesn't have armor. That means that they could be body shot here. Mwef is going to try and make their move, and here comes Pina from the other side. The Sheriff from behind. an unconventional angle. Look at this for silent platforming right now to try and make Jar turn around, to open it up for somebody else. Multiple pings are made. And Pina comes in from the top rope, baby. Oh, it's an RKO out of nowhere.
RKO out of nowhere, accompanied by the gut shots of Moth there. I mean, that is a great opening from BAAM. And I mean, a well-recovered round. They had no business in winning. Southville, that was credit where credit is due. Being able to get the spike plant, being able to kind of zone out an area to plant has definitely helped them economically. But the fact is, BAAM wiped them when it came to that usage of the Hunter's Fury. A lot more mileage than when we saw Pro try to use it to zone earlier, where it didn't actually get any damage at all. He's one away from a zone, but the gauntlet's been thrown down by Mo, that's for sure. So he does have to be careful. And with the ult advantage now in favour of NTK, we still haven't seen this Viper Pit be used by Pina.
I want to see Jar wake up. This is the man who aced Paper X on this map with the Operator. Admittedly, it was on the defense. A pair of Blade Storms will be activated. And now it's on Jar to potentially lead the way here. A pair of Shock Darts placed on top of that ultimate orb. Luckily, all the damage is avoided thus far. And I believe that is now a newly available Hunter's Fury for Pro. And look at this far back position here from Micro. They really want to make sure that no one's rolling in from behind, so everyone else can just have eyes forward, ready to duel.
For now, questions ready to come through.
The drone going to come out first from Pro. Jar only has a singular one of these updrafts to work with. And that could inform their pathing here. Things have been made onto the usual locations of both Dorth and Pina. There is the Viper's Pit.
Finally see it.
And now with 34 seconds remaining, do you go into this? Out comes the Hunter's Fury. Pro uses this to try and cut off any rotations, but no pings are given over so far. Wef now from the back pops the Empress. What can they do to re-enter here? They've been obfuscated away by this wall. They can jump to Viper's Pit if they so desire. Dorf in this area. Trying to clear these angles using the Swarm Grenade. Again and again. Pings onto the spike. Aziz has found two. Jar's going to catch headshots, but Micro's got everything they want. Micro, yes. Macro frags. The kills are big.
Oh, it's a great round. A great round from Micro. What a way to end your half as well. You do so, showing BAAM that this isn't going to be as easy as you think it is, mate. Hey, you take a look at the rounds in the final 6 rounds of this half. An absolute to and fro from either side. There is no clear leader here. Sure, there's 2 wins in favour of BAAM. 2 rounds, but all Southport needs to do is take the pistol here, and it's straight back to ground 0. This is about as close as it gets, and for an elimination match, I wouldn't expect anything more.
Battling for survival. No one wants to be exiting this tournament with all that dollar on the line. Interesting, we've got a little bit of a different setup here. Without the Killjoy, it's actually the Sage who's joining Micro on B for the moment. That means that mid is going to have a little bit less control given over to it. Because at the moment, the wall has not been placed over there. Instead, they're going to try and control mid just by aiming down towards it on the side of Papachulo.
We'll get ready for a follow-up. Aggression comes through. Micro on the jump spot. Hoping to catch out an initial player, though.
Going up against 2 duelists here. Won't complicate matters that much unless they decide to take a fight into Aaliyah, which would be quite silly. Micro isn't a silly player. Micro is a smart player. They're going to catch her first. Did they see 2 cross, though? They might have been hiding each other as they made their way. There's the snake bite. The poison orb as well. Can Micro play within this? Remember, that fuel is going to dissipate right fast, and they get pinged by the recon bot. A critical misstep that allows for easy clap. NTK has bought themselves up a sheriff. That means they're going to be the primary battler here. A small bug on the smoke, unfortunately, means that area might be obfuscated for quite a while, Kramer. As Aziz prepares to try and retake this zone. Snakebite after snakebite means standing on top of that spike is going to become increasingly difficult. And NTK hits the shot they need to with the Sheriff, but Jar's able to finish off that low health Jet. Look at this rotation together from Jar and Pro. They're trying to force Moef and Dorf off these angles, and they begin to hold the half defuse. Jar gets the first. Can Jar win the second duel? Pro has put Mwef so low, but they need to try and hold this now. The tap is forthcoming, and Mwef, they think they've won on the timing, and they have.
Wonderful round by Mwef. And honestly, the AZ Mwef duel has been perfect this game. The Rainers have been so impactful throughout this series, and well, for South Built, as they now move into a kind of a pitiful moment where they have to think, oh, this could suddenly go very bad. A few classics come out here or there. For BAAM, it's Spectres round the board. Now, you need to remember as well, Split is our next map, and we've seen how good South Built can be on Split, especially in that game against Bren we saw yesterday, I believe. So this is still looking close, regardless of the outcome of Icebox. And honestly, if this ends in a tie, I would not be surprised.
Jar gonna meet one to begin with. Can they finish off? No. With only one bullet in the chamber, they still decide to double down and try to make it happen. There we go. They've traded themselves out from Mwef. It could be worse here as Pina plays from the ropes. RKO once again. Oh, the movement of this Viper. It's that of a duelist.
Absolutely is. I really like South Built's approach to that round, to just keep fighting, hold these close angles, and we see it on the radar. Just swing, keep shooting. When you back off, just keep shooting, just keep doing damage. They get a kill, they almost cripple two of the other BAAM members there, and killing 3 members on your full eco, that's perfect. You got to mitigate any chance to play bonus. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite get that extra bullet that's required on Azes and Yar. Because of that, full Vandal buy comes out to try and counter these Spectres, and only a classic being held onto by both.
Need to see big things from Aziz and Jar here. It's been a slow game for the South Built Esports Jet. And occasionally Jar is indeed the Astra player as well. It feels like they pick up the Jet mostly on Icebox. Aziz opens it up well, takes out NTK. Couldn't ask for a bigger frag to begin with, really. And now Aziz is going to be called to do even more. They're surrounded on 3 sides. Now what can Jar do? All they can do is die. Look at those double peaks. They're so clean from BAAM. The Vietnamese side, they have woken up when it comes to their strategies. They're not giving anything away for free. And they've got plenty of room here to try and make some good post-plant positions. They know that someone's on the other side of screens there. That was more of a information-gathering Leah than it was a battling Leah from Mwef. Surely they don't pierce out of this smoke. They'll wait for Papachulo to walk, and Papachulo walk they do. The Vandal in hand. They've taken out Pina as well. But look at Dorf's position. All they need to do is play the time right now. Papachulo with the boost, though. Oh, he's got the techers.
Oh, he is damn good, Harry. He is real good. Papachulo, that's twice now he's used that wall to just catch a player off guard on altitude difference and completely ruin them. Really strong stuff from him, and I guess it shows the versatility of the Sage here. Granted, it's struggling to match with the Killjoy, but that's more Dorf having a great game. The Killjoy utility on its own hasn't really been enough to justify it over the Sage, in my opinion. For BAAM's ult usage, though, they do have that lockdown available, and that really will be the true test of the Killjoy. We have Empress available for Moth, and the knives available for Yar. I think we are going to see Yar throw out these knives this round, in the hopes that it can give him a bit of a bonus. Bear in mind that Azes is delegated down to just a bulldog.
I keep hoping for big performances from Jar. But still, they haven't come my way, Kremer. Look at this. A foray up mid from Papachulo is instantly punished. They might have been feeling good after that clutch at the end of the last round, but Pina's here to make sure that your good feelings are instantly dissipated. And Micro is in an isolated position. Escaping from this is going to require more than just movement. It's going to require firepower as well. They'll be pinged by the recon arrow that confirms that they're still there. They have been given a little bit of a rescue, potentially, by the wall that's been put up by their counterpart in Pina. Micro finds that. They stop the plant. And Aziz now from the top has a beautiful sightline until their eyes are taken out by NTK. The position here from Dorf could be terribly unexpected. Oh, Pro turns away at just the wrong time. The timing is beautiful. 1 versus 2, and Mauve takes their swing. Micro falls, and BAAM exacerbate their lead.
That final kill was so damn quick from Dorf there, and as we end up with a 10-6 scoreline, we look over to the economy of South Built. They have to just buy that bullet, go for the eco, allow BAAM to get one step closer to closing out this map, but that to and fro we saw in the first half isn't really coming into fruition now. BAAM, their attack seems unrelenting, and on that hit to B especially, the second we saw that first Viper wall get put down there by I believe it was by Micro, Peanut instantly reacts with one of their own on a wider angle, make it even harder to abuse. So really, really nice spot of teamwork there, and a reactionary play to secure that B side.
NTK going to be given a little bit of space here by the lockdown, trying to catch anyone who might be on a wider angle here with this Blade Storm. Pro is going to send up a drone first, of course, to try and figure out post-plant positions that have been given over. And already NTK has been pinged. Now they can't get back up onto this high ground. They no longer have the updrafts. NTK, though, they're going to spot out Pro a little bit early. Up against these Sheriffs, who should be able to swing together a couple of rounds. But with only 2 knives left, it's not looking good for NTK. At this point, they can give their life away. They won't hit the headshot that they need. And Jara's began to come alive once more. A pair of headshots from the flank. And somehow, maybe Self-Built have done this all eco. Rifles for everybody. The prizes you are given. This should be an easy defuse, but they'll wait just a moment so they can get all of this looting done. Jar actually ends up without a rifle despite taking down 2 on the backside.
Yeah, that's a perfect round. That's just what you need if you are South-Built. So when you're eco, you then completely take back what I said earlier. It is the back and forth between these both sides. Something that has worked out for BAAM, though, is in the 2 wins that South-Built have been able to achieve, it's been on the retake. So those extra spike money really stacks up. For BAAM, we see it here. They could have gone for a full investment. They instead choose to play the economic route. They're going to allow South-Built to get a bit closer in scoreline, but their next round is going to be so damn strong.
And any damage done could have extreme knock-on effects. Operator versus Marshall. The bigger boomstick certainly in the hands of Jar. They've done some nasty things here, but look at that, the Frenzy winning out against the... Oh my god! The wallback hit ban him. I refuse to believe. Papachulo now going to try and stop the plant. They've positioned themselves within the pit, but Dorf's already on the hunt. This little corner here, this may be where Papachulo gets something done. They've stopped the Marshall, but not much more than that. And in a 1 versus 2, they could have had a fumbled by here as Micro walks around the back. I can't believe a wall penetration headshot to take out the operator. What was that from NTK? That was magic. Avada Kedavra, baby.
Avada Kedavra could be more than what we hear in a second. Tina deleting Micro, and no fancy spells or flicking swishes are going to get you out of that one for South-Built. 4 ults available, Harry. This is, while they are a few rounds down, they have the ability advantage, and more importantly, they have the full investment to accompany it. Yar won't be bringing out that op. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite have the money to do so. However, we've sort of seen historically, Yar, his prowess, sure, he's had some stand-up plays with the op, but his prowess, his consistency, comes with the rifles.
NTK on the other side, they've had themselves a great game. Be it on Rifle or on Marshall. And they're keen to once again take all of this area up top. Jar only has a Sheriff to work with, but hey, these Filipino kids and their Sheriffs, they're a different breed. Kramer, here comes the Hunter's Fury once more. You can't hide from me. A touch of friendly fire almost puts Jar in the grave. And Aziz is actually locked off from safety by these Cloudbursts. An interesting choice there from Jar, but they have put themselves into a corner. 3 versus 2 now, but not quite even when it comes to the armaments. An attempt to maybe deliver the heal to Jar, and it will be good enough. NTK, what can they achieve here? They need to try and open up some space for Pina, who's rolling on in. Oh, that's not the walk away they wanted. Oh, look at this. They've come in to try and take out Aziz from the top, though. Pina has a great angle to try and play with. But Papachulo, what a duelist. What a rifler.
Papachulo, he's making the Battle Sage seem very viable, doesn't he? He's inspiring me, Harry. Next time I go play Battle Sage, I'm going to say Papachulo told me to do it. Probably before I probably get kicked, but nonetheless.
Do it for Papachulo.
Exactly. 11 to 8 the scoreline, and for BAAM, this is a fragmented investment. There's a Sheriff, there's some Vandals, a Marshall to accompany it. They really look This is a bit of a garage fire, I like to call it, where they sort of rummaged around in their shed, sort of found whatever guns available, and they're using it. The two Vandals, though, are going to be the main pivot of firepower here, as they're going to try, once again, to try and hit the safe side.
Duelists once more up against the world. NTK on this angle, even with the Marshall, loses out to Jar. Excellent crosshair placement means that it's an easy conversion for the South-built Esports Jet. And now, stock needs to be taken by BAAM. With 2 Sheriffs and 2 Vandals, do we move forward onto these duelists? We know that Aziz can easily string together kills using the dismisses, using the devours. Jar's already done some damage, but they may be forced out of their comfort zone. It doesn't matter, though. If you remove this Hobbit from his hidey hole, all he'll do is try and punish you. 4 kills for Jar, and Dorf with 40 HP, a spike in hand, a recon arrow that they can avoid. Can they win a 1 versus 3? The bets would tell you surely not. But Dorf is someone you should never stop believing in. Checking through his 50-50 is going to be difficult. Oh, and Papachulo. Yeah. I know. You're not going to let that one go. I'm sorry that I ever doubted you.
Yeah, he's had enough, this Papachulo guy, this Papachulo fella. And as we see a NTK 1 away from the knives, yeah, already available with their knives. Going to be using them this round from the looks of it, as it's rifle versus rifle. Mof does have the Hunter's Fury, and that really is going to be the showstopper available for BAAM. Bear in mind that Mof has had some fairly good success with this. Last time they used it, they got 2 and 1 beam. We'll see if it's enough to zone Yah here, who is going to go aggressive with this op over on B.
NTK pre-updrafted here, so they haven't heard it moving. Mof gonna take the swing, but the Leer was too high, so Jar had full vision. Caught you with your pants down. Absolutely pantsed. Now Aziz, what can they do on B long? Up against multiple here, including multiple elevations as well. And they don't want to swing too proactively, because they'd love to be able to trade off the back of Jar, or at least have Jar able to be the second man in one of these engagements. Moving on forward, Mof brings the trouble to them. And Aziz falling down means no more Empress and no one to cover Jar. 1 and done here.
1 and done is the angle. It falls down to Micro. Alone at backside on A. Viper's Pit, just a pipe dream at this point. The rest of BAAM, prodding, probing, trying to get a feel for how this defense has been laid out. Bear in mind the low HP of the Sova means that this is going to be a tall damn order.
I was looking for a cross, but the smoke was so good, Kramer. They're not sure anymore, and so they're going to slowly go back into these 2 versus 2s. Micro. Do they hear much in terms of an approach? Small vet friend, look at how deep NTK's made themselves. They're right next to Pro. Oh, that's an easy execution, though. And now Micro. They're going to be up against the wall. Dorf takes that one for free. It's a miss on the snake bite, and that means that Pina can put the plant down as easily as they would like. And here comes Jar. They've used the Blade Storm. They believe in their capacity to frag, but these post-plant positions are going to be so strong now. A pair of Nano Swarms, a Hunter's Fury, Shock Darts as well. If Mof stays alive, it's impossible for South-built Esports to win this round. Look at already. The pulls that are given. Jar's taken down as they tried to assault onto that Sova. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. A second longer now. And Dorf's taking some friendly fire as well. That's going to be potential. No! They haven't been able to kill them! They're going to try and hold this. In comes the Shock Dart. Can Papachulo survive? You bet that they can. They hold it and programs their 3rd. South-built walk away with it.
They've grabbed that rug fairly firmly under the feet of BAAM and just yanked it out from under them. A round they absolutely should not be winning, and they've just punished BAAM on the retake there. Sure, it meant expending all of the ults available. Sure, it meant only going down to 2 players left, but they've now reduced it to a 1-round differential. BAAM, the bonus that came from winning that pistol round is about to be completely nullified. Bear in mind, they still haven't hit match point yet. Yeah, now with the op available, it's a shaky buy from BAAM here, and dare I say it, maybe even an overcommitment.
NTK's already sent out 2 of those precious knives, and only a classic in the back pocket if things start to go wrong. It needs to be a headshot. It needs to be a well-executed sight take. But default for now, though, slows on down. They need information to try and inform where NTK can place these knives.
Slow start from this side. PN haven't quite been able to double down on the investment. This micro, the shoulder peek is going to be everything.
The double peek from Wef and NTK is at least going to be pretty potent. Look at this position from Micro on slightly elevated ground. I could give them such an advantage over Wef and NTK as they take their double peek, but no, they go back to the low. A poison orb once again is activated. Time down to only 35 seconds now. The Lear's going to come up, so too as NTK. Jar has found the lurker on A. And Pina is delivered with the Bulldog. Now, what can Micro do from the back of sight? NTK's already found so many with these knives. We worried about how many were left. I was misappropriating my worries. Next is Micro. Can NTK find it all the way down? Jar is just slightly faster when it comes to the draw. The spike has been planted. Wef is dead. Pina playing up in kitchen right now. They're brewing up trouble. They're cooking up something. But can you smell what the Philippines is cooking?
Oh, they're cooking something spicy, Harry. They're cooking something very damn spicy because they've equalized 11-11. Yeah, what a great round with that up. More importantly, what a great change of tempo from Micro to realize they could be a flanker, to then just swing on, try and kill the planter. They're able to do just that, go straight to the retake, forces Ya to be able to catch out Pina, who has no choice but to aggress because they don't have sight of that spike. A timeout is called by BAAM. They've lost the last 4 rounds in a row. They need to figure out what on earth is happening. They need to isolate the problem and change it very quickly.
They've lost control of Icebox, but the question is the lurk that they've been attributing over towards either A or B worth it, Kremer? Because Dorf has been playing that lurk role, and while it does have value, it feels like Jar and Aziz, they're playing pretty sheepishly at the moment. They haven't committed themselves to going on those flanks where the lurk will take them out. And sure, while that information is so valuable, maybe you could play a much closer lurk, just more of a rear guard instead of someone who's on the other side of a map.
Let's see what can be done from these players. And the lurk is kind of needed, but I would, as you mentioned, they are extending on the other side of the map. I would love to see the lurk more oriented to mid rather than to the opposing bomb site, because they're just going to figure out that they're going to identify Dorf as the lurker. So when they kill Dorf, they go, oh, right, it's the other side, and they could go for a stack. In this case, I'm thankful to see that BAAM have gone for a 5-man commitment. All set up outside A, but with limited guns, Yara is in a very unorthodox position.
Alright, Jar. This could be one of the few rounds that will give Philippines their second team in playoffs and doom Vietnam. Jar starting to get very confident here. Look at this move on forward. They get a little whiff of Jet up there. But they need to be careful because on several different verticalities here, can't afford to be detained. And no one will be. Both sides enter now. Look at Dorf on the angle. They're unable to punish Jar for the peak. And for now, it's bloodless. Down goes for Viper's Pit. NTK has been slain. And Pina has put themselves back in the corner. Wef having popped out the Empress, that makes them even more dangerous. And Jar has to swap over now onto a Vandal instead. They want this close-range rifling power. They go over towards the back. Pina needs to be identified in the back right here. 3 versus 2. Pina's been found, and Jar just tries to updraft away. But will the information be good enough? Oh my goodness, Pina! They throw their aim in the wrong direction. As Ace finds 4.
Oh, Harry!
And that was buying down so low, Kremer!
Oh my god! They killed the wrong man! He shoots through the smoke, he kills Micro behind Aziz, thinks he's killed Aziz, turns to the second player, and Aziz just cleans up! Oh no! That's soul crushing, Harry! 12-11 the scoreline now. Southbuilt, as you mentioned, it was a shoddy buy from both teams, but now Southbuilt are finally in the lead. They're on the precipice of closing out map 1. They've got 2 ults to throw. Micro 1 away from the Viper's Pit. The ults available on Ya. Over to BAAM. They just have rifles to try and stop them.
Every credit committed here. No matter how this ends, None of these pennies matter. It's all about what you bring into the round and what you do with it. Aziz and Jar once again will be called to action on A. As for tracking dart connected, I don't think that's going to be the case. Dwarf, they were spotted on the ropes. Jar now looking for the shot, and they're going to connect it. Now where to next?
Oh,
It's
no.
NTK. I'm getting the weirdest feeling of deja vu right now. Jar hit with the vulnerable, but they still continue to play this angle. Mwef is going to bring it on back. And suddenly, it's a 3 versus 2. It's doable for BAAM. Overtime on the horizon, but they need to go and recapture the spike soon. It's rolling in behind them, but so too are a pair of defenders. This would be a great angle here for Pro. As they snipe away, but Mwef is better. 2 versus 2. The Devourer is used, and Mwef is back up to good amounts of health. Micro, they had the drop on Mwef, but they fumbled the shot. The crossfire is good. Can Papachula, one of the greatest riflers we've seen thus far in the game, get it done? You bet that they can. The 3K from the Ott, having converted into the battle stage, South-built Esports will claim victory on their map pick.
What on earth was that? It was a hard slog to get there. Sure, it took them a while, and my god, they had to work for it. But 13-11, they emerge victorious. They avoid overtime, and more importantly, they push us to split, where we're going to see BAAM fight for survival.
A desperate struggle, Kremer, stands before us, but can Vietnam's last hope make any attempt to get into playoffs?
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history. Yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history. Yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll take till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See you again.
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground,
You and me are born of regularities, living all the dreams, playing all the games, and getting high on love. They can chase us down, but we will always win. Leading every dance, feeling every touch, and getting high on love. We're invincible. Trust in me. We're invincible. Don't you see? We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. I just assumed I'd play the part of keeping you in the right direction. No matter how your confidence may fall, I'll be here as your foundation. And I say, hey, yo, just let it go. Your struggles won't remain. And I say, hey, yo, we're holding hope and wake up yesterday. So hold on to me.
much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm the fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, let me bleed. Let me just stay one more night. I'll be by your side. We'll live for a new day. We live life the hard way, but not today. Just stay. Just stay. Just stay. One more night. We found our way again. We found our way again. We found our way. A new place.
So fragile, like it was built to break off the handle. How'd we get to this place? We're leaving everything behind for new and exciting feelings, but I won't leave you. Will everything we know be lost and changed for something new? Only time will tell, but I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you.
Standing on the edge of a cliff, realize there must be more to life than this. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Just grab my hand from heaven's end with me tonight. Trying to find a place
welcome to map 2. We've got Team Southbuilt Esports taking on BAAM. This is going to be a elimination match. BAAM, I don't think they can qualify. Southbuilt, though, they certainly can. I mean, taking map 1, this is going to be their chance to try and take map 2, try and give themselves that chance of survival. For Big BAAM, they're kind of the bad guys here. Like, they're not getting through regardless, but they could really ruin Southbuilt's day if they could draw this map.
Yeah, don't trust the caster math, but we're pretty sure that BAAM are done. Because the best they can do now is what? 3 draws and 2 losses? If they draw this. Oh no, that would be 2 draws and 3 losses. Which means that even if they lose this, Southbuilt will have 3 draws and 2 losses, which would be better. So I'm pretty sure that BAAM are out. But Vietnam could still do more damage. They could take someone down with them. And they'll do a great job of doing that if they can win out here on Split. That would open up the path for Beast.
We're going to have to see what can be done from Beast. This is so important. And I actually see this being a tie. I won't lie. I genuinely see this being a tie, considering how effective BAAM were. Even though they weren't able to win that last map. Yeah, 13-11. That's still very, very close scoreline. And for Southbuilt, I mean, this is... Let's be honest, this is BAAM's map pick. Southbuilt on this map yesterday, they lost. Sure, it was close against Bren.
13.
Yeah, taking it close against Bren's good, but they still lost. And BAAM now have a lot to anti-strat as they go into this with the Raze over the Reyna. Both has had some very solid performances as that Raze. And for now, we're going to see what looks like a fairly heavy hit over to A.
And we've had some interesting performances across the variety of duelists, and they certainly showed up on Icebox as Reyna. But Aziz is going to be maintaining course on the Vampiric Lady. Apachulo is going to be charged with defending A for now. And they will be... Oh my goodness, Papachulo. Wow. Starting as they mean to go on, straight to the dome of NTK. Stay out of my sight. Unfortunately, they're not deterred. BAAM have got 4 people here onto this, but... Look at this post-plant position here from Moth. Going up against Jar. The one-way smoke means that Moth's going to have to back off here for just a second. Will this be cleared, though, by Jar with the Frenzy? They are going to give it a little look. Oh, no, but they haven't identified. They're going to give it a second glance. And then Moth delivers one to the head. Instantly punished by Aziz. And still, numbers control will be maintained by Southbuilt. Going in now as a duo. Pro and Aziz going to move onto the site with covering fire from the high ground. Micro's fallen on down, and so too has Pro. Aziz has got themselves the overshield that they need, but they're being taken from so many different angles. Pina gets themselves 3, and Dorf finds the final.
Solid round from Pina there to be able to get that 3k from backside, one after the other, switching from target to target, and like that, we're going to be seeing at least the NTK in the chat there. Nice shot. I assume that was the Papachulo, who, let's be honest, ruined him to start that round as BAAM, they go 1-0 up, go to play their bonus now with a bit of a greedy bonus with 2 Ghosts and only 3 Spectres, which are very greedy, but there we go. They behave themselves. They go for 4 instead, as the rest of Southbuilt going to be on to an eco.
Yeah, just classics across the board. No armor. We'll take some real shenanigans to try and make this work. And that's what Micro's up to right now, putting themselves in the cubby of Garage. Using the cover of that offensive Viper wall to actually give themselves a little bit more room to work with. Pro's already taken a touch of damage. They're opting not to use the wall, interestingly. I think they didn't find a way to use it in the previous round. And so they're just going to use that to keep 400 credits in the bank. A site... Well, it was completely abandoned. B site's going to be where the play is, and before the spike could even be planted, everyone's dead, Cromer. Everyone's dead.
Everyone dead, left in the mud, Harry. BAAM, they are able to get flawless conversion, meaning their bonus is going to be a significant bonus, moving over to the full buy of Southbuilt. And for Southbuilt, it's from this point on Icebox, we started seeing both teams just alternate in whoever wins each round, a constant back and forth, a tug of war that seemed perpetual until Southbuilt were able to just clinch their way to victory at the end. For BAAM, they need to make sure that doesn't happen again. They need to make sure they stay consistent throughout the game. And in this case, being able to convert this bonus round will matter massively.
Apachulo for Rifler who can, the Rifler who could. Is going to be forced off this angle here by a snakebite already. A huge amount of damage taken. Wef moving on in That's a lovely bit of penetration onto the side. They've actually walked the snake bite, and that means that they've caught Aziz by accident. However, oh, look at Jar. That's a bullying angle. And wow, that was incredibly fast, Grandma. Didn't even realize that there was a siege going on up top. But the second they got through the wall, well, Pro was waiting on the other side with a phantom and a smile.
It's temporarily fast. They go for a very fast play with both being able to get through the snake bite to challenge AZ, but the rest of his team are a little bit slower in their attack. And so because of that, Aziz is able to just take a 1 versus 1. They win it because they have the superior weapon. And the rest of BAAM are still sort of stagnating around where Yar's repositioned. So they move their full buy though, and this time they're going to try and have a crack at doing the same hit again.
Apachullo this time a bit more proactive when it comes to using these. Look, West looking in the wrong direction, and so NTK will be slain with respect to Papachullo's getting plenty done. That vulnerable means that there's nothing left in the tank, so Dorf easily wins out the duel. Unfortunately, the empty magazine just left Papachullo in such a difficult position. But for Jar and for Micro, this is by no means lost. They've got themselves a pair of rifles to work with, and a very limited post-plant position here. From the likes of BAAM, they don't have control of Heaven. They don't have control of screens. Oh my goodness.
Ooh,
and for now, they can just hold back for now. However, just holding back is the bazooka. Waiting to confirm that Micro's on the top. Wefia will manage to survive a second longer. That was an interesting usage there. A zoning.
I quite like it, yeah, because bear in mind that sometimes the threat of something is actually scarier than the action itself. In this case, you give the audio cue that you pulled out the showstopper, no one's going to peek you while that's active, and you've just warranted yourself a good 5-10 seconds where no one's going to touch you. Really strong stuff from BAAM there, and I love that. I love the fact that it's proactive use of ultimates from both there. It gives you a sort of cycle which you can use. We see Mouse is going to have his Viper's Pit come off cooldown, and the sound after both same uses.
An ambitious grenade there from Wef, and they are going to try and move on through. Look at that. The second that the wall comes down from Pro, destroyed, broken down, demolished by the attackers, and NTK has managed to win out a duel. Duelist versus Duelist. Pro takes a swing. And you know what? Papachullo's not keen on doing the same thing. They've got to be nervous, though, about popping this nanostorm. They're actually within the area of effect right now. However, Jar from the top only gets 1 before they fall. And Micro has a Vandal and 50 credits in the bank against 3. You know what, Kremer? I think this is probably a save if I had to decide.
Going out on a limb here, are you, Harry? Really
yeah, I mean,
rocking the boat.
I'm a risk taker.
I appreciate that. I'm glad that you've got the confidence to do it.
Here we are in Valorant Monte Carlo.
Yeah. Oh.
And Micro apparently is a risk taker as well, but I don't think it was a good idea.
No, I think he probably should have backed off there, let's be honest. But now we have a 4-1 lead for BAAM. More importantly, South built, they now need to go focus on what can they do on this eco. They're going to have an ult advantage very soon. Yar's going to get the knives available. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if we see Yar extend, get the knives, and then just instantly use them if he goes for the orb. You see him at this close angle here. He's going to be able to use them on the retake over on B, because right now, BAAM, they seem to have a very static way of attacking. They go as a group, they do it together, one for all for one. And in this case, Dorf can lead this charge.
Up against an eco once more. All they want to do is get this done as cleanly as possible. However, Jar's going to try and make it a bit expensive with the Blade Storm. They will be forced to make a run over to B, though, if they want to catch all of this aggression. And Micro, with a frenzy at the back of sight, he might be able to get 1. The reload's going to be an issue, though. The wall comes up, and so Micro steals himself for the Marauders that come their way. This is a wide peak. They've already taken some damage. Down goes the smoke, and there it is. The headshot from Micro, and then while they reload, things start to go wrong. Jar connects shots onto Dorf. Maybe they can do more. That's another headshot. Jar. What can you do for me now? 4 knives remain and 89 HP. As the smoke drops, NTK is quick to adjust, but Papachullo's found themselves a lovely little crossfire here. They could get onto Pina, and that informs Aziz as to where they can try and swing. The Lear is put on out. The swing comes through, and the eco is good from South-Built Esports. How have they managed that?
Aside that, I feel like they've been able to I feel like South Built have been able to convert more pistol rounds throughout the series than they have actual rifle rounds. Like, their sheriffs are good.
Filipino sheriff is a weird meta.
It is a hard beast to say.
It's one that definitely exists.
Yeah, absolutely. BAAM, they're going into this full rifle round. NTK is going to be using the knives, hence the lack of primary. For Yard, though, rather than, he won't have knives, but what he does have is, I guess that's an open Garand if they're using that skin.
They just stand in the grenade, so Jar's already lost a huge amount of their health here. And that means they could actually fall to maybe a single body shot from NTK, but they're never going to be able to send it out. Walking forward with the operator, the bravery on Jar. And Micro's instantly able to try and add to this, as it's falling up as they were trying to guard Heaven. Means that this is going to be penetrable now for both Moaf and Dorf, who is stuck to this Killjoy here. But Jar might be difficult to dislodge. Remember, with the little amount of health they had, very much all bangable through these screens. And oh my goodness, nice crouch right there. Think small, think small. Think very, very small. And I think that Papachulo should have this. Oh, on the 50-50, they're unable to hit the headshot. So most been put on notice. Will they? Oh no, you gotta think small still, Moaf. How did you forget?
There's a trade from Pina, which may help here.
Apachulo, can you get another one? Yes, you can. Lovely stuff. Sure. They might not have been able to get the cleanest kill there onto Moaf when they took the 50-50, but the Duelist in Heaven working out nicely.
For now, Papachulo, he feels like he plays like a... it's like he plays as if he were a duelist. Genuinely, but he's just not. Really, really strong stuff. But the fact that Yaz been able to hold on to that up as well means that you start removing the risk of losing it. Right after you lose it, it's been a massive kind of economy hit because it's so expensive. However, the longer it survives for, the less that hit really is. And yeah, we saw this angle get played earlier. We'll see if it's favourable for now.
Oh, Jar again, NTK. They've not got to play the game. They've had Valorant uninstalled for 2 rounds. Just put a virus on their PC. I'm sorry, you need to still download the chamber update. Until then, you're not allowed to play. Instantly picked at the start of these. And, well, Papachulo once again. Can they get 2 in Heaven? Surely not in this case. Up against both Moef and Moaf. The Mo twins. And as that slow orb comes down, they're thinking twice about committing to this. Wait, Jar. Oh, they found Pina as well. And now coming into a crossfire is Dorf. Coming around the back as he's easily trades that out. 4 versus 2, Kremer.
South Built, they seem to have put down, they've put their foot down. They found a rhythm and they're looking to stick to it. With both Papachulo from below, Pro also accompanying him. Any swing from mid is going to be kind of met with ruthless force.
The spike's finally been picked up. It wasn't Sushi, it's Moef. I mean, they could. It's 100 and 400 credits, respectively.
He must
yeah,
they've got no
100
money.
credits on Moef. Yeah, surely you got to save here. Maybe you could make a risky play. Oh, don't peek this. Not when you know the ops here. Pina's already fallen to the op on this angle. If you peek this, I will be very upset with you.
Harry will be upset with you. Remember that. If you peek. After time, the thought process is to maybe catch a player off guard. I'm very thankful that Moaf doesn't. He's gonna have that. Extra rifle to use next round. With about 4k on Pina, investment can come. Bear in mind that they do have a few ults to throw at this. Pina 1 away from the Cosmic Divide. There is the lockdown and the Viper Spit available, but ults are sort of dwarfed by the amount that South Bill have. 4 out of 5 players ready to throw an extra ability at this round. That up on Yar means that he doesn't really need that extra ability. He still has that extra power spike. For BAAM, Sheriffs definitely can't be underestimated, but they're definitely outgunned.
Pro sets up a classic mid. Oh, and already one of the sections of a wall is destroyed. Everything else is covered in green. Oh, a beautiful garden of pain that we will be growing in mid for all of you. And once again, here comes Pina. And there goes Pina.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you for your patronage, sir. And once again, Pro and Papachulo still reigning over mid with an iron fist. However, this has been expensive to do this without using any gunfire. Papachulo now waiting for the cross. They've already taken a touch of damage. Pro there on the swing. Easy conversion. The Pro's going to lose their life for all of this. And now, only Mo remains.
1 versus 4 for him. I mean, it's definitely doable. That's for sure. But what more is there to throw at them as he heads up these ropes? Only a Spectre to wield as well. This ain't a pretty round for him, is it?
Oh, the alarm bot from Papachulo as well.
It's like
Here it comes.
Worse.
There's the alarm bot. There's the swing.
Ooh, hello.
What a fumble. Papachulo has fumbled that. And Moth will be able to get potentially an upgrade here. They've already reloaded though. They have 8 HP remaining. Jar is aiming from one angle. If you could beat Jar here, that would be amazing. But you never micro-knock on this. No chance. Hey, I think they took some armor off of Jar. That's another K down the bank. So, not bad.
Wonderful. Really strong stuff, actually. Yeah, I love that. 4-3 in terms of ult management. Yeah, straight back on that up. And for BAAM, they have really stagnated now. They had a solid start. South built, they seem to have hit their power spike. They've got their rifles, they've got their ults ready. And since then, they've just seemed immovable. It feels like South built, this actually is probably why it took so long for them to win on Icebox, which is South built as a team need to have, you know, they need to be pampered. They need to have their premium abilities. They need to have their ults. Once they've got that, then they're sorted. But when
they're bourgeois Z-Crab, and they don't know what to do if they have to, like, have a farmer's hoe.
Yeah,
like, what does this do?
A budget?
I don't sow grain.
I don't budgeted in my life.
Papachulo not going to take the swing through the wall. And that wall's going to be additionally reinforced now. However, Papachulo's got their ultimate ready to go here. This could be a huge retake power spike when the lockdown comes on through. Will it leave any gaps? Oh, well, there won't be one in the cubby. That much is for certain. A pair of lockdowns now, and who knows what's going to happen. It's an absolute mess on the mini-map. Moving on through is going to be more difficult now when Papachulo's faced with this. And 2 players have been detained on both sides. Papachulo's trying their best to move on forward. They're losing health at such a rate. Dorf's already taken down as is. The post-plant positions from Garage are pretty good to work with here. And Jar up top hasn't got anything to do. So difficult for everyone, but Papachulo's found themselves a Dwarf. Pro has managed to grab potentially 2, but as the dust clears, even with Jar hitting the sniper they need to, and Wef losing their life to the spike, it is going to go the way of BAAM. What a round. Just everyone use everything.
Yeah, that's a heavy commitment from BAAM. Southport, they still have a little bit in the tank. They still have the res, they still have their divide. They are 1 away from the knives on Ya. So sure, BAAM won that round, but that was after a heavy commitment from both Dorf, Pina, and Mo. Bear in mind that a lot of them, they all died anyway, so reinvestment comes. There's only a Bulldog on Pina. This is still a tough position to be in, and unfortunately for South Built, well, fortunately for South Built, they just reinvest.
Jar. They haven't been seen on A yet with this operator. They're going to walk the smoke. Oh, NTK is ready for that every day of the week. No chance, mate. I'll have that very much. Thank you. Aziz now. How many can they catch on their entry? That's 1. The dismiss, they instantly taken away. That's 2. Aziz is going absolutely mental right now. We're up against Mo. We're up against Mouth as well. That's 3. Aziz. Surely you can't get 4. Mo. They fall down 2. Aziz. Could it be the ace? Pina takes the peak. Aziz hits the shot. The Vandal's done it all. And it's a mad race to claim the operator potentially. But you know what? Jar's got plenty of money for this. They're doubling down. Did you forget about me? Asks Aziz.
They go to claim the op. Aziz goes to claim his scalps. That was a great round by him there. And you see the dismisses as well. Just for, he doesn't even use them for info. He uses them for a guaranteed relocation, which means that the player who would be second, who would have initially traded their teammate falling, physically can't do it. Aziz, he's not even in this dimension. As he then just phases behind the wall, gets into reposition, and then fights from there. Extremely strong round from Aziz. And what a way to shut down a round loss.
Jar on that same Forsaken stuff that we saw earlier in our tournament run. However, no one's going to be there. Once again, Aziz is going to be next to multiple people. It's an interesting setup right here. 3 are outside A. But the spike's actually in the hands of the blade-storming jet of NTK, who's rotating as quietly as possible over towards A, while I think that Mouth has brought up the wall on B, and that's keeping 3 people there.
They're awaiting this attack. Aziz needs to be so damn careful here. He had a great round last round. Can he mimic it here again, Harry?
If they get one kill, they're going to have the Empress, and there's no point not to use it. Out comes the Showstopper. They've already missed Aziz. NTK, however, is not in the mood for missing. And NTK can continue now. The Showstopper didn't get to. Wait a second. At the last moment, they just throw it up into heaven. And Pro never saw it coming because of a smoke. A surprise attack may be the most viable right here. NTK still has everything they need, including post-plant positions towards the back of site. The Cosmic Divide is going to cut off Moth. And now Bladestorm versus Bladestorm. Jar comes out on top, but Pina with the Sheriff at long range gets plenty done. Papachulo and Micro, the supporting cast of Self-Beat Esports, some would say, managed to clean this one up, and 7-5 will be the half.
Clean round from them there, and the divide is just perfect. You spot 2 players when they swing on heaven there. Instantly calls for the divide, means that you can isolate the 1v1s on site. Granted, no need to isolate if Yar just goes around and kills everyone, which also works in that case. But nonetheless, a solid round from both Southville, and for BAAM to get the site that quickly, Mof, how on earth that rocket was able to hit Pro? I mean, for Pro, already on 4 kills, that's got to be a tilter. Just when you're set up for a retake, out of the blue comes a big paint rocket with your name on it.
Means that Pro never got to use their Resurrect as well. I think that was an
entire
Altus half from Pro. That sucks.
That's got to suck, yeah. Southville, they move into a fairly strong position. If they can take this pistol round, then they can set themselves up for a victory here, unless something horrific happens, like what happened on Icebox. But nonetheless,
Papachulo's feeling themselves, man. The Sheriff on a Killjoy? No nano swarms? No alarm bot. Papachulo, wait still. The duelists have already handled this. Sit back, old man. Let the whippersnappers deal with it. The alarm bot's going to be taken down now as well, so previous warning towards entries into heaven is going to be lacking. NTK, at least on the site, managed to trade out for 1, but you're going to need slightly more than 1 to make this work. Wef up top with the raise. Pierce is out of the smoke, but can they find themselves an angle to work with up against Papachulo? They've beaten out that. The frenzy continues to feast. 1 versus 2 now. They got themselves a reload. Different verticalities from different attacking members. The spike still hasn't been planted. And Wef is known behind this area. Very penetrable. Spike, I believe it's still in the hands of Wef. So the attackers have to come to them. And Wef can try and play on the wide angle here. Unfortunately, the spray isn't what they wanted. But they can deny the afterplant. So, small victory.
Small victory indeed, and it's a very solid round from Southville. A bit of a messy position from Pro there. I'm not sure if you saw, but when he went for that wall, Mof actually swang into him, saw him there. Eventually the wall gets risen, but it's after he takes a bit of damage, and because it's a late, it means that Mof's actually able to get the high ground. Luckily, Papachulo, with that Sheriff, is able to just take the head clean off the Viper to actually save the life of his teammate there. Then, of course, 2v1 gets in favour of Southville. And for the full buy, I like how they've got the Phantom on Yar. It means that they're not taking any chances with this. They want to make sure that they close this out convincingly.
Just to be careful on the entry here, though. If they go too far in and lose their life, that Phantom may be unrecoverable. But now they want to try and clear out heaven, but it's already been smoked on off. They see Bina. Did you just see that corpse shot on top of Jar?
I did.
That scared the big Jesus out of me.
Poor Yar. Their body's falling from the sky.
Oh, it's raining men, but not in the way I wanted.
Oh, Harry. Raining men, hallelujah. It's going to be a ninth for Southville. And for BAAM, they're left with a full investment here. But because there was that fairly beefy buy of the Phantom on Yar, they still have the firepower to try and stop these rifles of BAAM. Bear in mind that for BAAM, these rifles are, if they're used well, they could be what stops Southville from having any chance of getting to playoffs. Southville, they're fighting for survival here. They're fighting for an opportunity to play against Louvre, which in itself is scary, but let's focus on one fear at a time here.
Congratulations on your prize. It's pain.
Yeah. I hope you like pain.
All right, maybe a combination of a gravity well and a grenade here. No, actually won't be the case for the moment. The Lear has already been sent on out, and maybe touch ahead of the curve there is Wef when sending out that grenade. I would have loved to have seen it combined with the Astra if you could ascertain presence a little bit more easily. I remember that any pokeouts here that don't have good trades are very much bad for BAM. They can't afford to be losing any of these rifles. They want to cleanly convert on this. Jar and Aziz, they're pretty ostentatious with wanting to control in ropes. They made sure that they made noise, so the paranoia continues to grow. But now Mwef, what can they do? Mail is populated. Mwef needs to win this one out. They aren't able to win the first. What about the refrag from the Viper?
Oh, that's
it's problematic. Not
problematic.
there either.
Oh, Harry. Pena had to get huge there, having his teammates sort of fail their aim duels. Not quite able to do it. Dorf now ready to push from CT, but the Jets are about to meet anyway.
Oh, and the Jets. Jar works out better. Dorf surely can't 1 versus 4 here. 5 HP left, and yep, with 50 credits left, Dorf is feeling the need for speed in the opposite direction.
Just gets the hell out of there, and you can
you
hear the
listen to that
chat.
dash?
You can hear Yar coming for him. Oh,
They're coming for you.
If he survives, he is living with PTSD for the rest of his life. That's for sure.
The counter rotate is giving him the slip. Oh, the old smoke bomb, the Batman bye-bye. Can they win out here against Pro? Yes, they can. Go on, Dorf. I'm kind of rooting for them now. I don't think they can make it in time to defuse, but Jar's caught with the knife out. That's even more. Oh, Dorf. He's made him look silly.
I think if Dorf was quicker with that, he absolutely could have defused.
I disagree.
If he'd sprinted it after getting the kill on
I think if he sprinted, then he wouldn't have been able to get that kill on Jar because they would have known that
That's true.
they'd still be there.
That is very true. He could have left Timmy. He could have dealt with Jar.
I don't know if I trust Timmy with the duel versus Jar, to be honest.
I would trust Timmy with my life. He's so reliable, isn't he?
I mean, he does hit quite a bit.
He does.
Doesn't hit for much, though.
I wonder if there's ever a world in which the Killjoy actually turns Timmy into full auto instead of 3-round burst.
When will we see the Timmy ace?
I can't wait, Harry. That'll make my day so much easier.
One day it will happen. For Jar, it's easy clap right here. Up against the ramshackle Byron. But Dorf still has that hero rifle, but they're not going to be the one meeting this push. Instead, it's going to be Mwef and actually a kill squad up in heaven at the moment, moving as 3. Dorf can't be underestimated in this duel. We've seen them take 1v2s before, but Pro doesn't need any help in that one, to be honest. A silent movement here through ropes could allow for a surprise in the hands of Mwef. Still, they have a boombot. They can do a little bit of scouting, and they're about to move across Aziz's sightline. Easy. Easy.
So good, Harry.
Oh, I mean, like, the way you kill those classics, unbelievable. He did get his ace, though. I'll give him that.
Really, really strong round from them there. And, well, let's see what can be done with Southville Esports now. 11-5. They've really put some distance between them and BAM. And for BAM, they're really quite struggling here, Harry. They've put up a fairly weak performance on kind of the last good 10 rounds or so. And in this case, it looks like we're going to be seeing Southville continue to try and barrel their way to the safe site. Can Timmy do it this time?
You must try, Timmy. Mwef and Mouth have already started to move on up here. But Mwef's actually abandoned the cause. And Pena's tried to buckle themselves in for the post plant on the site. They've populated Elbow. They've already lost custody of Heaven. And I think that their position is going to have been revealed. Jar's got an advantage of height right here. But they're going to be forced to abandon the wall. Oh, the Timmy snipe from across the way. Someone's up in Heaven, guys, in case you didn't know. And interesting that still both the duelists are on B. They're not entirely sure if this is a full commit yet, just because no plant has actually happened. All of the supporting non-duelist cast actually get run on here by Dorf. You know what? A trade's okay when you only have that Spectre to deal with. Pena instantly destroyed and moving in quickly as Moth, but they are going to be dismantled. And finally, the duelists will realize that it was A all along. This could have been their last goodbye as well. If BAM can't win this, SPE might be able to run away with it. What can NTK do with the operator? They're 2 pips away from that Blade Storm. But unlikely that it's going to be used. That's a great clear right there. And as Micros fall out of their location, they are going to be taken on down. NTK, all of the hopes of Vietnam rest on your shoulders right now. The smoke clears, and they drown under the combined floods of Jar and Papachulo. Jar considers picking up the operator, but figures, no, I don't need that. The operator's a crutch, and I'm doing just fine. Thank you very much. South-built Esports are on match point right now, and they could get a great round differential off this as well, Kremer.
BAAM have been left sort of banjacks, haven't they? They're with a limited investment here. There's a judge out on Mouth. He doesn't have a Viper Spit to accompany it, though. There are ults. Both one away from the showstopper. Pina, Dorf, and NTK have theirs available. NTK is going to have to rely on the knives. But South built exactly the same circumstance. They've got a lot to work with here. Yar bringing out his knives and just gunning it up mid.
A pair of Blade Storms. This match may well be determined by the greatest of anime battles. The cubby will be checked. The grenade avoided for a moment. Mouth has fallen on down. Aziz has no mercy in him at all. NTK, though, that's 3 with the knives. I never needed a rifle to begin with. I need a little bit of a heal, though. 6 HP. So fragile. They know where Micro is. They catch the Astra in astral form. And Pina just runs into the spam. NTK needs to make a decision. They will be able to back off here into the cubby, and it will keep them safe. But even with this ultimate used right here, Papachulo and Micro, they're off on a jog.
Dorf has read it, though. Dorf is acutely aware of what's happening, though, but it means that they've got to take a 2v1 for this site. While the element of surprise is with Dorf, is it good enough for 2?
18 seconds still until the turret comes back. Split up right now. Papachulo and Micro. A pair of 1v1s could be given over to Dorf, but they're setting up a crossfire as they enter onto the site. Micro will be spotted, and Dorf manages to win that. Now it's just about dodging away, but Papachulo is so quick on being able to ascertain the location. This should be easy in terms of the plants, and Papachulo's got full HP and a nano swarm as well. A singular tick from that would put NTK in the grave, and they've... Oh no, the turret. Timmy could win it all. Timmy could win it all. Timmy can win it all. But Timmy won't. NTK remains alive for now. Papachulo, can they land the body shot? You bet that they can. Get him, Cloudburst. NTK screams. But the Cloudburst was all that Vietnam could bring to the table, and South-built Esports, they get one step closer to qualifying for playoffs.
Oh, when you cry to the skies, only hot air comes back, Harry. In this case, South built a solid game from them, and a complete U-turn from how shaky they looked on Icebox for a dominant way to win Split. They are now in contention. This is their chance to try and get out of the group stage. Right now, they're about to become the biggest Bleed Esports fans on the planet, because they need Bleed to beat Beast.
Oh, I think we need Bleed to do a real number on Beast, to embarrass the Indonesian side. However, with that win in their column, exactly that, Kremer, Bleed need to go big. That's not only SBE the fandom, but also all of the Philippines. They want that second team in playoffs.
You're absolutely right. We're going to go to a quick little break. When we return, the action will continue. Don't go anywhere.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
We lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let me keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you so misery, it's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep, and you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll take till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See you again.
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky.
You and me are born of regularities, living all the dreams, playing all the games, and getting high on love. They can chase us down, but we will always win. Leading every dance, feeling every touch, and getting high on love. We're invincible. Trust in me. We're invincible. Don't you see? We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. I just assumed I'd play the part of keeping you in the right direction. No matter how your confidence may fall, I'll be here as your foundation. And I say, hey, yo, just let it go. Your struggles won't remain. And I say, hey, yo, we're holding hope and wake up yesterday. So hold on to me.
too much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm the fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts.
Oh, Harry, it's our final game of the day. We've got Beast versus Bleed. Bleed, a team who have already qualified to the next sort of playoffs. They can't do anything to their rank. If they lose this, they stay in third. If they win it, they stay in third. They're here to ruin someone else's day. Right now, South Built have become the biggest Bleed fans on the planet. And that'll be because Beast happen to be snapping at South Built's heels. If Beast either draw or win this, then South Built, unfortunately, will be going home. If Bleed win this 2-0, then South Built will be the ones who qualify to the next day. This is a weird kind of bracket mathy position we found ourselves in. And I'll tell you what, Breeze, quite a nice amount to find ourselves on.
The battle of the B all the way down. Here we are in Group B with Bleed versus Beast, and our maps that have been chosen are Breeze and Bind. So, I hope you guys like the B sound, because it's going to be coming up quite a bit, even if we do have quite a few hits onto A. It's all to play for Beast. There's 5 young gamers from Indonesia will cast themselves out on the long and treacherous road, not in search of any huge treasure crammer, but just in search of a seed into playoffs.
That could be considered treasure in itself, Harry. Treasure's that in the eye of the beholder.
the treasure of potentially facing Louvre. It's a hexed treasure.
It absolutely is. Also, Beholder, this is all the B's all the way. Buy phase, press B to buy. Now you mention it, Harry, we're on B's site if you're looking at jar picks. This is just incredible. This is a game of similarities, and, well, you can truly find beauty in stats.
Beauty, another B word.
Oh my god!
Amazing. How do they do it, Kramer? How do they do it?
How do they
Any
do it?
sheriffs? Oh, Frosty has brought up a sheriff right here. That could prove dangerous later on in this round. And look at his position right here. Oh, I was going to say from Seven King, but already they've fallen on down. Interesting to note as well, Seven King really came to our attention on this map. As a... Oh, Jarpix sees Inake is drawing back the bow, but the only arrows that are going to be sent out are ones back in your face. In a more modern sensibility. Jarpix now waiting for this to go on down. They catch Mika as they pierce through the veil. Yet again, they will take a duel against Jar, but unable to convert on that first love. Oh, I'm getting feelings like I'm watching Leonard again.
Oh boy. As we start, it's going to be a wonderful round from Bleed there. Put themselves on the board with that pistol round. Now, Harry, do you want to tell us a little bit about this veto?
Yes, indeed. The first ban we had, I believe, was Fracture coming through from Beast. And it seems like Fracture's been almost universally banned in this tournament. A lot of teams, I think, taking a little bit of a break after LCQ, just like Paper X were. So few people have had a huge amount of time to scrim on Fracture, of course, with the exception of Boom, who opted into it in our first match of a tournament. And then the opposing ban, of course, from Bleed was Icebox, trying to deny Beast the opportunity to go there. And now the Breeze pick. This is interesting from Beast. The first time we saw them on our second day, they definitely impressed on this.
That they did. They're going to try and mimic that success, though, with Ineke's slowly shifting into this. Only classics around the board for Beast. They're hoping to maybe try and cascade onto Bleed here. Looks like they very well could do.
The door opens up, but who will win out first? A cyber cage complicates matters, and Inake from the back is able to do plenty with that sheriff. It seems the force here from Beast has reaped dividends. And Bleed just... Oh, bloody hell! Seven King just demolishes them! They thought they were securing the flank. But Seven King knew.
Seven King guillotined. What a start there, and I mean that's how you win your anti-eco, isn't it? That is how you do it. For now, we're left with. We've been told Beast can qualify if they beat Bleeds 2-0 and they win by a huge margin. So if this is close, and even if this is close, I think it's round difference that matters. So even if this is close and Beast win, it may, unfortunately, not enough. This needs to be one-sided. So the full investment from either side. Seven King, that's just what you want.
Seven King decides, yeah, I'll take one-sided. I'll show you one-sided. Oh my goodness, another one.
Yeah, Seven Kings.
DJ Khaled is feasting today. Another one, another one, another one, another one. Seven King is an absolute monster with this Marshall. Indonesian El Diablo. Oh, an exchange of Marshall fire. Dare you step into the arena against Seven King? A body shot is gained. And Frosties has been able to grab one, but Seven King, the Marshall King, has taken down Chrysania. Surely you don't save a Marshall here. Frosties also just runs into the line of fire. I mean, what am I looking at, Kremer?
Marshall heaven, apparently. We're going to see the full investment from both sides now as they whip out these rifles. Majority over on Bleed. They are going to go rifles around on board. Seven King holds on to that Marshall. Frankly, understandably so, with Mika having to drop down to the Spectre. In terms of ult management, Beasts definitely have an advantage here, with 3 available at their disposal. Bearing in mind that for Seven King, it explains why he has the Marshall. He does have the knives, should he want to whip them out and potentially play a bit of closer range. For Bleed, there isn't any ults, but there is a heavy firepower advantage.
Alright, Seven King here, unable to destroy the recon bolts that would expend one of their knives, and they don't have the time to swap over. However, avoidance. Oh my god, look at how close Frosties is. He just creeped up that entire time. Jump scare Frosties. I have a mini-map and I didn't even see, but Einakes is good on the rotation to take out 2. Still, they might be challenged again here by Chrysania. Bids for mid-control, very much given over here by Bleed, but the Spike's escaping their grasp. It's heading over onto B.
I've got your trail.
Oh, those Seekers. He's going to... Chrysania, that seems to actually alert Chrysania to the fact it's going to be a hit to B. For a moment, he could have flanked the wrong site. However, that Viper's Pit means that this upper plant is going to be very, very bloody hard to win.
Rifles all around. This Viper's Pit is so important here for Beast. Remember, they're trying to win dominantly. And Einakes, okay, Einakes, is it time to hunt for the ace, my friend?
I think it's time.
They're going to be quite close here to the Cypher. They're looking in the wrong direction. Lexi's going to deny that, and we've seen Lexi clutch up before, but surely it's impossible. A shock dart could end them if only it would be delivered. And Lexi, I think, is going to be forced to just save this Vandal. Einakes is a parting gift gained. And Lexi, with 100 credits in the bank, is like, you know what? I've had my fill. I've had my pound of flesh. You can have your 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, solid round from, well, particularly Einakes there, who just runs around and kills everyone. Mika and Einakes or the other Einakes, are yet to kill. But they don't have to, because Seven King and the stand-in Einakes are just destroying them.
Einakes the second. Einakes the pretender.
the usurper. They're looking so damn strong. And they even get the op out on Seven King. Hey, it works with the Marshall. Let's try something bigger.
Something a little bit more boom. I worry for First Love, but it's okay. They vacate the premises. And Seven King is going to be forced to stare down. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Don't do it. Don't
do it. You know not to test this, First Love. You know not to test this. Oh, you tested it. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Silver lurk over on B from Einakes, the first, that is. Keeps the danger coming. And control of caves is very much rested in the able hands of Seven King, operator extraordinaire. They could be blinded here if a bird does come out. Close contact here from Jarpix. But both these guys are potentially going to clash with each other now. Out goes the first bird. Oh, wait. Jarpix has snuck on by. They have no idea, but Jarpix, I think they fumbled it. straight
Bit of a
into
fumble.
Seven King.
They do recover it slightly and able to get that kill. But
Look
now
at this
Zar,
shuffle here from Seven King. Lovely stuff to get that Vandal out of enemy hands.
it's going to be heard all by Zar. He knows full well there are 2 players on A. This means there's so much pressure on Crasania, who, let's be honest, has had a great tournament as Viper. They've got to show it now.
With the Guardian, it's going to be difficult. That's a great start, though. 1 tap. There won't be another forthcoming. And Seven King moves ever closer towards that tantalizing prospect of the Operator Ace. It's going to be denied by Jar, but hey, dub's a dub. You wanted dominance? Beast gonna give it to you.
Oh, Harry, this is, all of a sudden, this is looking really doable. If you're a Southfield Esports player, this is the part where you start praying. This is the part where you start sweating a little bit. Yeah.
Start building a voodoo doll, you know, of Seven King. Like, jam it full of needles. We got to stop him somehow. Jar here catches some blades from Frosty. But now, as you move into the realm of the Operator, you're going straight to the graveyard, mate. No Monster Reborn this time.
I am really, really looking forward to seeing what Seven King can do to the rest of Bleed now. There's that op out on Frosties. We're going to finally have this op duel. And what does go in favour of Bleed is they do have those 3 ults ready to be used. A really strong round there from Bleed, in the idea that they wanted to go aggressive. Jarpix does just that. They timing Seven King in order to do it off the back of their opponent's flash. Fortunately, they whiff a little bit. Then, of course, credit where credit's due to, well, Seven King for just dismantling Bleed. He's now going to try and do it again.
Seven King wants to try and control A. No one's going to be peeking around Madonna here. They've learned their lessons, but B... I'm interested in how many players are working around B when Crasani has made it so unpalatable already with this Viper's pitch. And that's going to mean that Jarpix is free to rotate away. And Seven King waits for someone to get a little bit too brave looking for information. Oh, they've seen Lexi.
That's
a Marshall shot.
That's the little brother.
All right, little Marshall, what can you do against the big gob? You can do plenty. Lexi catches a beautiful timing right there. The main threat is gone. In a case, will they fall down as well, Lexi? A suffering there from the movement penalty. And here comes Bruce, just to make sure that no one's making their way down halls.
Oh, Harry, the little brother packs a big punch. And now we've got the rotation of Zara in mid to try and work potentially a flank. But they're going to run into Frosties. Never mind. What would have been the big brother of their own.
Look at this foray up mid here from Jar, though. Oh, they can be completely under... That's an easy takedown on... Oh, Jar has fumbled it! Jar's fumbled the kill! They're all by themselves and they know exactly where Jar is. Oh, that is unfortunate. That's terrible. I've got so many sad words. But I think all of them are going to be reserved for the apologies at the gates of hell.
What a round from Bleed there. And I mean, it's just what you need. You spend 2 ults from both Frosty and Crasania there. You get your mileage, you get your pound of flash from Beast, and you do so, actually, surprisingly, not off the op of Frosty, but off of Lexi, who goes absolutely huge with that Marshall, dismembering Seven King. And Seven King now out of money, can't go for the reinvestment on that op. That's got to be disappointing for Beast. Bear in mind that op has single-handedly been the reason you've been doing so well in a lot of these rounds, whether it be back-to-back 4Ks, instant openings. Nonetheless, though, Frosties, it's his time to go aggressive.
Yeah, Seven King's going to hope to just steal that up away. Like, hey, nice of you to buy that for me. You're so kind, Frosty Senpai. Lexi, all their pings here. The ADS could work out. Look at this platforming here from Jarpix and Inakays, and Jarpix is just able to get the better off their Seven King for 1 tap. Oh, who needs the Operator? Oh, and you need 1 shot every time. First Love's claimed 1 here with the Hunter's Fury. They need to be careful about the flank, but Cave is going to be unperturbed for the moment. Inakays. Oh, they just about managed to avoid dying to a snake bite, but as they take their cross, Seven King's got 3 before the dust settles.
Seven King, even in the rounds where it looks lost, he still makes them look so close. Getting that 2K spray down, dashing to the side, meant that the first place shooting actually missed completely. That was his round to win. Unfortunately, it was Bleed who, credit where credit's due to Bleed, they're utilising their teamwork beautifully to take 2 versus X's. Because of that, they are able to overwhelm Beast. Sure, we talk about how well Seven King's doing. Mika and Einekes are yet to kill.
0-7-1. It ain't ideal, Kramer. It ain't ideal. And this is going to be...
you know Owen?
You know what? I'm vaguely aware of Owen. Occasional mate of mine.
Zania. Gotta be careful, just gonna back off for now. But look at that, the aggression of Seven King off the back of it is so strong.
Blade Storm here, they might have found Crasania. They go up top. They're trying to rotate around. It's the last knife for impact to the head. And that's an upgrade there onto the Vandal. Seven King's just going to back off for now, trying to get a little bit more HP off the back of the Sky. And they're going to be rewarded for this. Jar falls so low as they try to make this plant work. Multiple people pinged off that recon arrow. Seven King goes up high, but can't quite deliver headshot just yet. And Frosty's puts one into the body. Up high now, the Overlord with the Overwatch. Knows exactly where Einekes is, and I'm afraid Owen shall continue to be present in this lobby.
Owen,
the Owen twins.
Yeah, they both called Owen 8 and Owen 5.
Uncreative parents.
Yeah, their parents struggled for a bit. I'm all night thinking of this. Nonetheless, though, Frosty's up in hand. Really, really strong round. A serial killer, you could say, as he's joined with Jarpix. That 3k from him just opens up the site beautifully off the back of a really well-placed flash for Beast. They now move into a full investment. Einekes, he could drop an op for 7 King. They could swap weapons. That might be exactly what we see him do, actually. Never mind, he changes his mind. Ults are available, though, for Beast. The ult advantage, that being Zar one away from the Viper's Pit, which secured them around earlier. Over on Bleed, it's just that single ult on Lexi. Ready for a ping. Unfortunately, you need to kill before you can use that.
Crasania identified. If they cross here, they could be in trouble. 7 King unable to deliver the one tap this time around. Once again, A is going to feel the pressure. Look at this, though. Einekes the Pretender. They've made it very deep into here. They could actually catch Jarpix. They're so close. Jarpix brings out the rifle, but Einekes wins out on the day. Do they open the door up now to try and make these defenders worry? The entry onto the site is going to be the responsibility of 7 King. And Crasania just runs through the wall and gets 2 frags instantly. But Einekes is being such a menace in the back. The absolute marauder, the bandito that can't be found. I think Lexi has been noted here. They're caught reloading. Einekes the Pretender ain't pretending to have mercy.
5-4 now, the scoreline, and we've lost one of the Owens, which is a good start. Fortunately, the other Owen won't take a hint. We want him to leave. He's just not doing it. There are only so many subtle times you can slap your thighs and go right as you stand up, hoping that would encourage him to leave.
The West Country goodbye. Shouldn't be keeping you.
I realise we're probably the only viewers who are going to get that.
Yeah. That's more of an EMEA joke. Oh, 7 King. Oh, 7 King catches an op bullet from Frosty's. And now, Frosty's wondering, does anyone want to try it again? Huh? You feeling lucky, punk? You feeling lucky, Owen?
Owen is definitely not feeling lucky. He's going to hold for Einekes.
Feeling quite unfortunate.
Yeah. So as they back off, it falls down to what looks like a bit of mid-presence here. Einekes just trying to get hull control. But Crasania is the one you got a duel, and Crasania definitely can't be slept on here.
Crasania, not a sleeper. A lack of info on B at the moment from that bird might give over some false... Well, the lack of info there might make them think, you know what, maybe this is A. Frosty's turns away, but not in time to avoid getting fully blinded. Still, with 30 seconds remaining,
Watching here.
Beast are still making their moves. Einekes, they need to win this duel. It's not clean. They've done damage to Crasania, but this is going to keep presence. They're actually trying to go through the double doors now to enter mid. Frosty should be a free kill here, and it is. Jar manages to connect on that, but Einekes has fallen off elsewhere. Nika's going to make a mad dash to the site. They will be protected by this poison cloud. Oh, Cressania only took one bullet to do it. And as First Love goes up towards the top, they need to try and beat out Ina Case. They'll be able to do exactly that. The spray control is beautiful to move into a headshot. And now everyone begins to close in on Owen. Owen gets one.
Owen's out.
Now it's Mika.
Now it's Mika. We're going to see that defuse come through for Bleed. That'll be their equaliser at 5-5. And with that, let's see what can be done from Beast. Bear in mind that their money is not great on Seven King and Mika. There could potentially be a drop for them, but we see quite commonly a lot of teams to keep their economy consistent do whatever the lowest financial player can do. In this case, it looks like it's a buy down to 2k with a couple of Vandals in there just to try and bolster the buy. No, having realised how effective that was, they've decided actually we can just go for a full buy. The full investment comes in. However, no op on Seven King means that Frosty's is still going to be able to run rampant here, and it looks like he may even consider a fairly fast peek into mid, judging by his positioning.
Stupid Brexit casters don't know how to say Mika right.
Yeah.
Who's Owen? Oh, Frosty's there avoided getting tags, but they've definitely been identified here. Out goes a set smoke here. And Frosty doesn't really want to penetrate out of his doors. Doesn't want to go on this meander out into mid. Especially when they know that they don't have control of B elbow. And very cognizant of them to think so, because Seven King occupied that space. Thing here onto Jarpix, and now it's time to run away from the Hunter's Fury. As they move, they take down Mika. That's the spike down on the floor. The jig is up. Seven King is blinded and then eviscerated from all sides, torn apart, death by 1,000 bullets. But it only would have taken one. Jarpix! Oh my goodness! Some dirty little one taps, and Frosty's finishes for the end.
Wow. Jarpix, what a round from him, and more importantly, what a round from that Bleed's defense on B. The fact that they're able to poise themselves so that when the attack does come, there's one player hiding behind that pillar, Lexi playing for info on the cams, meaning that Jarpix, all he has to do, peek into a 1v1, into a player he already knows the location of, get that kill back behind the pillar, get another one, and he's just taking constant 1v1s. Sure, the Hunter's Fury was a hindrance, but it seems to just encourage him to move house, rather than to sort of force him out in that case. As Beast now prepare another take onto B, this time without the Hunter's Fury. There aren't any ults on Bleed to try and stop him. We will see First Love get his own Fury, as will Frosty get the knives this round, but...
Oh, Seven King got blocked as they went for a dash. Oh, that entry has been absolutely banjaxed.
I've got your trail.
And now we have to try and remediate this with the Seekers. Frosties is just holding the angle, not scared at all of the cabbages. I've dealt with vegetables before. I'll make him into soup, baby. So we have to worry about Jar on the back line here, but Cressania just wins that out. Frosties is feeling safe as anything, nestled up in the warm and loving arms of Cressania. And the defenders, Jarpix, you just can't beat him. He's just so good. Up against Mika now. It's been a bad game for Mika and Ina Case, and it's only going to get worse. Jarpix wants even more, and they'll find it with the help of Lexi. Bleeds. It seems so unfortunate, Kremer. We were 4-1 to Beast at some point, and it was looking possible that they'd find that dominance that they need to get that 4th seed.
You said it beautifully. It has to be dominant if Beast wants to win this. It's just not. We have a quick tech pause from Bleed as they're about to start their attacking side. Hopefully there's a response from Beast. Unfortunately, Beast, they need something to go their way pretty quickly.
I couldn't even tell.
Yeah, that's apparently we've got a bit of lag issues at the moment. Hopefully we can fix those pretty soon.
And now we've swapped our sides over as well. And I don't know about you, but I consider this map to be a little bit attack-sided. Maybe this could be where Mika turns their fortunes around, but for Mika and Ina Case, it's just been a bad day.
It has been. Absolutely has been. Looks like we have a brief pause as we have some bit lag issues, but nonetheless, this is pretty good for Bleed. They're at the stage now where I think even if they lose this map, they've done enough to make sure that Beasts don't go through. Which is weird to think, considering how, I guess technically this makes Bleed the bad guys in this, right? Because they're through.
Bullying the underdog.
Yeah, they're through. They're just making sure the underdog doesn't qualify. Granted, I think South Built see them more as a hero than the the bad guy, but nonetheless, you're gonna have to see. Well, actually, taking a look at the graphic, stats here. Do you know in our whole tournament? Do you know so far at least what team has played the most rounds?
Sharper?
That's a good shout. Sharper's definitely up there, but it's not Sharper.
Oh, tell me, Kramer, tell me.
It is BAAM have played the most rounds in this tournament so far. This is closely tied by BAAM, as well as, from the looks of it, Kingsman as well. Then you have Division X, then Sharper, and South Built in Group B, head and shoulders the most rounds played this tournament. So there's a lot of extra material for South Built if this doesn't go well for them, or if they do get to playoffs, that is.
Might be a couple in issues here with the ingest server. Seems like a lot of people are reporting lag at the same time now. What I'm interested in here is Seven King with the old Sheriff. I mean, it's been quite a couple of rounds for Seven King, hasn't it? Since the Mad Marshal. And they're trying to ascertain what's going on with Vitek at the moment.
Let's see what can we do. Let's see what can be done. I mean, for Seven King, my heart kind of goes out to him, considering he's had such an incredible game so far, and it feels like no matter what he does, it's just not enough. It's soul crushing to see. Chrysania's back though, so we should be able to go live fairly shortly. I was ready to send us to highlights, but I think we're okay.
We'll have to see what Chrysania says. Okay, Bleed say that they're ready, and if Bleed are ready, Kremer, so are we.
I'm going
to keep my eyes on Seven King here. I want to see him recapture this magic that they had with the Marshal.
Alright, looks like we're ready to go live. Before we do, if you use you know how we have like free cams on equals, look at the water and look at how weird it looks with the... I understand, I guess that's foam they're trying to show.
Yes.
It looks really weird. It just doesn't look right.
Are you on max graphics?
Yeah, I am. I should be.
It's a very relaxing sound.
That's a really...
Actually.
I need the toilet, actually, if we keep watching that, but nonetheless...
You know, I'm quite enjoying just listening to the...
Yeah, listen to the ocean breeze. I wonder if there's a seagull every now and then.
I'm yet to hear the seagull. Why am I being denied seagull, Rito?
Yeah, small indie game. Oh, well. Seven King.
Seven King. Oh, there's too many here. They have to get out of dodge. They're not going to be in a Sheriff duel just yet. Good turn away. At the moment, that's going to blind the camera as well. But Mika, oh, they're not knowing anymore. They're slaying, and they're slaying plenty. Seven King sends out some rogue shots here, just trying to deny space claims. Look at that shock dart, though. It's done so much to Seven King. They're down to 10 HP. It needs to be a headshot onto Jarpix, but they're not able to connect any so far. And Einekes has found their man. Jarpix in a 1 versus 3. Oh, they just throw the bird at them. Get him, bird! Get him!
What's around that was, Saz? I mean, Beast, that's their chance to come back, isn't it? That's just what they need. Able to take the pistol round, they now get to play bonus. That's the equalizer. All of a sudden, Harry, things seem neck and neck, and what we originally thought was going to be a chance for Bleed to close it out, maybe even ruin the days of Beast, it ain't happening. Beast, they're still in this.
They're still in this. But for how long, Kremer? Remember, this is, I believe, Beast's map pick. They believed they had an advantage on this map. And at the moment, it seems kind of equal in terms of the opportunities given over. Seven King wants to fray down mid. They're going to meet first love very soon. A body shot will do it, but they're unable to connect it. They take a couple of cursory points of damage themselves, and then they'll cede that away. Too scared to carry on. And it's going to be Einekes with the Sheriff, who comes in to double this up. But look at this for Crossfire on mid. Very interesting commitment here. Lexi going to end up in a duel against Jar. It's a bit of a smorgasbord of positioning at the moment, and maybe Einekes can get an easy clap here onto Chrysania. Oh, that's a bit of a fumble. Flash is good, and Mika finds Crysania on the disengage. Good covering there, and first of all, I think we accidentally just shocked out of themselves.
Nonetheless, things started to spiral out of control for Bleed here. Beast, they're just playing fairly passive. Once they have their angles, they're just holding the crossfires, while some of them are a bit forwarded.
Knife from Jar. There it is!
Oh, wonderful. I didn't even see it. I do apologize, stream, but I bet it looks cool.
Frosty's decided to walk the Viper smoke with the Marshal and was hard scoping down towards Arches, and they paid the price for that.
Yeah.
First Love's going on a bit of an adventure, though. The Spike's going walkies, boys. They've got the flank on A. I think this is expected by Seven King. It's a miss thus far. Seven King takes the second shot, and they will connect.
Wonderful bit around there from Seven King, and just like that, all tied up at 7-7. What a performance from Beast there, and honestly, that's just what you need. You're straight back into the game. Bleed are now facing a very harsh prospect where they are going to have to buy down to 0. Sure, they outfire power Beast, but that double Marshal can be so hard to beat, especially when accompanied by the fact you have a movement slow with it. So Spectres are just going to hit you drive-bys. You don't want to be tagged by these Marshals. You want to avoid them at all costs. In this case, though, it's just a default. Just try and ascertain where these Marshals have been placed.
Well, one of them in the hands of Einecase. Might well see Lexi here. If they could get an opening pick. Oh, they're caught swapping weapons. Einecase is down on the ground. And can Lexi get another one? Einecase for second might come in to check this. We're going to have to invest for drone here instead. If they want to check if Lexi's left. And instead, they'll just back off towards mid yet again. The Spike's not in anyone's hands at the moment. Huge amounts of space being claimed, though. And Jarpix sees that double doors isn't necessarily populated, but there is someone on A. Unsurprising, I suppose, that the defenders would have someone on A.
Some aggression due to Cam. Zar, the only one to try and stop it. He is so very alone here as well, with a massive commitment away. There isn't going to be a rotation for a while. Zar has to go thermonuclear if he wants a chance of holding this side.
Oh, already they've been noted. Not hit by the recon dart, though, so they can continue moving around. First Love has dropped the recon, but it's going to be avoided. Now, Jar, can they catch someone on the entry? Yes, they can. Frosty's moves through the right-angled walls. And that gives over an upgrade here to Jar. They can catch First Love on the entry. It's a clean headshot to begin with. Can they get themselves another? No. Krasani is going to deny. Mika and Lexi. The battle of the ciphers happening in mid. And Bleed have managed to win out on the site. But they will be denied that additional money from the Spike plant.
8-7 now, when that's just a solid round from Bleed, except they really started around a bit fragmented. Now, it's okay against Spectres, but defaults are great when you are going for info. When you're hunting for picks, you run the risk of going a man down without being able to be traded. Something that happened last round from Lexi there, who got the initial kill on Einecase. If Einecase was posted there, Lexi falls, you've lost a lot of your info gather with no real way to trade it. The op's out, though, on Seven King, and that may prove to Bleed to be quite scary.
However, no one crossing that area just yet. It's going to be Lexi who might be the first to move, as Seven King is emboldened here to try and start taking progressively wider and wider swings. Not sure what just happened to their to their scope. Lexi. Oh, that's a good adjustment upwards. Not any damage taken by Seven King either. Now mid is not confirmed to be safe. And somehow, I'm not sure how that kill happened towards the attacker spawn, but it did.
This is a problem that was just mentioning. When you go into a default and you get picked like this, there's no way to trade. You see how split up the kills are on the map? There's no point of contact. And for Seven King, finally these two players are together, but if he kills one, he's all four getting the other.
Smoking the recon. First Love gets some protection there from the wall bang. In comes the shock dart. Seven King is unable to hit shot after shot. And that could mean a free upgrade here for Frosty. Suddenly, this is a touch more dangerous. First Love has a Guardian to work with if they want it. If the operator comes on out, can they connect with Einecase? The answer will be no. The bird. Flash mostly avoided. Frosty's crispy on the aim. But Einecase slightly more I'll have the skin extra crispy, please. And the defuse will come through from Beast. That'll even us up. But even ain't good for Beast.
Even ain't good for Beast at all. Leveled out at 8-8. We now have Bleed, who, for the most part, are going to have that ult up for Frosty. But that same problem they face, when you go into a default like that, you're sort of almost inviting the 1v1s. You can't do that when you don't have the op to work as almost a scalpel to shave a player off from each side. In this case, Seven King is able to do so when he aggressed through. I think it was either Seven King or Zar who peeked into elbow and got that kill so far into attacker spawn. And because Bleed have been in a default, they just haven't been able to trade. Over in mid, the same thing happens. Seven King, he peeks out, gets that kill. Frosty, he's rotating to A. He re-aggresses to mid to try and trade, but they're so separated, it just can't come through. And for Bleed, considering their composition as well, considering how you have the flashes for the Jet, I would love to see them go aggressive. I'd love to see this kind of mobbed group pushes where you have the Jet spearhead rather than using the Jet more as a sort of passive clutching role that sort of fights from the back lines.
Yeah, it's difficult to try and manage your Jets on Breeze because the sightlines are so long that the operator becomes increasingly more and more powerful, but no one else really has the ability to use the operator in a kind of one-and-done manner that a Jet with a dash is able to really manage. If anything, maybe a mid-round swap of the operator could be what's on the cards. Like if you take the op shot, and if you miss because you've already used your dash to get out of dodge, and you swap over the operator onto someone who's playing a more supportive role.
Let's see. Gonna have to be careful on this initial angle. There's the Hunter's Fury. A very early Hunter's Fury from either case there, but it may have worked.
There's a gap in the smoke. There's a gap in the smoke here. Seven King here's the approach, but that doesn't stop Frosties from being able to land the headshot onto INK's. Right click is good, thanks to the op, mate, and express deliveries given. Mika's found one on the backhand sides here, and Frosties are surrounded on all sides themselves. INK still traded out on first love. What can they do with only a ghost? Considering that Bleed walked into this with little more than a couple of sheriffs, that's a lot of damage to have had done.
That was all Frosties there, who took the high ground, kills the initial point of contact, which was the op in the hands of Seven King, swings out, ruins INK's with a lethal right click, and then with that op, just misses Mika, the flank comes from Jarpix, and Bleed to get it back under control. But you see how much more effective this Bleed side are when they stick together. And sure, probing for info works with maybe your Cypher, maybe if you want to lurk your Viper, we've seen people do that quite regularly. I just would rather see, I would absolutely rather see this team push here.
Alright, Jar with the Viper's Pit and the Judge on 8. Enter at your own peril, lads and ladies. However, still, with Frosty's, was that Frosty's taking out Seven King? Seven King going down nonetheless. Things have got a touch more complicated. INK's as well. All the mid controllers fallen apart. Here comes Bruce. Bruce loves a good pit. Big fan of Ailstorm.
he must be at home in that pit, isn't he?
Oh, great dodge there from Jar. Here come so many Seekers. I think all of them were destroyed in one burst from the Judge. And that means, you know what? I hear the Judge. I see the pit. We're off the B, mate.
Yeah, Frosty decides we're going on holiday elsewhere. A few shots rung out by Mika shows that their presence is noted, but prevented is a completely other question here.
Chrysania has been identified. However, they haven't hit them with the recon. They wanted the element of surprise, but Chrysania is just a touch faster here. Frosties has grabbed themselves an operator, and it feels like Seven Kings had their own reclaimed by Jar, and given the trajectory of the Beast defenders you see at the moment, it feels like this one's going to be a save, Kramer.
That it will be. The op is being held by Zara as well. This may be hunted by Jarpix, actually, who looks to extend through mid here.
Oh, lovely little adjustment downwards there by Jar. There's going to be another battle here. Oh, Chrysania. What an adjust from Chrysania. How did he win that?
This
op
guy
versus op battle. Op versus op battle. Ah, they'll both just hold back for now.
Essentially, the noise of first off may bait him forward here.
The tension is palpable. They're so close. Oh. they just about dropped that last GTA star as the cops were growing near.
Yeah. It makes eye contact with the police officer straight afterwards. Nah, you're good. Don't worry about it.
Cops around here do nothing.
Yeah. Beast. Ult advantage in their favour. They have, while their ults are a little bit more aggressive, that being the knives on Seven King, they are mimicked in the ping from the ciphers. And while the Hunter's Fury is available for First Love, I doubt we'll see it used inherently as we saw last time.
Small gap here in the smoke. Seven King was hoping to exploit it, but no such chance thus far. Bruce sees INKs for first, trying to hold down Halls with the Bulldog, so going to be relying possibly a little bit more heavily on that ADS. And once again, Mika might start to feel the pressure. Look at that gauntlet there of tripwires. Could complicate an entry from something like a Jet, but they at least will have a backup of INKs with a Sheriff. It's not ideal, but it's better than nothing, Kremmer.
That is Mika. So, yeah. The drone actually baits out the ping as well, so now that Jet can just dive past them.
The wall's good to go. What can Mika do? They've already grabbed one. The next moves on into the cage, and Jarpix is quick to fall on down. Frosties falls low and uses all of their movement at once, simply to try and scarp her from all of this attention as quickly as possible. They'll get themselves to plant one step closer towards that Blade Storm, and Seven King has found their angle in the archways.
Oh, Seven King, you need to be so careful of this player. He's just hunting. He wants a jump spot. He wants someone to probe for info. It's his turn to kill.
Oh, Krasania, I think they got hit either in the leg or by a wallbang. Either way, they're pretty low now. Frosties versus Seven King could be straight on top of us. And Frosties has already claimed yet another life. It's been a great round for the Jet. Oh my goodness, what a dash from Bleed. Seven King now going to get hunted. The speed here is going to be absolutely demolished. Seven King! What a flick right there.
That was a nuts shot. So just like
that's a hospital flick.
That is.
You're risking surviving that.
Tech pause, please. Seven King needs to replace his wrist. Bleed 9-10 in the lead here, and 10-9 in the lead here. And while they just have an ult advantage, that being Frosty going to get the knives out, I suspect he will kill this round. Let's be honest with that up. For Beast, unfortunately, they've got to just bite the bullet. They've got to go down to E and Eco. They can't continue going blow for blow with Bleed like this and keep investing the ops. Sure, saving it's awesome, but it just can't be mimicked.
Seven King tried to turn away right there, but too slow in the scope, and so given over is a large blind. However, does Jarpix dare walk this? Presence was ascertained, or the pre-fire. They know something's afoot. Shenanigans. I smell them. Oh, the walk here. I think they may have been spotted, but Jarpix doesn't want to peek it. And Seven King, too nervous to lose the only real weapon that Beast have, is going to back off for now. Instead, they're going to have to win an operator duel against their counterpart Frosties, who actually decides, you know what? I'm just going to leave you paranoid. I'm going to go. We're going to take out Mika elsewhere. We're going to open up B. Out comes the neural theft. That will note the locations of everybody with the INK's twins are seen, at least leaning over towards the B side. But once again, these B takes seem so hard to get a post plant on.
No, they do. There's a bit of a flank coming from INK's here, which you need to watch out for. I think it may have just been considered by Jarpix. You should hear it regardless, though.
Oh, and what do you hear with your elf ears? I hear the footsteps of dead men, Kremmer. And there are plenty of them on the side of Beast. A flawless round here from Bleed against the Eco with the Operator. And that is painful for Beast.
Extremely. They don't have the op now. It's gone for the, I would argue, the rest of this game. It's been so back and forth. That building an economy has been so difficult. It's taken Bleed a good 4 rounds to be able to do it. Now they finally have that up on Frosties. That's been kind of held as an heirloom, though. Yeah, keeping it alive is what built that economy, not reinvesting it. In this case, the full rifles of Beast absolutely could combat this. It all comes down to these initial duels.
Oh, could you get wallbanged here? That's the question. INK's counts their lucky stars for the moment. And Frosties will continue to stare down this hallway to cover everyone who wants to try and pinch in. The door soon to be opened, potentially. As Chrysania lays down this smoke, and now Mika is going to be exposed. There's a friendly flash right now, and as Einekes just falls on over, Frosty's never even needed the operator. What an execute here to try and guarantee match point from Bleed. Einekes and Jar, they might have to just give this up right now. And Jar doesn't even know they're losing so much space to Jarpix. I mean, Frosty's is on maxed money here, Kremer. They can afford to go hunting. They see that 450, they see that 150, and Jarpix is like, all right, guys, I'm going to go commit an act of economic terrorism. Be right back.
What a way to start as well. I'm so impressed with them. More importantly, that execution in itself is just what I've been wanting to see for this entire round. And that was, we see the Frosties hold the angle, allowing the push to come. And then everyone else just bursts in at once. They accompany a few ults to make it easier, but it's all quality of life at that point, Harry.
Einekes needs to be very careful about taking this peek. Lexi, can they deliver the headshot? Oh, Chrysania sprinted their way downtown to deliver that one. And they deliver it well. And that really hurts Einekes. 750 credits remaining now after getting the big shield of a sheriff. Oh, pain, Kremer, pain.
Pain is definitely being felt. It goes in such a strong position now. Bleed, they get ready for an execution. They found a chink in the armor, and they're looking to just work it. In this case, Zar alone on B. No Viper's Pit to help them. It's all down to aim, and aim alone. And, well, Bleed, they seem to have a fair bit of faith about it.
Oh, they just hold down the trigger. There's no need for aim. Bleed just feed themselves into Jar, and now this is a gun graveyard. Chrysania was handed off this operator, and they have it at the back. They need to be taken off this angle because some looting here would really do Beast some good. They need those weapons, and almost everyone has them, with the exception of Seven King, who has the blades, goes up high and tries to keep Chrysania a little bit occupied. At the moment, Jarpix is still alive. They're not really considered that much because of the threat that's produced by that off. Oh my good. I don't even know if that's the recon arrow they wanted in the end there, Kremer.
It's unique, to say the least. Chrysania swapping out the op for the Vandal here. This may be able to get an element of surprise onto these members as the attack gets ready to come.
Oh, there's no need to save. You might as well just keep on trying to destroy your enemy. Jarpix here moves on forward, but Jar claims their fourth. Come to B again. I dare you. I'm ready this time, and I've got a pit.
I mean, I don't know how on earth those first couple of kills were achieved by Zar there, but nonetheless, I don't think he's going to complain. Wipes the floor with them. Now we have the reinvestment of the op on Frosty. The fact they can afford to reinvest the op is impressive. But looking at the positioning of both Seven King and Einekes, it's entirely likely we see an attempt to just walk this position now. Frosty's, this could be his chance for a man advantage, or worst case scenario, this could be where he loses that man advantage.
And they're going to gain that man advantage, Kremer, as you called it. Frosty's delivers the op shots, and now A is feeling real vulnerable. Even Jar knows that there's no chance of this being B. They've abandoned the pit that they put down there. They know what's going to happen. And so here come the defenders. Here come the reinforcements. One final battle. One Stalingrad's hold from Beast to try and maintain their survival in this tournament. They can't afford to lose the map to Bleed, but Frosties doesn't want to give them any options. The Viper's Pit on top of this is the gooey cherry on top of the cupcake, and Frosties deliver shot after shot after shot. Mika enters, down goes the pit. There is plenty to do, but not enough people to do it. Bleed will deny Beast entry into the playoffs, and now it's all gravy.
It is all gravy. In this case, there is an incredible game from Bleed there. Unfortunately for Beast, that means that they won't be able to qualify for playoffs. Bleed, they confirm their position in playoffs. And if we're going to do some quick bracket maths, regardless of what happens, they're finishing third. So, we're now set. South Built is our 4th place entry. Bleed is our 3rd. They're going to be going into playoffs. We're going to have to see what that means for the rest of this series and if Beast continue to play. I hope they do, because everyone loves to see a good bit of Valorant. And we'll see if they're going to make Bleed work for this. I certainly hope they will. Nonetheless, though, we're going to go to a quick little break. We'll be back soon.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
Oh, Harry. Beast, unfortunately, will not be qualifying. They will not be going to playoffs. Southbuilt certainly will be. However, there is a world in which... How bad is the round difference? Never mind, it's an 18... what separates these two teams is an 18 round difference.
Yes.
So it's just not happening. Unfortunately, it's not happening, Harry. With that, Beast, they're going to, unfortunately, not qualify. Southbuilt will be. They're going to be very happy with that. Nonetheless, though, they're still here. They're still playing. They're going to make Bleed work for their victory. I quite like that. We may be seeing a bit of fun. We may be seeing a little bit of some tomfoolery between these two sides. Understandably so. Harry, I suspect that means we may see some tomfoolery from us. We do partake in a little bit of fun. So we'll...
I've never had fun in my life, Kramer. I'm British.
So I never have fun. I just somewhat enjoy myself every now and then.
I don't have a license for fun.
Yeah, I don't have a license for my license for fun either. So
I don't have 00 status.
Yeah,
license
exactly.
for fun.
I'm behind you on that one. Tell you what though, in order to kind of round out the group stage, we've done pretty well. I think we've had some very good teams in these past two groups. I've been very impressed by them. I won't lie. There isn't a single team here that I've looked at and gone, they don't deserve to be in playoffs.
Feels so strange that it's been 5 days, Kramer, since we've screamed about Juicy or Nomfu tearing through the opposition. It's been a strange rollout here for Group B. For a while, definitely seemed like they might have been holistically stronger than Group A, but I think it's fair to say that Bren kind of fell off towards the end. Big BAAM got a little bit better towards the end.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. And while that power spike is sort of the power levels of each team have been shifting, I think Group A was a bit more consistent. I think we could predict games a bit easier in Group A. Well, granted, almost all of them were draws, so predicting.
Yeah, I think it's going to go 1-1.
Yeah, I reckon 1-1. Oh, really, Harry? Who'd have thought? You're right again. You're really good at this. For now, we're going to have a bit of a default being thrown by both sides. Please, just, again, having fun with it. Why not? Why not? Enjoy yourself while you're here, Harry.
And Blade, of course, don't want to give away too many strats. I could just go a little bit wild. For now, Jarpix, in the showers, getting clean, don't want to be smelly. And Seven King somehow was caught out in the midst of a bunch of smokes, it seems. Might have actually tried to walk a one-way. Look at that Sheriff. Mika wants it. Mika wants the Sheriff. Wait, Mika doesn't want the Sheriff? Mika! Get the Sheriff. Come on, you know you want that Sheriff. You know you want that Sheriff. Krasani is going to be able to cross over here for free. Mika's not picking up the Sheriff. I'm upset with you, Mika. There you go. You haven't detected anyone. Grab the Sheriff, Mika. Grab the Sheriff. Oh, okay, or grab Death. Buy the lapels. Give him a shake. Fine, Krasania take the Sheriff. My new favorite.
If they die instantly with the Sheriff, I'll be very disappointed. Strong position. Let's try and swing out. Maybe you can do a bit of damage.
Alright. What can you do to clear out U-Haul? Case is going to give it a go up against 2 right here. Krasania actually hits themselves and Frosties with the snake bite and bounces it off the wrong wall. Oh, there were a couple, you know, comedy of errors. Case shock darted themselves out of connector to A. Krasania hit themselves and Frosties with a bad bounce on a snake bite. Oh, welcome to BAAM, ladies and gentlemen, the last map of our group stage. And
get some popcorn.
Yeah, the stakes are pretty low right now, but the Valorant level is, of course, as high as ever.
I've guessed VLR rating. That's the only stake available
right now. The stakes are lower than a subterranean Aberdeen Angus cow.
Frosty.
You like that wordplay, Kramer?
I'm very happy with that. Krasania leading the charge here. Looks like might see something wild from the race. Go for the high ground. Oh, that's slow start.
Moving over onto Tube. Tube, of course, is a cruel thing to call when you have British casters, as we do tend to like Tuesday it a bit. Oh, we're in Tube. And Frosty's moving on forward right here, up into the shorty. Oh, 1 kill for each, baby. You've just been shorted. Surely Shard is not 8. Well, they can't get an ace, but 4K? Come on, Shard. I believe. Oh, looking in the wrong direction. Oh, Lexi gets it done. 7 King remains. We're having a bit of a sprint here. And the sprint will end with a trip.
The trip falls flat on their face. Nonetheless, though, for Lexi, going to be pretty solid round. Granted, probably be a bit disappointed in their team, in his teammates, for watching his entire team roll into a shorty. So,
to be fair, it was a double peak. They just didn't expect to get 1 barrel each.
That's true. So, here's a cool fact about guns, Harry. The shorter the gun is, the higher the recoil is. Which is why you put a stock on guns, right? There's no stock on a shorty. So, I imagine if you shot that in real life, your
second shot's going into the ceiling.
Yes, aiming at the sun.
Jar, emboldened by their previous success with a shorty, might try and make a play for that orb. You know what? Get a bit frisky. Come on. I dare you. Follow out Bruce. Protect Bruce at all costs. That's unfortunate. Wait, Jar's going to make the crossing right here. It could be double peeked into. Getting ready to maybe put down an overpulse. 2 now in showers, and 7 King has won a duel elsewhere. That gravity well complicates matters and forces Mika to move elsewhere for but a moment. But Jar, are they going to walk their own smoke? Jarpix is on the other side. The crosshair placement's pretty good. However, the adjustments aren't great. Eventually, it takes a whole magazine, but Jarpix will fall. And Jar with 8 HP. This got pretty complicated pretty fast. There's the blind. Oh, it's the friendly blind onto Jar. Oh no, Kremer. Oh no. More healing. More Daka. More Jar versus Lexi. And even now I have to worry about Frosties. Just trying to spam away with a Phantom. Oh, that's a nicely delivered headshot right there. They're going to get pinged by the recon dart, and Jar's going to grab their third.
Zaha has no business surviving that long. just hide for the time being. Nonetheless, though, I think a lovely little 4K from them. Beast, they go into a full investment again. See that will come out. Let Bleed is down to a couple of sheriffs here or there. It's, you know, for the most part, I wouldn't be surprised if for Bleed they actually end up having a really bad round differential, just because Beaster is still trying to upset them a bit. But nonetheless, hopefully in a moment we'll be able to see the bracket for our playoffs as well. We actually just updated, so we'll talk about a playoff matchup in a moment. But for now...
Oh, do we have to do facts, Krem? I hate facts.
Ugh, I know. Stats. God,
I'm an English major. I'm used to saying the curtains are blue because they were sad. Oh, that's an A.
He read the newspaper as a barrier.
The newspaper is a physical barrier because they're emotionally uninvested.
God. I hated English in school. If I ever hear that again, I really am going to have a breakdown.
I'm going to do 3 paragraphs, mate.
Please.
All 5 attackers are still alive, Kramer. This round is still alive and well. 5 sheriffs and a dream as they go on over towards B. Is Eineke ready to meet the tide of blood?
Now Bleed. They turn their attention back to B. Eineke, see what he can do. See what he can do. Something I see a lot of people asking in the chat is why are there 2 Eineke? It's because one isn't Eineke, it's a player they're trialing. They don't want to reveal who yet, hence why he's on Eineke's alt account. There. Fun fact.
We'll just have an alt account named after Eineke, so I'm not sure the gravity well here is going to complicate matters for Eineke for first. And they're going to be revealed by the recon bot and just drown in high caliber bullets. This should be an easy plant right here for Crisani. You're in a safe little space. Out comes the showstopper. Delivered towards the defender spawn, but no one's there to catch it. Look at this surround here from the defenders. This is perfect here from Seven King. How much damage can you do, mate? They need to look into tube. It's going to be filled with worms. Dirty worms of Bleed who going to strike back out. I have corpses to fill. Orders that need to be found, and Beast are eventually going to get their defuse.
Did you see that recon dart that Eineke's threw there? That was incredible. He bounces it off the floor to the wall, so it arcs over and lands where he could have just shot it. it's going to make it needlessly complicated. Nonetheless, though, Bleed, they're now equalised to 2-2. Let's see what Bleed can do with a couple of ults ready. Crisani, I think it's mainly going to be held for an after part. And Alexi, usually we see divides, cosmic divides used as a counter to another cosmic divide. In this case, I'm not quite sure how Alexi plans on using it here. But first I was going to get that lockdown this round, which is really the ult to watch out for. But I felt weird sort of casting properly for a moment.
Yeah. Wouldn't do that again, Kramer.
No, yeah.
Don't know what you were thinking.
Let's not hurt ourselves there.
Frosties has claimed a little bit of control. And with this being seemingly unchallenged by utility, we might feel safe to go for a quick claim on this orb. That's exactly what they're going to do. They didn't get too much off of the previous iteration of the showstopper, but maybe the next one will be a little bit more dangerous, Grimmer.
Looks like the rotation's heading back to B, with Kusania having to sell the fake, and committing the Viper's bit definitely could sell a fake here. However,
I think just the wall should be good enough.
The wall's very good at just locking them in place, as you mentioned. Killing Crisani will definitely break the illusion.
And this will probably keep all 3 people here. Now, what can Eineke see on the jump spot? That's 1 that they've witnessed. Do they see anything more than this, though? 3 people still on A. Eineke's, if they send out the drone now, they're going to see a full army on the other side.
Oh, here it comes.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, that's a lot of people confirmed right there. Boys, get over here. The A was a fake. The A was a fake. Up high right now is Frosties, and they leverage that high ground very well to take down Eineke's, but still, they haven't cleared through hookahs. Shar's got themselves a nice little angle here with the Vandal, of course, the help as well of Seven King. That's a headshot for Seven King. Can they get anything more than this? A plant is going to be not very timely. They need to try their best to get it onto there. I don't know if they have the time, Kremer. Lexi's going to try and hold it. Should be just about good enough. Less than a second was in it. What a well-timed rotation here from Bleed. And I think maybe a touch of overkill. As Mika is... Did they just try to suck Mika inside of the lockdown with the gravity well?
That's pretty smart. I don't see why, but yes, pretty smart. Nonetheless, we're going to see that come online for Jarpix this time as well. Same for Mika. See what they can do in the next round. On the topic of playoffs, as we mentioned earlier, so we've got in the kind of top to bottom, we've got Louvre versus South Built, we've got Kingsman versus Bleed, Boom versus Bren, and Sharper versus Paper Rex. For the games that will be played tomorrow, it looks like we're starting with Louvre versus South Built, which will be at 7 GMT. Then Kingsman versus Bleed, then Boom versus Bren. Those are actually going to be some really good games. I can't wait to see those.
Boom versus Bren is going to be super interesting, with Bren looking a little bit weaker in these last 2 days. Have to see if he'll be able to get it together up against Boom, who admittedly also didn't look great towards the end of their run. That's why they are 3rd seed. Miki has taken so much miscellaneous damage, but a pop flash here could be everything. In fact, somehow just doesn't even connect. And First Love finds that one easy. Case has sent out some cheeky little darts here, but it's unable to connect much more. A pair of smokes by 6 for sight. And now Case is going to find it very difficult to re-enter here. A couple of choked shots, unfortunately. I don't mean to sound as down on it as I am.
yeah, I'm saying, look at me, Harry.
I wanted to see some headshots from the Sheriff, but it just isn't coming.
Yeah, it's not happening, is it? I would love to see a Sheriff only round. Yeah. I wish if we had any influence over the outcourse of this game, we could just ask for it. But I wonder. I found out we couldn't. But it would be nice to see. But these Sheriff, I've noticed as well. Bear in mind, we learned how to cast on European Valorant, right? And now we're kind of
unfortunately.
Unfortunately. now we're looking at kind of Southeast Asian and kind of APAC Valorant. It's really interesting to see how much EU Valorant relies on their utility, whereas APAC Valorant, you have got some nutty aimers here. You've got some seriously good aimers. And in circumstances where you would see EU teams prefer to have the extra smoke, especially in the case of teams like Paper Rex, they end up taking the extra duelist with the flash. So it's a really nice, cool flasher play style.
Speaking of nutty aimers, 7 King here has got themselves a good flank, but they have been identified by the Boombot. A quick dodge away with a tailwind will save him from a majority of the harm. But Krasani is still going to try and keep this locked on down. Krasani has activated their pit right here. The Showstopper is going to be sent on out if they can get a visual on anyone. Frosty's considers using it on the Seeker for a moment, but instead they just send it into you all instead. It's not going to impact onto anyone. The second Mika is pinged there, instantly destroyed. 7 King is caught out here, and Frosty's is just drowning in a hail of bullets. But already, so much time has gone. And Bleed, they seem to have this spike locked down. Jarpix simply waits to see if someone would enter the pit, but Lexi makes sure that no one's alive to do so.
That it is. Someone said that's ranked. No, we practiced on we practiced cast. We stole someone else's cast and muted it and then cast it ourselves. I feel like there is a better way to practice cast. Actually, now I say it out loud. Are we doing it wrong?
Well, it depends. Like, the way we practice cast gives us some insight into pro Valorant. Sometimes people would say go into scrims and try and cast those.
Oh, that's a shout. But no one likes us, so we haven't doing any scripts.
Oh. Einake is backing off here, knife in hand. Almost looks like they've DC'd. Einake, you're alright, buddy. There we go. Sheriff's out. And so to a 7 King. The movement here from Frosties is so good. And the thing on Einake's makes it an easy wall bang. Jara's behind right now. Look at how patient they are. Oh, the friendly flash from Mika. Oh, no. Oh, hello. Lovely headshot right there. But the friendly flash from Mika meant that the patient Jar could not find much.
7-6. I do apologise. 6-2 the scoreline. I don't even know where I plucked that 7 from, Harry. That's...
You're just making up numbers now.
We've been casting for quite a while, haven't we?
This is day number 10 of 6 hours a day of casting.
Well, tomorrow's 9 hours a day. In fact, it is a question for you. Are you sleeping, or are you just going to tank the whole day?
I've actually entered diurnal sleeping patterns. I'm sleeping twice a day for 4 hours because I have stuff to do in the evenings as well.
Oh, yeah, you double up on the Valorant dosage. Oh, you're going to suffer.
Yeah, I'm casting 2 events a day, man.
You're suffering so much.
My brain is in another place right now. Look at this. 7 King, beautiful with the operator. Instantly slides out after taking the shot. The tailwind brings them to safety. And Jarpix is going to be forced to watch now from the sidelines. They haven't had the greatest of days, but they performed when it mattered on Breeze. And I'm not sure if that's exactly...
self-made from Frosty?
I'm not sure if exactly what they wanted from that nade. Just making sure no one's hiding in that corner, you know?
Extra level of security. I like it. I like it.
Oh, 7 King now. Are they going to walk ahead of a curve? Oh, the Cosmic Divide comes up just in time to save 7 King from a watery grave. But they dive back into the pool, and I'm afraid they didn't put their floaties on. Iron Caves from around the back. This is, of course, Iron Caves for Pretender, not Iron Caves for Main. They know that someone's at the back of sight right there. Oh, they've already taken... I think they've... That's so unfortunate. As the Cosmic Divide drops on down, Frosty's just looking straight at Iron Caves.
Looks them dead in the eye, don't they? And now it's 7-2.
Your time's up, boy.
Yeah, it's over. It's Bleed. As Bleed, they move into another ult advantage. Bear in mind, 7 King only 1 away from bringing out the knives as well. So they're about to be matched for the most part. But for now, Sheriff's around the board. Maybe we'll see some headshots, Harry. We could be lucky.
Frosties is on their 3rd showstopper of the half, by the way.
He's using them as he gets them, though, which is...
Yeah, you have to get a kill with them, but hey, doesn't matter. It's for number, you know?
It's suppressive fire.
That's my 3rd showstopper, bro. What are you going to do about it? Camera should be active quite soon for Reinecase. Might tag Frosties on the entry. And there it is. It is going to be destroyed. I think it might have tagged Crysania. All right, here we go. I know you're in U-Haul, mate.
Oh, no.
However, pings over here mean that Jar is going to get an express delivery. Oh, my God. 7 King. I didn't even see them coming. A saucer from up top. The AC-130 jet. And the attack is now... This has become a lot more complicated for Bleed. Flux on the ground with 7 King. A hand over there for Rifle. A quick shuffling of skins to make sure everybody's got their favorite. And that was 2 versus 3.
He has the Hunter's Fury, if he wants to really be cheesy.
Surely you don't.
At point blank, right?
The point blank Hunter's Fury? Would you? What would you... what would you do for a frag on A? Look at Einekes. Within this, 7 Kings already sent out some damage. There's the thrifty round from Beast. Lovely performance, but 7-3 on binds. Looking like a pretty successful attack thus far for Bleed.
You're absolutely right. We're left with a slow position from Bleed, where they... I'm surprised we haven't seen an op get invested by them. Sure, they don't have the jet, but you sort of get to continue the duel you had over on Breeze here. For Beast, with a ultra available Bazaar, 1 away from the Hunter's Fury and Einekes. It's going to be level pegging for ults. In terms of round count, though, Bleed really spearheading this right now.
7 King versus Crysania might be an interesting opening duel, but I think Crysania is just going to hold back for a moment. Oh, Mika, though. Look at this 3-man foray. Up B long, and Mika's got the crispy aim. Beautiful stuff. And now, 7 King, they might get their moment. They're ahead of a curve when it comes to this wall. Crysania might not expect this, and they're going to be spotted through that smoke as well, but Crysania still is able to deliver the headshots, and now they dive through the teleporter. Trying to claim the land that was lost by their friends. This is my parents' land. I'll be holding it for generations to come.
At least, if you're doing that accident, at least up until the English decide to split it up and divvy it out to whoever they like.
Oh, Jarpix is so close right here to Einekes, and Einekes should be able to get the drop on Lexi. Beautiful spray control. Can we get the second? No. Jarpix on the swing. Good for the refrag. An attempt here to stop the plant, and Crysania is going to be forced to run away. holding this for as long as possible. A secondary attempt to try and destroy a default. But Crysania, once again, will continue to survive. A defensive posturing here from Jar. They've got a bad timing, and Jarpix is quick to take advantage. Nice, at least for Crossfire here from Beast. I might be able to catch Crysania with their pants down. But Mika, 1 versus 2. They saw the rifle. That makes it easy. U-Haul, the position is going to be revealed. The one-on-one Seeker. One Cabbage to rule them all. And Mika's going to be the one to guide them.
That Cabbage, so yeah, that Cabbage is
Distraction
truly
Cabbage.
The true killer here is vegetables. That'd be a that'd be a warning to kids. For Beast, this is a. They're recovering fairly well in the half. They're still 7-4 down. If they can take the final one and the pistol, they're straight back on course to keep us level. For Bleed, bear in mind you are winning on your attacking side of Split. I think they're going to be happy regardless of what the outcome is here, whether it be 8 or 7. Yeah, they're still winning. They're still happy. They're still swimming. For now, default being shown here as Frosty's in mid is going to try to take this a duel with Zar.
Last time, it was interesting. Mika managed to take out both First Love and Frosty's very early. I don't think they're there, to be honest, Frosty's. But that boombot going down. Is this a 4-man stack in hookah? What in the world is going on here? Seven King has struck out for their solo career. The McCartney of the Beast cadre. Oh, Shah. I think they hit a headshot there, but it was nullified by the wall. That means that Lexi had the advantage thereafter. Seven King. I want to see some clean aim from you right here to try and mitigate this entry. Oh, Mika strikes first, though. The bird shot on down. Seven King has to flee away from the paint shells. Avoid that colored napalm. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. I think that's going into hookah at the moment. Is Jarpix able to get any tags? No, they're looking towards Seven King instead. And Seven King is able to avoid Einike's round the back. They never saw them coming. And that forced everyone to vacate over to A, to a readily prepared Viper's Pit here from Cassania. Don't worry, I've left it warm for you. Yeah. Gooey art attack, baby. Oh, Cassania, that's such a risk. That means it's dropped, and now Lexi's got nothing. 33 HP up against the Neural Theft. Einike's picks up their 4th, and that'll be Beast going 7-5 on the half.
Yeah, that's a recovery. We're going to be moving into the full investment of the lead on this pistol, and for Bleed, it's a full attempt at recovery. Bearing in mind that having lost the last 3 in a row, you've suddenly been shown that Beast actually may have quite a good idea of how you play.
Crema,
yeah.
the chat's just caught up to the solo Seeker, and for some reason I've been reading all of this, and just in my mind it's like Cabbage Gap.
Oh man, the cabbage
it's just a lettuce dip.
Yeah, like we're reading the chat to say what you want to us. We'll read it. There's like if you're gonna be some twat who spoils the score, we see this, we see it. We can't do anything about it, but we see it. It makes us very sad. Nonetheless, Beast, hit to B. Alright, see what they can do.
All right, a play for B long, and a readily claimed ult orb here. That's going to be in the hands of Jarpix. I want to move. Oh, hello, Bruce. He's just jumping out through the window. The platforming that we needed, and the damage has been done elsewhere. And so those who were perforating into hookah will just start to fade away towards A, hoping they've dragged over some additional reinforcements.
Mika shifting into them. Crysania's want to try and stop them though. When Crysania has the timing fair.
That's a good jump, Peak, and that means a poison orb's coming up, boys. You ain't getting through here, trust me. Oh, Lexi wins out that duel. The shock dart's coming in. Mika could be brought down to basically 0 by this poison orb.
Crysania has.
Oh, take one to the shoulder. Ah! Einike's falls to a nano swarm. It's all going wrong right now for the Beast attack. Maybe Jean.
Oh, Timmy! He's done it!
Go on, Timmy! It's all utility kills all the time. There have been so many this round. The guns are irrelevant. Timmy is everything. Ina Case is spotted and Lexi puts him in the grave.
We were expecting the Timmy kill over in the Paper X Bren game. It's been 2 series since then, but Timmy, he finally delivers. It took a while to warm up, but that was it. That was the kill we wanted. Lead. They stood at 8-5, looking to extend that lead off the back of an eco.
I just love when they fall to like the small caliber bullets, but don't even go to the head. They just like take a small caliber to the shoulder, then like melodramatically throw themselves down to the ground. By your might, I am slain!
So, I have a fun fact for you about the lethality of small caliber bullets.
Oh, here we go.
So, did you know the smallest gun, like gun caliber that's kind of commonly used is a 22 LR, and it's such a small caliber, it's fairly easy to get them in the UK. That's how small the caliber is.
If you can get them in the UK,
yeah, that's
basically they're less dangerous than Mountain Dew.
It's a glorified hole punch. And so, that has a higher kill rate per being shot than a 9mm does. Because a 9mm is powerful enough to go out the other side of you. A 22LR bullet, while it's absolutely tiny, will actually just like ricochet inside you for a bit. So it ends up doing more damage. So, actually, while they are flung to the ground, that's somewhat accurate. Granted, if you ever have been shot, you do end up falling to the ground regardless of what you're shot with.
Oh, speaking of which, the sheriff shoots pretty hard, and Chrysania has found that out in the most difficult of manners. And this means that Seven King can try and move on forward, but straight into the crosshairs of Jarpix, who's ready to receive. Miko going to pick up the spike right now, as decisions have to be made. Ina Case is once more going to be the solo annoying presence on B. It might gain the ire of Timothy. They've at least noted. Oh, Alexi's just going mad. Swap it over from the Spectre to the Ghost. And Jarpix is just going on a run right now. Has Timmy spotted out Ina Case yet is the question.
Yeah,
they've expended a couple of bullets. The spike's been noted. Currently, Frosties is sitting on that like a goose on an egg. And I've got a weird feeling of deja vu. Lexi's third kill on that same angle with the Ghost. Are we stuck in a time loop, Kremer?
I got a weird feeling of deja vu. I don't know, because in this case, Bleed, they set up for another quick investment, and it's a bonus, really. Sheriff on Chrysania, the only person who fell that round. A couple of Spectres to accompany it. It gets the full investment of Beast. If they, it goes without saying, we're just saying it all day. If they're able to win this, then they're setting themselves up to win the game, especially if they can upgrade their weapons off the back of the rifles of Beast.
We don't expect for Beast to fumble this, but the entries have not been perfect, admittedly. Still, it's early days yet for the attack. I guess I can't expect too much off the entries of Anti-Eco, Chrysania. Test Seven King, and for now, they will survive baiting the bull.
Here.
Is Lexi going to platform over onto this higher ground? No, they're just going to tuck themselves into the corner. This is a great place for a Spectre here, Grammar. Oh, can they avoid the drone? The drone didn't note them. They're going to be fully blinded, though, when Lexi basically just walks up to Mika, no idea what's going on. My eyes don't work anymore. A shock dart does damage to Mika, but nothing more than that, and this should be pretty clean here for Beast.
Frosties comes in. Looking to take a fight, and
They got a pair of blast back.
good work. We could do something ambitious, something wild, something crazy.
I like crazy. That's a great lineup right there. Oh, they've been hit with a tracking dart, so they have to get out of there. But already they've claimed one for themselves. So blast back allows them to move a little bit more wildly. And now Frosties is just taking cover from all of the gunfire. But eventually, Beast will claim their man, and they will claim their meat. And they're going to be able to convert on their buy.
There they are, 9-6 scoreline. It's going to be the full buy from either side now. This is the round that really matters. And for ult usage, they do have the Cosmic Divide available over on Lexi, and that's really what you want to watch out for. As we'll see if they use it spontaneously on Bleed, or if they're going to wait for other ults to accompany it. Seven King's going to get the nose up this round, but that's it in terms of ults kind of credibility for the next 1 or 2 rounds here. So calling me a gun enthusiast, Harry. I am. Yes. Quick stop to that. Yeah.
Wow. Crap of a conversationalist.
Yeah. I've got more cool guns than Valorant, which I would love to talk about, but
Oh my goodness, look at Mika right within this smoke. Do they want to try? Oh, they allow for Frosties to get that ult orb. And they expect that Lexi is still over here. The pre-aim from Mika is good, but will the reactions be smooth enough is the question. Here comes Bruce. Lexi is seen, and now they're going to be forced off that angle by the grenade. And as they run a couple of grenades to the back of the old Ammies.
Sania, the shoulder peak, wants to try and catch out one of these players on the one way. Unfortunately, all they're really doing at this point is just buying time, and I mean, it's a great use of the snake bite. Just assume they'll be holding on to the other one for the retake, considering the positioning of their teammates in showers here.
This would be a very one-dimensional push, but look at this. Because of the backing off, Chrysania feels like they can go over to B now. And Frosties and Lexi, they know that they've made a concerted effort to control shower. So potentially this is going to be easily cleared by Mika and Seven King. Mika's going to be the first, but they've fluffed it. Lexi wins the duel, and now here come the reinforcements. Chrysania has got themselves heaven. The spike has been planted down at least, and a pair of smokes here will lock off these known positions. But now you have to deal with those who would come through the main thoroughfare. First Love and Jarpix are going to be those who populate this area. The Cosmic Divide is going to be bought on up, but it's in an interesting position for the defenders. U-Haul could be cleared fairly easily right now, and it's going to be First Love who tries to do that. They fall for their trouble, but they try to make work. Einekes has got a pace on behind everybody. That's going to be one. Can they get two? The answer will be no, as Frosties puts them down. And the defuse is good.
I really like from Chrysania to have so much trust in your teammates that he sticks to defuse with 3 opponents left alive and just trusts his team to kill everyone else. And
it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, they do. It's well placed trust. Really strong stuff actually. And for now, as we move into the kind of 4 rounds differential from these two sides, we usually see a back and forth there, especially if Beast can win the follow up. But that round looked pretty convincing for Bleed.
The last hurrah of the Indonesian side here for Beast. They've got a bit of a round deficit to make up at the moment, Bleed. They've hit their double digits. They're feeling comfortable. And Seven King has brought out the Blade Storm.
Slow start from Beast here.
And doesn't really live up to the name of Beast, does it?
No.
To be so calculating. An exchange of drones, Seven King has to be careful to allow someone else to take this down. And they will. There has been a ping on Chrysania. And so Seven King's like, yo, I know you destroyed the drone, but can you take out the... Chrysania! I think they caught both the shock dart and the follow-up from Einekes. There's the Hunter's Fury. Seven King actually jumps into a friendly Hunter's Fury. And takes a little bit of friendly fire. But for their trouble, they've missed the right click. Jarpix!
Ooh.
Okay, a tale of 2 heroic sovers here. The spike's been picked on up. And Einekes thinks they're safe to get the plant. A quick movement. A pair of Einekes versus one Lexi boy. Who would win? Oh, that's a beautiful flick. Can the Lexi boy be the one to win it out? There are no spikes left. But there's plenty of health. They might not have the timing here, though. Einekes moves around the tube and delivers the killing blow as Beast. They narrow the gap.
7-4 Beast. And as you mentioned, they are narrowing the gap. They're keeping it relatively close. What you need to watch out for, though, is if you fall into this trap of investing just because you lost and you're in that back and forth. Bleed, luckily, showing a lot of discipline in not falling for it. Instead, there was for a moment, kind of 2 Buckies too many. In that case, now it's only 1 Bucky too many as they go into a bit of an anti-eco.
A little bit. A Bucky here. Oh, I'm feeling it, Kramer. I'm feeling it. Oh, and Seven King's feeling it even harder than I am. Chrysania's like, no, you don't get away with that. I refuse to allow it. Trying to... That's a great counterplay there. They might be able to find Einekes while the drone is still active. However, Chrysania will now be forced to exit this area as the smoke is full. There's nothing to cover them. Chrysania, a little bit of cowardice there that I did not expect from Bleed.
I think they were looking for the vandal that was dropped. find it in time. So they tried to run away, realized they couldn't do that, and instead went, oh, okay, I guess we got to.
It's all green.
What's Lexi doing? Are they trying to find a way to parkour over this?
Hold up. Got ourselves the International Valorant Limbo Championships.
I don't think it's happening. No.
That's a disqualification. The judges, they look very unhappy with this. Lexi's going to pick up a fresh sheriff, of course, and then moves on through, ready to battle and ready to die.
Yeah. Fortunately, that's what you get for failing at Limbo. Mika will deal with you.
Yes, it is indeed murder Limbo.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Olympics, ladies and gentlemen.
It's like Limbo, except the stakes are higher. The bar isn't higher though, just the stakes.
We would raise the bar, but we don't think that's conducive to a sport.
A full investment from Beast here, and this is their chance to try and make the comeback. If they can beat the investment of Bleed, bear in mind that Bleed don't have any money in the bank, this is their chance to really deliver. We've got ults up on the Raze and Sova over on the Bleed, however,
for Beast, Seven King!
He can just open like that, Harry, and all of a sudden things get a little bit worse for Bleed.
They're just in Crysania's head there. They know what angle they want to take, and they know how to abuse it. Now they can just wait out the smoke. If this has to be refreshed, that's one less star the Astra has for later in the round, and you've still got a minute and 20 seconds where Nova Pulse is going to be used. Just an easy dodge. Seven King goes high, and Jarpix isn't going to be able to get much off of this. Lexi's used for distraction, however, to reposition. Now they're going to be playing out of U-Haul, and Frosty's... Oh, the ADS is so strong. Seven King had no idea what hit him.
I like how after that kill, the entirety of Beast have gone, nope, and the turn attention back to
You know what? Frosty's just feeling it, and I'm not feeling Frosty's.
Yeah, I'm not feeling Frosty's. Cornflakes are better anyway, as they turn back to me. First Love, the man called to action.
First Love's got plenty of utility to play off here, at least. The Cosmic Divide is likely going to be called on fourth by Jar. Oh, wait. I don't know if this helps them. I don't know if this Cosmic Divide helps them, Crema. First Love is going to have such an advantage as people move on forward. That's easy. Oh, my goodness. First Love gets two, even from beyond the grave. I don't understand the rationale behind that Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, what was that Cosmic Divide?
Don't worry, guys. I'm going to create a blind corner at their best defensive spot.
Yeah, I suppose there's going to be a...
Yes.
Well, First Love's going to be like twiddling his fingers going, oh, lovely.
Thanks, mate. Real nice of you.
Yeah, appreciate that. Bleed. Now, just two away, one away from guaranteed overtime, two away from victory. The spitting distance of closing out the series, and it looks like this aggression on B Garden is going to decide.
Seven King moving up. We know that their entries are good. First Love takes a peek on the after side, and Seven King's going to be forced to back off there by the paint shells. They don't back off too far, those. Danger is going to be taken. Showstopper in the hands of whom? Let's have a look. Frosties. Oh, I think that they're prepared. They're going to try and move ahead of a drone. Frosties. They've seen one. Here it goes. Showstopper comes on out. Can they deliver? Oh, they must have misaimed it just slightly. A cross back over in shame. Oh, man. Mum said it's my turn on the Showstopper. That's a start, though. And a second. And a third. Frosties making up for lost time right here. And Mika's going to be putting an end to that party.
Why bother with a rocket launcher when your gun does that?
Heavy ordnance. Overrated. On occasion now, what can you do against Crysania? Should be fairly easy. Crysania only has a judge. It's not the ideal engagement range. Oh, a sniping judge, baby!
That's a quick switch of weapons for Crysania. That's a unique one. Anyways, 12 to 8, and for Beast, they don't have much of a buy here, Harry, do they? Guardians, there's the old Sheriff, Bulldog maybe, but Crysania's got a judge, so you could probably beat that.
Oh, I thought that.
Oh, they've got a Viper's Pit. Never mind.
Yeah, A is looking pretty sad right now. Wouldn't go to A, but what do I know? Mika trying to get ahead of a curve right here. A headshot onto Crysania right there would have been some real doo-doo. Would not have been happy with that. Guardian in showers. If anyone can make it work, 7 King Kang. Oh, here we go. Interesting. They've managed to hit Jarpix a couple of times, but 7 King is just going wild on the site. They brought out the knives instead. They can't convert it onto a third because Lexi refuses to allow it, but at least they've got rid of a Viper's Pit.
As Lexi's attempt at a divide as well. Obviously the first player, and it's punished by the second there.
Lovely stuff there from Jar. The retake, the match point for Bleed is not looking ideal here, but it's still doable. Look at Einekes holding this down with the judge. You dirty boy. That's 1. Won't be 2, though. And Frosties now can try and make it happen all by themselves. 1 versus 2. The blast pack to try and go high. They're blinded on the way, and that was some real parkour from the ball there for the finisher.
12 to... How'd they get a bull up there? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. Like, the mysteries of Valorant, man. Like,
Yeah.
Tech's getting carried away. Grab the spike. There we go. Mika's going to be the one who does it.
Yeah, Mika, know your place. You're not a duelist. You can't delegate like that. Go. Yes, all right, mum. Goes picks up the spike.
No suffer until you've picked up the spike.
Yeah, exactly. All advantages in favour of Bleed here. So they don't have a firepower advantage, but they do have that extra lockdown. There's another showstopper available. How does he get these showstoppers so quickly, Harry?
I think because they just miss the showstopper and then they kill everyone afterwards.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I preferred it when I forgot about that.
Yeah, that'll do it. Chrysania caught. That is going to be a Neural theft now. Locations noted. It's a 2-2 split. And Bruce is going to try and double on down here to try and figure out some locations. A dive through the teleporter here for Einekes could be on the cards. And I believe a drone might there have been used by Jarpix. Indeed it was. It actually went through the teleporter. Jar's going to be coming in close. They win out the first duel. Jar still has the spike in hand. If they could deliver it to the site, here comes the showstopper once again. And Frosty's actually backs away with it for a second. Could it be any showstopper kills? After 5 showstoppers used, I think it'll still be 0. Frosties. Oh, they get caught as they make their entry. The plant's going to be forthcoming.
It's more like artillery than a rocket launcher, isn't it? It's like artillery's kind of, they're in that general direction. Just shell the life out of it and hope something hits. So that's more what he's using there. This case, first love, which will also be the last love of Einekes, ending that relationship pretty quickly and sending us to a 23rd round now. And it is a question for you, Harry, and I feel like there's probably another way to go about this, but Sonnet will do it with everyone else. We've been asked by you polls to do content, right? They like how we do content. They asked, should we do content? What can we do? If anyone else in the chat has any ideas, let us know.
I think we should show this map to people who haven't seen it, and we should take polls with a freeze frame of every Frosty.
Frosty, how many kills does he get?
How many kills does Frosty get? But it's a trick question because every single one is 0.
That's amazing.
7 King easily gets one over on Frosties here. I'm not sure if we're going to see another showstopper coming out of here. What can Lexi do from back of sight? Absolutely nothing. It was a poor buy from Bleed, and it's likely going to be 11 here for Beast, barring an absolute travesty. Nah, 7 King doesn't let those go. Almost moves in to kill themselves with a shock dart.
I mean, hey, it's a... Yeah, I guess realise the war crimes they've committed and don't want to face the European court. So, well, no, why do you think it's the European court that would have any say?
It is based in Europe.
Does the ASEAN group focus on European stuff? I assume they just didn't talk to each other.
I don't know. I assume most war crimes are tried in Geneva. I'm not gonna lie. I might not have been listening to you entirely.
Yeah, I don't think you were, but now I think about it, weren't the crimes of World War II in America though?
I think they were in Nuremberg actually.
Were
I
they?
think it's in France.
That.
Although someone could probably correct me with a quick Google.
Yeah, I hope someone could fact check this.
Oh, Nuremberg's actually in Germany. Cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Well, maybe not cool, but like considering the nature of it. But that's
Hey,
interesting.
A fact's a fact, man.
Yeah, it's true. Really slow default from Beast actually to start this round here.
They haven't even moved into showers just yet. Only just now have they moved their way through the door. And who's going to be waiting for them but Frosties? They turn away from the blind. That's going to be a spray from Mika that claims 2 lives and leaves them battle scarred and weary. But at least they can pick up this spike and ferry it over to B, hopefully through the safest path available, given the lack of points that they have to their name. Anarcase needs to be careful here. They may have noted, but just underneath them is an alarm bot that's going to be rather troublesome to try and deal with, especially if after it gets popped, the Nano Swarm becomes a complication. Moving on to the site right now, Seven King has already taken some damage. The Krasani has been cleared out as Einekes mercilessly moves on through. Is this going to be where we get overtime, Kremer? Because it feels like it is.
This looks a lot like overtime, doesn't it? It looks very familiar to overtime.
Garpix, can you do it all alone? 3 bullets left. 1 for everyone. Mika, underneath. You can see that pre-aim there. Stare up to the sky and see. I'm just a poor boy. Casting some overtime.
Caught in a bind game. No escape from reality.
No escape from this here Group B.
Open your eyes and see.
Witness the last map of Beast.
I just I know it's coincidence, but our viewership actually just dropped there. So in 2 minutes, it's probably going to drop even more.
The double dump.
Ah, that's we're sorry, Lucas, man. I realise you probably hired us hoping that would be professional in any way, shape, or form.
Anything but this, Lucas was hoping for.
Pretty much anything but this, yeah.
And here we are.
Yeah, here we are. Welcome to this Roguecasters hijack tournament.
Roguecasters.
Oh man,
Gonna get some bad Glassdoor reviews.
The Beast, start of overtime. We should take a moment to highlight Beast. They had a really good comeback there, 4 rounds. That was really good. They don't take it to overtime. And I mean, it's just off the back of Supreme Aim. There wasn't much teamwork behind it. It was going into a default and killing. In this case, Seven King really woken up, actually challenging Ross quite a bit here. Hopefully once this timeout's finished, we can get back into it. Do you want my other gun facts?
Your other gun fact, you sound... Yep, I have 2 gun facts.
I've got 2 gun facts, one of them's wrong.
I have a gun fact and a gun lie.
No, so you know that skin you get for the operator that looks like a rifle, like a
yes.
rifle. So that's based off what's called an M1 Garand, and an M1 Garand is very, very, very famous gun because when it runs out of ammo, it makes the ping. So you go 3, 4, 5 ping when it runs out of ammo and ejects the cartridge, right? When that was made, they considered it a massive design flaw because you've just told the enemy that you're reloading. Up until they actually did it in test fires when the caliber's 30-06, which is deafeningly loud. Like there isn't a single person who regularly fires an M1 Garand who has proper hearing. So they just discovered, never mind, everyone's deaf. You don't need to worry about whether or not they hear the ping, because you won't hear the ping.
Alright, Seven King, up top here. It's an interesting location to try and play from. Will Krasania find this out the hard way? Is the question. A good crossfire with Mika. A jump spot here could be dangerous. Krasani is walking it slowly, but they don't even take a single bullet. And Mika's going to be forced to duck and move. They're inside the paint shells, and they're going to be made to pay for it. 2 defenders have already fallen for Beast here, and so everyone will spill onto the site. And Einekes is going to do their best to try and stop them. But Krasani has already passed their way along this sight line, and now they've got themselves a lovely little lurk.
If Jarpix can secure this kill as well, that's the round. They're there for bleed. Beast has to be so careful. There's the teleporter, there's the warning. Now Zar has to go absolutely huge. Looks like his location's known though.
Oh, it's beautiful with the shock dart. They're so low. What can they do? Nothing at all. Down come the shock darts to try and stop potentially a plant. Will it land upon Lexi? Einekes is stopped in their tracks there. And Jarpix knows exactly what they're looking down. They have not checked on Einekes yet, but the timing's good from First Love. Heinekes is all alone and Bleed are 4 men, so they're just going to roll on forward, wait for the ping and deliver the execution.
It took them a while to get there, didn't it? But now they finally hit it. They're looking pretty damn strong. 13-12 the scoreline. Bleed, having already had a more successful defending half, this could absolutely be their chance to just follow it through.
Frosties? The glass cannon? Question mark?
That's going to be interesting. Never mind.
No.
These players, I think they are in a conspiracy to debate casters by just alternating weapons. But rather, we get to see thought process. In fact, next time this happens, we're going to narrate the thought process. Do I feel like
I'll let you go first. Frosty's here. They might be able to get one on Heinekes, and they will with the help of First Love. I love that double peek right there. A little bit of redundancy. Sharpix, they see Seven King move straight on past them. Multiple pings are given over here, but they're unable to really leverage the information they have. And Seven King wins 2 duels in a row. How have they managed this? Seven Kings come alive on this attack, and hey, they're designed to claim space, and that's exactly what Seven King does. They know exactly where Chrysania is, but while afflicted with the vulnerable, it's too difficult to try and take those. Chrysania, playing out of showers, gets plenty done, and Mika's all alone. No flashes, no dog, only a heal, and they can't even give it to themselves. They got the 1v1, but First Love gives the frag, and so that's going to be Bleed securing bind.
Extremely strong round from, well, extremely strong games from both teams there. It takes it to overtime. Bleed, they're able to follow it up. And we didn't actually highlight it before, but on a serious note, really good sportsmanship from Beast there to actually play the second map and to actually try, because a lot of teams would just leave because they hadn't qualified. So I'm really, really proud of them for that. And, you know, on the topic of sincerity, I know, yuck. Commiserations to Division X, Todak, Beast, and Big BAAM, who won't be going out of our group. And congratulations to Louvre, Kingsman, Boom, and Sharper from Group A, with Paper X, Bren, Bleed, and Southbuilt from Group B. However, that's not all. The congratulations goes to you guys in the chat, because you guys are really nice. Like, bear in mind, for our first tournament, we were expecting to get abused. And so, the fact you guys are all absolute sweethearts is just incredible. It genuinely means the world to us that you guys can enjoy good Valorant without fighting too much. But yes, to be
congratulations in particular to Minimize Live, who doesn't have to eat their own hand.
Oh,
they
that guy as well.
They would if
all the people who said they'll uninstall Valorant. Yeah, Valorant player base is going to stay safe, at least for the time being. But yeah, honestly, you guys are all absolutely amazing. Also, I assume players are going to go back and watch this. The players in this, right? I come from an esport where the players are twats. Like, they genuinely won't give you... If you ask to do an interview, they'll say no, because, you know, it's not they're not contracted to do it. Or if you just ask them anything, they just won't reply. But the players here are all just amazing. Every single one is, like, professional to a point, and just the sportsmanship is impeccable. So that's, I guess, something to the whole Southeast Asian side. Yeah, really, really well played on them.
Of a group stage done though, Kramer. We still have 3 more days to go. 3 days of playoffs, and we're going to be starting even earlier tomorrow. It's going to be 7 for us. So I'm not entirely sure what that is in terms of Singaporean time. I think it might be 3 p.m.
I'm going to quickly translate it. Don't worry. Don't worry.
We've been going so long now that my camera has actually stopped working.
That's all right. We probably should have used camera segments. Actually, now I think about it. Is yours the Oh, mine's stopped working as well. Never mind. All right, we can't do a camera segment. However, so 7 GMT. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon for you guys. The games will continue tomorrow, so you can look forward to that. And any other closing thoughts, Harry?
No. I look forward to tomorrow. Every single one of those matches could go any way, because we've seen some real variance in the overall performance of teams between the beginning and the end of their group. So I can't wait to see how our A teams have been scrimming for the last 5 days and whether they're going to be able to keep pace with Group B.
We'll have to see. You know what the O stands for in 0700 hours, Harry?
Oh my, time to go to bed?
Oh my god, it's early. We'll see you guys all tomorrow. Have a nice evening.
Fill me out with your smile. Like the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out.